guys! Happy Friday! This week feels like it went pretty fast. And there might be a reason for that in terms of court days moving quickly. Hope everybody is doing great. I'm pretty excited. We're going to have some responses to motions that have been outstanding. We're going to have some more witness testimony. And then the day is going to end at 4 p.m. Eastern for the YSL defendants. And Mounk Tounk has his hearing. And I did look at the scheduling. It does say a hearing. So I don't think it's just like a quick administrative thing and they're going to schedule something else. I think they're going to get into arguments today at 4 p.m. Eastern. So that's going to be, I know a lot of times at the end of the day, we find it winding down. People start to get out of here. But I think at 4 p.m. we might, if we're able to watch it, might be really good to watch. So we'll see. Good morning to everybody in the chat. Tons of people in here. Debbie Sunshine, perfect name to say good morning. Hey to Stephen. Mother of Pitbulls. Yusuf, Deborah. You guys are all saying hey to each other too. I love to see that. Tons of good mornings. Where are the good afternoons from our people in other time zones? These are all, it seems like, United States time zones over here. Where are the good evenings? We need someone in Australia, like 12 hours out from now, who's hanging in there to watch the YSL Trial live. There we go. We have Thomas from Sweden. Good morning from Sweden. Katisha says, Cat and chat, I'm excited for fireworks today. It'd be surprising if we don't get some. Good morning to Mrs. Bennett. Crushing Hard on Max Shart is bringing popcorn for everyone. That's awesome. We've got Defense Law South Africa saying good morning from South Africa. Hey to Fatima. I'm saying hey to Fatima when she's saying hey to Factual Lie. Anthony's calling me out for being late. I'm here. I was finishing the Whitaker emoji. So as soon as court starts, give it 5 minutes. We'll have a Whitaker emoji. There we go. Hey to Peter Ortiz. What are we starting with today, guys? And also, big shout out. Rona McCaw says, love to cat chat and the mods.
So we've got Suri Chada here for Mr.
Suri.
Nichols today. That's C-H-A-D-A. Is that right? S-U-R-I. C-H-A-D-H-A. Sorry.
N-E-Z.
Okay, good.
Very knowledgeable, one of my favorite people to listen to talk about the law. He's the one that Miss Love accused of spying on her through a printer, just for context.
Anybody else?
The full name is Surinder Chada Jimenez. That's S-U-R-I-N-D-E-R C-H-A-D-H-A-J-I-M-E-N-E-Z. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good Doug.
Good morning.
Doug loves Siri.
There was a motion for reconsideration filed by the state yesterday afternoon. Could the defense file whatever response they want to file?
About Dennis? They want to reconsider
Before
Dennis?
Monday at 8.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
I could do that, or we can just argue it now. I think the state's cases and facts are not lined up with the reality of what happened in our case, and I don't believe that. I think it's specious. So I don't think, if you want, I can respond in writing, but I don't believe that the state's motion in any way should affect our time in this case, and we should move forward. And that's my position. I put it in writing, but.
All right. Well, what I'd like is if there are any post new evidence code cases with similar facts to ours. So I'd rather have something in writing if y'all don't mind.
I will, but there's a ton of
All right.
cases.
Well, you don't have to give me every one. Just.
So the state is wrong.
Okay, I don't want to argue it right now. I want a written response. All right, appreciate it.
Your Honor, may
Yes.
we approach about another matter?
Yes.
All right, so they're going to approach. Guys,
So,
I will look for that
hello,
filing.
Mr.
I
Armstrong.
didn't
I
see it.
suspect that's why you're here, but can you come back on Monday instead? Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, they brought in
Seems to be
Armstrong?
going in and out.
Did they bring in Armstrong? Okay, so maybe the motion for reconsideration could be something else. I did just search the docket, I don't know, probably around like right as it hit the hour, 8 o'clock this morning, and didn't see it. But I'll keep searching to see if it pulls up. I imagine that's a motion for reconsideration on Detective Dennis, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's something else. But they also just said they have Armstrong there, who's kind of like one of their big guns they bring in to fight some fights. We saw him a bit, I think, during the day that Melnick was here. Right? Was he here during the Melnick? And to fight the disqual motion for the prosecutors. But he's the big guns. So, and then Shart, I don't know what he's approaching about, but what a day already. You guys are like fireworks and popcorn in the chat, and here we are. Also, shout out to Cutthroat Radio Podcast, who, thank you for becoming a member. I'm sure you've been a member already, so thank you for re-becoming a member. I think you're renewing. Cutthroat said you were busy yesterday. It seems like this might be a good day. I hope you get to hang on with us and watch. Yolanda says, good morning, cat and chat with a capital C. I really miss my Rico gang. I absolutely love how Detective Dennis was sent to find Mr. Wilson. Now, guys, is this a Dennis the Menace reference? Oh my gosh, he really is Dennis the Menace. And I'm still laughing about the Dennis getting caught down bad. And now the state might be asking the court to reconsider catching him down bad. Like, come on. This trial is crazy. Yolanda also gifted 5 memberships, which is awesome. So, you know the drill, guys. W's in the chat for Yolanda. That's a big win for, 5 new members. We're about to get a new channel emoji. Oh, Earless Donkey, did you just miss? If you just got here, it seems like the state filed a motion for reconsideration for something last night. Maybe for Detective Dennis being disqualified or dismissed. Coley Goodman, thank you so much for gifting a membership, making somebody green. Dirty Old Sailor kicking it off here, asking us to have a greasy day. Well, look, I think there's popcorn in the chat. We're going to have buttery fingers. So it's already greasy in here, Dirty Old Sailor. Good morning to you, and thank you so much for the 10. Jennifer Devine says, their facts don't match reality. I can't. That was spicy through and through. Specious, wasting the court's time. Their facts don't match reality. And then so many cases, Your Honor. And I wonder, maybe Whitaker, I think it's interesting that this is Friday, and she said, can you respond in writing by 8 a.m. on Monday? Like, okay, so the defense doesn't get 5 days, 5 business days, 5 court days. They don't even get the state usually gets like a month and a half to respond to things if they keep asking. But the defense has basically the rest of this business day to have something ready by 8 a.m. Monday morning. Not that I don't think Steele can deliver or will be eager to deliver, but that didn't seem right. That didn't seem right. So Jennifer Devine, always love your insights. Thank you so much. YSL Jeff Free, love that spelling. If you aren't looking at your screen, it's the name Jeff, and then Free, the free part is spelled F-R-E-E. Good morning, Slimes, family, Maud, and Kat. Good morning to you, Jeffrey. And then one happy white girl also gifting 5. So W's in the chat. Super generous there. That is, we need to get the banner started. Let me go put in this banner. Hopefully we get some squeaks today. Squeak counter. And so 0 squeaks so far. Thank you guys for showing love there. And I didn't see it. I'll keep refreshing, because to me it sounds like they may have submitted it last night but didn't actually get it to the clerk until like 10 minutes ago. So I am planning to. And I'll research right now to see if it's there. But it just hasn't come up yet, so. And I'm excited. I don't know if there's anything remaining for Harvey's team to argue today, but I would love to see Shada Jimenez argue something. Let's see. Let's just go under Kendrick's. All right, why are we buffering? Let's see. Oh God, the font is horrible. Okay, give me a second to download this. Why does it look like this? Why does it look like this? It is about Dennis. It is about Dennis. Ah, that's hilarious. All right, so let me purchase this, you guys. If you guys want, we can do this reading and then watch on 1.25 to catch up. I mean, they might be taking a long break anyway. All right, so let me get this purchased. That is hilarious, guys. I mean, we got the confirmation that this is what the subject matter is, right? So, big deal enough. This is what Steele is calling specious, waste of time, waste of the court's time. Let me go download it on that slow, bulky thing. Give me like a minute here, guys. Actually, I'll leave the first page up there if you want. We're gonna read it. We're gonna watch on 1.25. It seems like this is kind of a long break. So if the court comes back, guys, I understand this time that the court will come back. We're purposely pausing it and reading this document. This is, I can't believe this. And it's like, we talked about this at the end of the stream. I think someone mentioned it in a chat. We pulled it up on screen and like, the whole chat felt like we were face palming like they probably will do that. And they never do anything on time. They're never quick about anything, but they rush to do this so quickly. This is how important Detective Dennis is. This is a huge sanction against them. Huge sanction. And they're probably arguing that you're going to hog tie our case, hamstring our case, because we have all this stuff we want Detective Dennis to interpret for the jury. And without that, now we can't present our case in full. Well, sorry, you know, find another witness. You have a million detectives on this thing. All right, so where's Diamante Kendrick? I saw it filed under Kendrick, so we'll just go right there. Because it might be possible they didn't serve it to the others. Right, and then what if, good point, I see you guys talking about, you can't unshred the juror's notes, James Little. Like, and then you're just going to have him back on the stand. What are they going to make of that? Are you going to, like, uncurative instruction the jury? Like, and then for all people, like, Dennis comes off as kind of goofy. Oh my God, like, what would an uncuring... Guys. And the main one, this is the main portal. It's really slow, but this is the only one that lets documents get purchased. The other one, I don't know why it's like, it doesn't want to accept payment information. I had spoken to Avi, to the Seventh Power, about it a few months ago. She had the same problem, so I don't think it's just me. So the portal I just linked in the chat, if you guys want to pull documents on your own, that's the one that works the best. It was chat recommended several months ago, so I honestly, sorry, I forget who recommended it, but it's greatly appreciated. And if they're back, since we're going slow. Yeah, they're still, are they back? They're still sidebarring anyway, so. So dang, I wish. And I'm telling you, I didn't see it this morning when I looked. I did look at around 8 in the morning, and it wasn't there. Did you see, Nick, that there is a motion for reconsideration to bring Dennis back? Of course there's a motion for it. Yeah, right. How do we undo an undo? Like, that's going to be the verbiage in the... Oh my gosh. Oh, crazy. See, and the buffering on the YouTube video is this bulky... No, I don't want hearings. I want filings. Yeah, what if the defense files a reconsideration for all their mistrial motions? Like, guys, this portal is just like, So here it is, guys. That's how long that took. And I'll purchase it, download it. I'll give it a Google Drive link so you guys can all have it. And then I'll also share it on X if you're watching this on replay and want to grab it over there. On X, I think it's a better place to have a conversation in the comments, so. All right, download. Plop that over here. All right, it's going to be called Motion to Reconsider Dennis Down Bad. All right, so this is the motion. All right, so let's get into it, guys. Let me open this up. And again, hold your horses. We will catch up in real time. If court comes back from this break, we'll just do 1.25 to catch up. But we are going to read this, guys. The motion to reconsider Dennis Down Bad. Here we go. Here we go. So. And it's coming through with a timestamp of 9:07 p.m. So this shows you their priorities, how quickly they'll get something done when it matters to them. So, state's motion to reconsider oral order striking witnesses' testimony and related exhibits. Comes now the state of Georgia and respectfully moves this honorable court to reconsider its October 17th, 2024 oral order striking the October 17th, 2024 testimony of witness, retired investigator, oh, that's a mouthful, T. Dennis and related exhibits, and precluding his future testimony as a sanction for an inadvertent, non-responsive answer during his testimony. In support thereof, the state shows the following. Background. During Investigator Dennis's testimony, Investigator Dennis referred to actions Defendant Diamante Kendrick performed immediately after his release from custody. Defendant Kendrick moved for mistrial, which this court appropriately denied. As a sanction for this event, however, the court struck the entirety of Investigator Dennis's October 17th, 2024 testimony, precluded him from testifying in future, and struck from evidence exhibits which in Dennis, like, why do I gotta write it like that? Had authenticated on October 17th, 2024. 2. The scope of the state's claim. It is appropriate for the court to strike a witness's answer from the jury's consideration when it contains information the court finds the jury should not have heard and should not consider. The state does not contest that part of the court's ruling. The state submits, however, that the order striking the entirety of the witness's October 17th, 2024 testimony, precluding the witness from testifying in the future, and excluding exhibits which had been admitted through that witness on October 17th, 2024, was improper, as an exclusion of evidence which the law does not permit. The state thus respectfully moves the court to reverse these portions of the court's oral order. Analysis. Evidence exclusion is an extreme sanction and one not favored in the law. State v. Smith. This is so strongly a part of Georgia law that even the most well-established privileges are narrowly construed as the ascertainment of as many facts as possible leads to the truth, the discovery of which is the object of all legal investigation. Man, well, listen, this just makes me want to ask, where are the reports? But I digress. Rule 402, OCGA 24-4-402, Rule 402, provides in relevant part that, quote, all relevant evidence shall be admissible, except as limited by constitutional requirements or as otherwise provided by law or by other rules, as prescribed pursuant to constitutional or statutory authority. Applicable. You know what's a violation? When someone wants to introduce an utterance, a statement, testimony that tells the jury about the incarceration of a defendant. So, anyway, that is Rule 402. That is, Rule 402 forbids a court from excluding evidence unless constitutional or statutory authority authorizes that exclusion. Here, no constitutional or statutory authority authorizes the exclusion of the non-offending portions of Investigator Dennis's October 17th, 2024 testimony, of his future testimony, or the related exhibits. Where a purported ground for evidentiary exclusion does not come within the exceptions enumerated in Rule 402, it finds no home in any of the specific and detailed exclusionary rules included in the new code, and is unsustainable. And that's State v. Orr, as the Supreme Court of Georgia has said. The universe of specific exclusionary rules is limited by statute. First, Georgia's Rule 402 explains that otherwise relevant evidence may be excluded based on rules grounded in constitutional or statutory authority. So, all right, I guess we're just expanding on this 402 here through the Supreme Court. The evidence code's specific and detailed exclusionary rules are the obvious example. And here, this citation's going after Oregon. We've got Orr mentioned. Second, OCGA 24-1-2E grandfathers in old common law exclusionary rules. Those rules which predate Georgia's current evidence code in the rare instances, if there are any, when such rules haven't been modified by statute. See Chrysler Group v. Walden. Rejecting the old party wealth evidence rule as abrogated by the new evidence code. Bolded here says that's it. That's the list. Under our evidence code, these are the only possible sources of specific exclusionary rules. See Orr, also United States v. Lowry, 11th Circuit, explaining that the exceptions in Federal Rule 402 are an exclusive list of the sources of authority for exclusion of evidence in federal court. And then State v. Almanza. If a rule in the evidence code is materially identical to a federal rule of evidence, we look to federal case law. And this is from Stockert v. Rogers. Footnotes omitted, but then they have a footnote here, a giant footnote that says, cases in which appellate courts have rejected even well-established rules of exclusion, which were not reduced to statutory form since the adoption of Georgia's new evidence code and Rule 402, include State v. Almanza, Supra, the blanket exclusion of offender identification made during medical examinations in child sex abuse cases. This doesn't apply. This doesn't apply. When you're an offender, that's a public registration. Was abolished by the new evidence code. Chrysler Group, LLC v. Walden, Supra, common law rule excluding party wealth evidence was no longer applicable. Glenn v. State, exclusionary common law regarding identification testimony did not apply under the new evidence code. State v. Orr, statutory exclusion rules replace common law exclusionary rules, and perforce, judge-made exclusionary rules that lack even the backing of common law authority. But why wouldn't we? I mean, these things, they're couching all of this as coming in as probably cited in Stockert v. Rogers and saying, like, Rogers probably references these things. But why wouldn't they go into the specifics of how these match the situation? Where's the argument that this should apply rather than finding it distinguished? This is consistent with federal interpretations of the corresponding Federal Rule of Evidence 402, which has a prospective effect in that it precludes trial judges from future creation of new exclusionary rules of general applicability. And there's a footnote here that says, whoa, that's a word, in wrinkle read. Ian Runkle, Federal Rule of Evidence 402, the Second Revolution. Rule 402 precludes the courts from enforcing uncodified rules of evidence. While OCGA 24-6-611A, Rule 611, permits a court with control over the mode and order of witness examination, which expands on, okay, so this footnote expands on 24-6-611A, provides the court shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses and presenting evidence so as to, 1, make the interrogation and presentation effective for the ascertainment of the truth, 2, avoid needless consumption of time, and 3, protect witnesses from harassment or undue harassment. Oh my god. They're gonna say us saying Dennis down bad is harassment, guys. See also generally Carlson and Carlson, the commentary book that the prosecution always loves to cite. Carlson on evidence addresses cross-examination, and Rule 611C addresses leading questions, neither of which is at issue here. Further, neither provides for evidence exclusion. So that was like in the middle of a sentence up here, right? Where was footnote 3? Up here. Okay. So this footnote we just got to, I'm going to read the sentence over so we're back where we were. While Rule 611 permits a court with control over the mode and order of witness examination, Rule 611 does not authorize an order excluding evidence, and thus would not justify the order at issue here. Rule 611A mirrors Federal Rule of Evidence 611 as that rule read in 2011. Thus, Georgia courts look to federal authority for its interpretation. The state submits that federal courts of appeal are very clear. Rule 611A does not authorize the wholesale exclusion of evidence. Unlike the vast majority of the other evidence rules, Rule 611 does not purport to regulate the admissibility of evidence. Instead, the rule gives trial courts broad powers to control the mode and order of what is otherwise admissible evidence. And that's from Alan Wright and Victor James Gold from Federal Practice and Procedure. Although decisions that a court makes under Rule 611 may indirectly affect whether proof is admitted, the rule does not provide an independent ground for excluding otherwise admissible evidence. So use another witness. Use another witness. United States v. Colomb. And this was the Fifth Circuit, but it's 2005. Where a trial court ordered such an exclusion, the Fifth Circuit held that the court erred as a matter of law and therefore abused its discretion in relying on Rule 611A to preclude the government from calling the witnesses necessary to present admissible evidence. Further, the matter at hand does not involve evidence which was illegally seized under the federal or state constitutions, and does not involve a violation of other rules which have a statutory provision for exclusion, such as reciprocal discovery rules. As there is no constitutional right or statutory provision which authorizes the exclusion of Investigator Dennis's October 17th, 2024, or future testimony generally, or the exhibits related to it, the order excluding such evidence was an error and should be reversed. Conclusion, for those reasons, the state respectfully moves the court to reverse these portions of the court's oral order in which it struck the entirety of Investigator Dennis's October 17th, 2024 testimony, precluded Investigator Dennis from testifying in the future, and excluded exhibits which had been admitted through Investigator Dennis on October 17th, 2024. Respectfully submitted, Kevin Armstrong. So, there you go. There you go. There you go. So let me get this link for you guys again. And we'll get back over to the court, you guys. But that's a little bit crazy, if you ask me. Like, they don't really... I mean, Brian Steele's going to come with a case law that says the opposite, but he's also going to say, we're not precluding the future exhibits. Bring them in through one of the other investigators. Bring them in through one of the other investigators. So, but anyway, I can't wait to see that counter argument. Let's go back here and see, where are we? Let's hit the play button. Let it refresh. Oh, wow. Was this break really this long? Oh my gosh. They've been on a break for 25 minutes. We didn't miss anything, you guys. We missed nothing. What a day. What a day. So we got that done. And let me... Oh, man. I can't believe. I wonder what Shart's issue... Like, that's a weird way to word it. I wonder what the issue that Shart is bringing to the court's attention is. That's a long one. That is long. Oh, man. For better or for worse, it'll be nice to see Kevin Armstrong, well, really, anyone besides Love argue this reconsideration. Let's see. Oh, they don't have a picture. I wanted to pull up his picture because some people might recognize. Let me see if his picture's somewhere else. Okay, this is really tiny and it's not zooming in, but it is what it is. Let me share it. Oh no, the zoom is blocking the share screen. All right, so I'll have to like rezoom. No, don't find it. Whatever. You guys can see. This is what we're going to be dealing with. Arguing this. I don't know why his picture's so janky. Who cares? But yeah, so they do not want the others in the room arguing this. And great point, you guys. Maybe they'll file some supplemental information. On the flip side, I'm curious, how prepared are they going to be to argue some of these outstanding motions in limine? You know, they got their homework done quickly for this. Nick Starro says, ask Abatai. He knows double negatives. And guys, speaking of Nick, there will be the Friday panel show back at 6 p.m. Eastern as the start time. Let me see if he's got that link up. No link, but you guys know the drill. If you just hit the bell, you'll get a notification when the panel starts. I'll also share it at 6 p.m. when it starts. Depending on how this Mounk Tounk hearing at 4 p.m. goes, I mean, we might redirect right into the panel. You'll see me like jump off the screen and go over to Nick's. So we have a lot to talk about on the YSL Friday panel show. That's going to be a great time. Let's see. Yeah, Paulette says get the popcorn ready. I think we need a popcorn refill already. It's 33 minutes into the stream. What a day. Alton Coley, thank you for the 20. No comment. Thank you so much for the super. Tameka, good to see you, Tameka. Good morning, gang. List mode again. What a full court day. And was it a recent break? Memory recalls. Right? Memory recalls? Nobel Peace Prize nomination to Dougie. Right? It was interesting to see him. Like, if Doug is angry, if Doug has to raise his voice, that's serious. That is super serious. He doesn't yell just because he doesn't get his way. He yells because somebody said something on the stand that really violated his client's right to an unprejudiced defense. But Tameka says, be back soon. Hit that like button. We'll miss you while you're gone, Tameka. Thank you so much. Miss AB says, good morning, Kat, chat, and the mods. Happy Friday. Definitely big happy Friday. Firework Friday today here in the Fulton County Court. Dirty Old Sailor says, let the fireworks fly. I don't know if we bought enough fireworks, guys. I don't know if we got enough. And I still can't believe this. This is approaching a half-hour approach. And it's 21 minutes after the hour, so Whitaker's going to see this as 21 minutes of the jury's time. Like being late for the jury. Oh, man. And I've got to get this emoji in. I'm slacking. But it's the happy Whitaker emoji. And I think we're going to need it today. Thank you so much for the huge and generous support, Dirty Old Sailor, and 1,000% on letting the fireworks fly today. You get to be the squeak sponsor. Let's get you in here. And guys, last night towards the end of the stream, there was a chat and it started this whole discussion. Like, what does your family think about following this trial? And I said, if my mom knows I'm talking about trials in some way or another. But if she asked about the specific trial and found out that it was like 140 something days long already, she'd probably be like, oh, that's insane. You're insane. How are you following that? And last night, completely coincidentally, she said she started watching it and she said, it was like, what are 111 slimes? And I'm like, what? And she was talking about the counter at the bottom of the screen. I was like, are you watching the stream? So she was earlier on in the stream and asked what slimes were. I was like, okay, let me explain how this whole trial works and what evidence they have and what they're using to explain gang affiliation and associations. So my mom now knows what slime is. So shout out to mom. She might pop in now that she's figured out how to find it here on YouTube. We've got to get her in on the slime. So big thank you again to Dirty Old Sailor, who helped slime a ton of people yesterday. Coley Goodman's out here sniping with the slime. Thank you so much, Coley, for the gift. Renee Marie. This is awesome. It's a green amphibious emoji and the heart alternating. I love that. Thank you so much, Renee. Shannon Alexander with the good morning and happy Friday, kattnotwilliams and Convict D, Green Slime Felons. We're getting some new names, guys. And I love the champagne. Shout out to the green champagne. Leah's dad says, feel like the state wanted this argued out loud. Yep, because Kevin Armstrong was right there. I mean, what's interesting is Brian Steele was ready, but the judge said she wanted something in writing. So, and I understand. I think the judge maybe is like, oh, they are going to make this an appeal issue. And I want to have my ducks in a row. And I think she wants Steele to be able to make a successful counter argument, but she wants it in writing to cover her butt. So that's my personal read. It's possible she wants to agree with the state that she was wrong and she should walk it back. But at the end of the day, I don't see why the state, if you have a witness that can't be trusted to testify on the stand, if he did something on the stand that he knows he shouldn't do, and you have other ways to introduce the evidence, then the judge isn't really precluding the state from presenting their case. They just need to do it in a different pathway. Shout out to Miss Love's disappointed father, gifting a membership out here. Thank you so much, Matt Rose. Peter Ortiz, great question. I wish I saw this 2 seconds ago. Who thinks Paige will reverse her ruling? I don't think she wants to, but I do think if she doesn't see enough of an argument made by the defense, I think she could. So I guess I'm right in the middle there on what I think will happen. Really a bit above middle because I think Steele is fully capable of bringing the best possible argument. So I think there's a good chance that there will be enough in this written response that Paige will be like, well, my sanction against Dennis stands, but you're welcome to bring in the evidence through a different witness. Rod Zavala says, do you really think the judge will actually reconsider her ruling after what she told the jury yesterday? And she took their notes. How does that get fixed? I don't think you can, like, it would be an uncuring instruction. I don't know if I've ever watched a trial where they had to cure something, strike something from the jury's memory, and then come back to it, except within this trial with Kenneth Copeland. Like, so I don't know. Like, are we going to do it twice? And then if he gets back up, is he still going to be treated as a qualified expert to talk about certain things. Because by now, Whitaker should know that he was bluffing and trying to bolster himself by saying, I read magazines. And if he comes back up, do we have to watch the Magic City stuff again? Like, will they have to redo all of that? Like, this is just stupid. This is stupid. And I knew it. They were going to say that the judge is trying to prevent them from putting forth their case. But maybe make sure you don't do slick things in front of the jury. And I'm flipping over here. I see Brian Murphy. Yeah, Weinstein made a comment on X yesterday that Diamante Kendrick has spent more time in trial than a law student spends in class during 3 years of law school. And that was in reference, someone had taken a picture of it, looked like, you know, Yak was either looking at a notepad or a laptop together and pointing something out with Doug. And the tweet started off like, we are a team, like we work on this defense together. So great to see client relationships. It's got to be helpful to keep spirits as high as they can be while going through something like this. Oh yeah, stand busy. If she reverses, then recusal motions are a must, or like, I imagine we'd also get a mistrial motion because now there'd be this predicament of the jury being confused as heck, all heck. like, Your Honor, we told the jury to forget and then unforget and then unforget again. More than once in this trial. Like, how much is enough? Doug Slimestein, I love that. Oh, man. So thank you again for the super here and the great food for thought here, Rod. Mike the Mob says, well, sounds like they want a dismissal. I don't know. It sounds like they want to keep going, but just put Dennis back up there like nothing happened. But if that's denied, who knows if something else, if there will be a new motion. Jennifer Devine says, tell the judge she has no right to do what she did. She will love being told she doesn't know the law. And side note, like, obviously this is still playing because the little law and crime thing behind my banner is going. But I am stunned. Like, this is a huge break. They said put the fireworks away, give it a break for a few minutes. Calm down, you guys. Jennifer Devine, thank you so much. And, like, I don't know. I swear Whitaker sitting there in her head is like, the state can't be so stupid to realize that this evidence doesn't need to be excluded when there's other detectives. So, but the reason they want Dennis is because they want Dennis to explain these lyrics. They want Dennis to give his particular narrative for particular events. I'd even go as far to suggest that they wanted Dennis because they know he gives these slick, goofy, what they probably think are relatable answers, right? I mean, it could have been a bit endearing or drew the focus of the jury the way he laughed about the strip club jury instruction. That's a real thing, right? We're bored, and then this witness laughs. Maybe we're going to pay more attention to this witness because this is a bit more entertaining, right? So there could be a few reasons that they want Dennis specifically, but I don't see the argument, and they should have made the argument in this motion that there's things specifically that only Dennis can bring in. If there isn't an argument there to be made that Dennis is the only way that this stuff can get in, then their argument doesn't apply to the sanction. The sanction isn't excluding something wholesale. So where's the specificity in this argument? They don't address it. And thank you so much, Jennifer, again. Amuse on X, good to see ya. Says, good morning, have a great day and wonderful weekend. Keep up the great work. It's awesome to have you in here tuning in live. I'm still honored. I think me and Jay were on your screen one day. That was like the coolest thing ever. Super glad to have you here. Glad you're tuning in. And you got a good firework this morning. So you have a great day while you're working too. Amuse on X, I think, is one of our workers and lurkers here in the chat. Erin Olivia says, where's the likes, you all? Guys, we have plenty of time. You guys have had 37 minutes to hit that like button. Thank you, Erin Olivia, for the super and for the kind reminder. The inquisitive reminder. Mike the Mob says, can we get them green ducks? The snake emojis. Oh, I'm telling you, one of my favorite parts of this trial. Just great. Oh my goodness. I flipped over to the chat and my military mind says, I know this is cumulative. And I was expecting something like legalese related. And he just goes, the state sucks. So it's just cumulative. That must be what the chat's talking about today. Like, and they've had so many days to like get better at not sucking. And then it just like, they've had practice for days and days and days and days. And they still suck. They suck more as time goes on. Like, that's not usually how things go. Like, you usually mess up a little bit. Well, in the future, we'd expect less things that trigger mistrial motions. We don't expect the same cadence to continue or increase. But here we are. Shout out to my military mind. Hazel Haywood became a member. Thank you so much. Blue Queen TV. So Shart is currently at the bench. We don't know exactly what he asked to approach with. But it's been going on for like almost 40 minutes now. But if you got here around 9:21, you probably just missed us read the state's motion to reconsider. They want the judge to reconsider her sanction yesterday to, well, I think they want just the phrase where he mentioned the incarceration of Diamante Kendrick. They're like, okay, that can remain stricken from the record. But we want you to unstrike his entire testimony as you instructed the jury to disregard yesterday. And we want that unstricken from the record. And we also want to be able to call Detective Dennis back on the stand, because otherwise their argument is that you're hamstringing us. We cannot present certain evidence. I think it's a poor argument because they don't tackle why Dennis is the only way they can present certain evidence. Like, common sense, I'm not a lawyer, but common sense would tell me I need to make that argument in a motion to reconsider like that, and they don't do it. So if you're interested in that, we're on a break. There's plenty of time. If you scroll back in this live stream, when you see the paper pull up on the screen, you should be able to get through all of that and be able to get caught up with us when court resumes. Definitely was pretty interesting, although not, in my opinion, the strongest argument. Paige, I'm sure Judge Whitaker is just concerned that she doesn't want to look like she's overreaching with her decision. So she needs that counterbalance from the defense. Henry Johnson says, if reconsidering, can she grant a mistrial? Now imagine if in Steele's response, we get some arguments in that direction. And guys, I don't think we'll just get a response from Steele. I'm sure we'll get a response from Weinstein. I mean, for the fun of it, I imagine maybe Shart would want to jump in on it. So there might be more than one defense attorney making their filings this weekend and giving their arguments orally on Monday. So Monday's going to be good. I think Monday's going to be good. But that would be hilarious. Like, well, if you want a reconsideration, let's nudge her to reconsider something for mistrial. The state loves to play with fire. Thank you, Henry, for the food for thought there. And then Princess Waku says, Jimenez is a conflict, I bet. He represents a co-defendant, probably. That could be. That could be. And I wonder, maybe there's like an update from somebody saying what's actually happening all quiet right now. Geez, Twitter is popping today. Okay, yep, so Tina says they are looking for someone else. So shout out to Tina. They are looking for someone else to stand in for Harvey. Series of conflict, so he can't stand in for him. So there we go. That makes sense. So they're probably not actively standing at the bench arguing something. They're probably like recessing in place. So we aren't missing 30 minutes of arguments at the bench. Great to know. Thank you so much here. And Young Dro says, if the judge gave a mistrial yesterday, would that have been the whole trial or just Stillwell's case? You know, I'm not really sure. I don't have the specifics to know what's possible and what's not, but I would imagine if, like, it's one thing to sever a defendant from where they're currently enjoined in a trial. I think it'd be different if you grant a mistrial for one case, and in this case, if it was the mistrial granted, it would have been for Diamante Kendrick. But I think it's a hard ask when you have a RICO count and you have counts that are shared across co-defendants, where Diamante Kendrick and somebody else may have been accused of participating in criminal street gang activity, right? So if you are giving a mistrial to one defendant that's alleged, and the other co-defendants are also in a way alleged to possibly have been conspiring together, participating in RICO together, participating in criminal street gang activity together, then a mistrial against one seems like it's caught under that umbrella. I don't see how you couldn't do a mistrial across the whole board. And that's in addition to the practical issues, right, of a mistrial for like one of the defendants. So I think it'd have to be across the board. Like, I don't see how there's any way it couldn't be across the board. But that's just me. Maybe there's like some weird case law. I don't know everything that exists in Georgia. I'm not a practicing attorney. So I don't know. But I like common sense. My brain is just like, how would that be possible to just do it for one? So. And yeah, that's true. So Harvey motion, but in a way, I think with a motion, the Harvey rule just means, it doesn't mean that the rulings necessarily apply to everybody. The Harvey rule just means that we adopt the motions being made and the objections being raised by our co-defendants counsel, right? But a judge in theory could say, look, I'm going to grant something for, and not saying the mistrial, but something else. I'm going to grant for one party and not for the other. That hasn't really been relevant in this case, but the Harvey rule is really just an adoption of the motion. It doesn't mean that the decision necessarily is going to apply across the board. It's just been that when the Harvey rule is in place and the judge has made a ruling, they haven't distinguished, but the judge could distinguish on certain issues if they had a reason to. So just remember, Harvey rule is we're all agreeing to make that motion unless we opt out of it. And no, I'm not a good multitasker, so while I'm like reading things on the screen, I find it a bit difficult to, let's see, let me do it right now. Let me go put that emoji in. Get this downloaded with a transparent background. And it's going to be called Glee. So that will be the short code if you guys want to type it quickly. And I've got some other custom emojis I want to add. I just had a busy day yesterday. I always feel like, oh, I'll get to something, and then it's like, oops, I didn't do it. I didn't get to it. Emoji. All right, so there is the Happy Whitaker face. You guys will need to refresh your YouTube app. I think you need to refresh it. Maybe it pops up on some devices without refreshing, but some people, I know you guys have to, on certain devices, refresh. But that Happy Whitaker emoji should be there, you guys. So there you go. Mark Ellis says, that motion should fall under 403, waste of time. Well, Brian still hinted at that. He said it's a waste of the court's time, and in my head I thought, 403! So, shout out to 403. Again, 403 is a bunch of things, right? It could be, the balance could be off place. Like, it's not more probative than prejudicial. It could be confusing to the jury. So when you hear a Rule 403 objection, and you hear them specify at the end, waste of time, they're specifying what the argument under the 403 rule is. But Man, I love a good 403 waste of time objection. Especially since they usually come from Doug. Shout out here to Stephen.T.Satchell, out here sniping somebody with the slime membership. Thank you so much, Stephen. Good to see ya. Yeah, 403 is ready is here in the building, by the way. Good morning, Kat and kattnotwilliams gang. We can now be considered experts. Heck yeah. Call us to the stand. Marcus White for the 2, thank you so much. And then Ashley Linnell says, Kat, they can't retry Young Thug again if it's a mistrial. He has a speedy trial. What are they gonna just like start the trial the next day? They're just gonna rush it through and then be an even bigger mess than usual. And can you imagine some pragmatic workaround, right? A mistrial is granted and they say, all right, but we gotta start a trial for Young Thug tomorrow. And everything is severed. It's just Young Thug only. They don't tack the others on as enjoined co-defendants. And it was just a trial for Jeffrey Williams. Can you imagine if the state still tried to present hundreds of witnesses about all these other people just to show the whole gang and all the things they conspire with together? Can you imagine a jury sitting there with one co-defendant, Jeffrey Williams, in a trial? With the state, I know the state wouldn't adjust their strategy. They're just not going to adjust it. They're not good at making adjustments. But without 6 people sitting in this room, if it was only 1, and those jurors had to hear that mess and wonder, why are we hearing about all these other people when there's only 1 person in this room? Oh, man. Oh, goodness. I see a ton of the glee emojis going off in the chat. But yeah, that is great food for thought there. Yeah, they'll just lose so quickly if it's just Jeffrey Williams. We're gonna call the same witnesses back that were supposed to be your star witnesses that were like, no, he just wanted people to get out of the trouble. He didn't like people being in the trouble. He wanted to help them do better. And they're looking for someone that can stand in and represent Nichols. So I'm assuming it seems like Bruce Harvey might be dealing with he's sick or something, and that really sucks. That sucks to hear. Because I think there was a mention last week that he was out sick, and then he's been out since. So I could be wrong on that, but if he is, hope he gets better. Love Bruce Harvey. Sucks to be sick, and when it goes on for a few days, that never really sounds great or pleasant to deal with. And oh my gosh, if I was sick and I missed my client's court date and then had to miss another, I'd get so stressed out. I feel like that stress would just stress can make it harder to recover from things. So shout out to Bruce Harvey. Shout out to Bruce Harvey. And I imagine Miss Westmoreland might have had a different conflict. So let's see. Yeah, exactly. I think that would just be a big ol' womp. They would go nowhere if they tried to try Young Thug alone. I don't know if Shannon still has a speedy trial motion. I don't know about Stillo. I feel like maybe, but because guys, I don't think the Bruce Harvey rule was in place all the way back then already, so he would have had to ask individually. So I don't know. And shout out to Watermelon Juice. Watermelon Juice says, "Let's get this party started." Heck yeah. It's a little slow. It's just like the happy hour. We're getting to know each other, waiting for things to settle in, and I don't know, hopefully they can find a stand-in, because honestly, if they can't, you guys, they can't proceed with court if one of the defendants doesn't have their counsel present. So that would suck. And if that happens, we'll be back at 4 for the Mounk Tounk thing. Even if that's not on camera, I'm sure we can like look for the updates online and see what people are saying and just talk about it as the news bites come in. Mike the Mob says, they wanted to get dismissed. Why keep poking the bear? What's our next trial? I am going to do the Courtney Clenny trial. I mean, that might be like I don't think that one will be all that long, but maybe like a 3-week trial, 4-week trial. That would be an afternoon and weekend thing, because I'm sure if this trial isn't ended, I think this trial might be going on by the time they finally start Courtney Clenny's trial in 2025. But as far as other trials, I am loving keeping up with the Richard Allen stuff. I caught up with Potentially Criminals recap yesterday and a little bit of Andrea Burkhart. Just really interesting stuff going on there. The state in the Richard Allen trial, guys, get this, is trying to exclude sketch artist portraits, sketch artist renditions of, when everything first happened. Witnesses sat down and described what the man they saw in the area. They described the man, and the police artist does the sketches. And now the state wants to preclude those, even though, and their argument is that it's just an investigatory tool. So in a way, the state is arguing, yeah, we use these pictures to investigate our case, but at the same time, we don't want you to admit this in front of the jury. Why? Because their witness that did the sketch artist isn't identifying the defendant. They do not think that that defendant is the same person. So they're trying to exclude these police sketches. And just listening to it was just like, holy crap. Like, sorry if it doesn't help your case. Let the jury decide. Let the jury decide if maybe it's been so long that the defendant just looks differently now. The jury has the right to think about that and decide what they want to make of it. But the state's motioning to exclude it, and the judge didn't make a ruling on it. She's taking it under consideration. So I think she's trying to find a way to grant that request from the state. Let me get Andrea Burkhart's link. She's been going in person, and she can't report live from the courtroom. You can't have a device in there to like live tweet while you're in there. So she broke that down yesterday, what happened in court. And then I'm also going to pull up Potentially Criminal. And on Thursday nights, he does a kind of like recap show of like law news and messy crimes, dramatic things that happened in trials over the previous week. And he did a segment yesterday on the Richard Allen and looked at that motion in limine, like read through it. And I think you guys would really like it, because to me, it's an asinine argument from a prosecution team. Like, this hurts our case, so we don't want it in. Please help us, judge. Let me find the segment here. Oh no, that's Wisconsin, so that's not it. Okay, so this is the timestamp, so I'm not like clogging up time here. This is the timestamp where he starts doing the reading. It's possible he talked a little bit more in context about Richard Allen right before he starts reading the document. But this is Potentially Criminal going through the motion in limine regarding composite sketches filed by the state in the Richard Allen case to exclude the very evidence that they used to find the guy and try to arrest somebody. And now they don't want the jury to see it because the pictures don't look like the defendant. Oh, actually, I'm going to rewind it to where he pulls up the tweet of the difference. I'll pull this up on the screen, actually. So these are the composite sketches. And I think he shows Richard Allen's picture in a second. So these are the composite sketches in this investigation. And I'm breaking it. And this is Richard Allen. Obviously in a mugshot picture.
I mean, and we back out. Here you go. Is that Richard Allen you're seeing?
So, and I think you could let the jury decide what they think, but I think it's very interesting that the state was fine using the sketches when they were looking for somebody, but doesn't want to bring it into the trial because the witness doesn't seem to think that this is the same person. So again, that is potentially criminal there. Great commentary, actual practicing attorney. And I don't know how he actually finds the time to recap so many different things on a weekly basis. He does several streams a week and also has a ton of work because he has clients. So shout out to him for somehow being able to do what he does. Yeah, like maybe this, and that's what I mean. Like maybe the second sketch, like let the jury decide. Why do you want to exclude this? Why do you want to exclude this? Just let the jury decide. So yeah, it is an issue that the two drawings look nothing alike. Well, and they are making the hearsay argument. I think that's also why, you know, in that case, you would just call the witness, and they don't want to call the witness. The state doesn't want to call the witness. And that's all I think. Like, I don't see why the jury can't. The way you guys are talking about it in here, let's see. Yeah, like he looked at the pic on the right a little when he was first arrested. Like, why can't they just show that in front of the jury, make the argument? So I always like to see what prosecutors want to exclude from being admissible at a trial. Oh, there's a head moving here at the bottom of the screen. I don't know if we're gonna get some action here. Yeah, Trey Keisha, when Paige said that Doug was loud, like what? Love yells. And, you know, maybe a little benefit of the doubt there. Maybe that was like an utterance from the judge being shocked that Doug was loud, right? Maybe you just get used to Love being loud because Love's always loud. You get jaded to it. I know we think it's annoying, but we also call her out when she starts to whisper. I think the judge was taken aback to see Doug act like that, but then she really sanctioned the state hard. So my takeaway there is she was just shocked that it was Doug of all people. But at the same time, I wish she would tell Love, like, why are you yelling? Even if she needs to say that every day. If Love needs a reminder once a day to stop yelling, I'd be fine with that. Do it. Give the reminder. Give the reminder. Oh, man. And then Stephen Holloway says, not a rap music fan, but reevaluating Free Thug. And well, I think a really interesting part of this case is the use of the lyrics, the intended use of the lyrics, and how with Detective Dennis, and I think this is a big part of why they are fighting, almost begging the judge to just let Dennis come back on the stand, is they want to give their interpretation and only their interpretation of what they think all of these song lyrics mean. Even ones that talk about things more generally, like slimes. So this case to me became extremely interesting because of, and I don't know if you got to catch the testimony yesterday, but Dennis tried to say we don't chase the music, we chase the crime. And I wholeheartedly disagree. I think objectively, they, at least in part, for a portion of these crimes, have chased the music. They hear something in a lyric and they retrofit it to something else. Or they hear something in a lyric, or they see a lyric quoted in a social media post, and then they start looking backwards. So I don't know why Detective Dennis would get up there and volunteer, we don't chase music, we chase the crime. Seems a little bit like you're trying to distance yourself from what you actually know that you do. So that made this trial really interesting to me. And it is very interesting to hear from people, I guess like you, Stephen, you know, reevaluating what's going on as this is moving forward. Because you hear like big, scary gang trial, you're like, oh God, get them. And then you watch what's actually going on and you're like, well, hold on a minute. I don't really know if that proves what they say it does. And then it just keeps happening day in and day out. More questions raised. So thank you there for the 2, Stephen. Squirrel Brain. Squirrel Brain says, hi, chat. Heard Detective Dennis got caught down bad, so I'm back to lend lawyer love a hand with my expertise as a gang expert. See, that's what I mean. Just call Squirrel Brain back. The evidence can still come in one way or another. And Gaither was the lead. Gaither was the lead. So, shout out to Squirrel Brain. I always get a great kick seeing Squirrel Brain comment, especially with the picture. Love to see you, Squirrel Brain. Love the comment here. Day 2476, the DA starts summing up. Oh my gosh. This name. Thank you so much for the super. But holy moly, your name is hilarious. Oh my gosh. The potential accuracy of this is a bit frightening. Oh my goodness. Shout out to day 2476. The DA starts summing up. Yeah, that says, sad that after this trial, no more Max, Dougie, and Steele. They'll have other cases. You'll be able to see them. And don't forget, Steele you can catch every so often in Supreme Court oral arguments. He has one coming up in, it's Blaylock's case in November 5th. And then the Steele appeal, which won't be him arguing, that's the 22nd. That's next week, I think. Let me double check that while we're here. I feel like I need to keep checking this to make sure we haven't come back. I'm going to give us a little bit more background noise, so that way I can tell that it's still live. So let's see. Party name as Steele. Oh, December 10th. Why did I think October? Well, okay, so scratch that. Strike that from the record. The Brian Steele appeal is scheduled for the 10th of December. So there's that. And then the Blaylock was November 5th. That I checked yesterday, so hopefully that hasn't changed. Yeah, okay. So there you go. And also, if you guys like watching Supreme Court oral arguments, Ashley Merchant represented Jennifer Rosenbaum, one of the foster parents with the chicken choking story. She represented her on appeal. That appeal was affirmed yesterday. So Ashley lost that argument, but the oral arguments are in here. I think it was argued back in April at some point. So if you want to check out the arguments that she made about ineffective assistance of counsel and conflict by her attorney, because one attorney represented both co-defendants, I think that was in April. One of these days. Like, you can go back through these and yeah, okay, so April 18th. And that's a bit of a triggering story, you guys, right? Because it involves the death of a child. So just a warning there. But if you want to watch the oral arguments, here's a link to this page with the 3 oral arguments that took place that day. Ashley was here for this Rosenbaum v. State. So if you guys want some extra content, legal content, to check out, there's a good one there. And I think good arguments there and good arguments also from the opposition on that appeal. Yeah, that was a pause moment, but that was really the story. That was really the story. My bad, but that was really the story. Oh, and Harvey's in federal court. All right, so. Yeah, I do blink my eyes a lot. I don't know if this was about me, but it definitely applies. I'm like, what are we doing? Shout out to Army Nurse. Army Nurse says, good morning, Cat, chat with the capital C, and the mods with the capital M. Oops, overslept and didn't hear the notification. It's okay, you can get completely caught up if you just, at the beginning, you hear a little bit of stuff from court, and then we read the state's motion to please reconsider Detective Dennis being caught down bad. And then skip. They've just been in recess because there's a conflict of a stand-in counsel for one of the defendants, so. But Army Nurse says, here I am, all caught up. Oh, you're caught up. Perfect. Already there is mendacity in the air. Today should be juicy. Let's do this. I do hope they can resolve this conflict and find stand-in for Nichols. Because I want to watch what happens today. I want to hear those motions arguments. And the poor jury has been chilling out for like an hour now. And then Kevin Kirksey, thank you so much, Army Nurse. I gave Army Nurse an update she didn't need. But Kevin Kirksey here, hope you heard that. What did I miss? Just got in. So perfect. We have a little bit of, I don't know, we might be participating in some gang information exchanging activity here. Coordinating together there. So thank you so much, Kevin, for the 2. Thank you for popping in and glad you're here with us. Riptide G became a member. Thank you so much. Stephen.T.Satchell, 1 word for having time. Yeah, paralegals. Shout out to the the underappreciated paralegals. And I'm not saying that the attorneys themselves don't appreciate their paralegals, but it's something that we might not shout out enough here. So, shout out to the hardworking, dedicated, like, probably tiresome, workloaded paralegals out there. And then Chad Diggy, thank you for becoming a member. Miss Trial, great name, says, hey Kat, I've been a certified lurker for a few months now. Just saying hi. Well, hi back. Love your name. Love your name. Maybe if we say it 3 times, something will happen in court. Oh, hold on, reform convict, we love you. It's alright if your joke game is off. It happens to the best of us. And we had a bit of a rough day. Yes, I think some of that content was crazy. I know you guys are like gonna come at me for it. I tried to rewatch with Nick Starro yesterday and piece together the body cam and the police officers retelling their stories yesterday. I couldn't find a matchup for their version of events and their retelling compared to what the video showed. I couldn't do it. And Nick really seemed confused too, so that felt a bit validating. But that was a bit difficult to watch. I mean, that man, and yeah, I don't think his testimony was truthful. I don't know how he was trying to remember something that was presumably traumatic for him, but he did get shot. And that was a bit of a rough time yesterday trying to sort all of that out. But you guys in the chat were great once I think a lot of you guys didn't realize he was actually shot. He was a victim. But nevertheless, you guys are very creative with your jokes. And you guys were very kind and humbled it down once we realized. And yeah, it was very confusing. And, well, this is scaring me. You don't know Trek says, so what is going on? Was one of the lawyers disqualified? Let me double check. I don't think so. I think we just have Harvey's either sick or in federal court for something. He has something else that he can't be present for. And it seems like Miss Westmoreland must also have a conflict because she's been there, but today she's not. So at the beginning, Siri Shada Jimenez was standing in, but he's a conflict because he's represented one of the other co-defendants previously. So that's the problem, right? Such limited, you have all these co-defendants, limited pool of available attorneys. And now it's putting a damper on things because we can't proceed with today's court without having counsel for the defendants. So, and that's Nichols, Quamarvius Nichols. All right, so in an update from Tina, they found another attorney to stand in for Harvey, waiting for them to show up now. So they just got to pull on up to the courtroom. So it sounds like we will have court today. Good news, everyone. And thank you again here for a great question. And because you asked this question, I got to see Tina's message over on X. So shout out to Tina and shout out to You Don't Know Trek. The Adventures of Chloe and Daisy. We need a video compilation of mistrial requests. Now, Paralegal Institute of Washington has started to do that. And he's doing it more like a series where you can watch. Where's his channel link? Why isn't it coming up? Oh, I typed it wrong. But there you go. And I'm shortening it to PI to type it quick in the chat. But if you go back through in his lives and his videos, because he started doing some of them as videos and then kicked off doing them as live streams instead, you'll see a combination of like videos. Mistrial Madness is what he's calling the episodes. So check those out, going back and rewatching all of the times mistrials were called for in this trial. There's no shortage of them. So big shout out to Adventures for Chloe and Daisy. That is out there, and I am giving a vouch there to Paralegal Institute of Washington. And then let me close Paralegal. I've got Paralegal's channel open, and I think it's making StreamYard and YouTube not play nicely together. Yep. Shalia Green, thank you so much. Sylvia said Nichols' attorney is a conflict, finding him a stand-in. And it seems like we might have gotten a stand. I don't know who the stand-in is quite yet, but we'll see when the camera pans or they announce their name. And I don't know. If the attorney is like nearby, if the attorney had something else to do this morning, I mean, they might be in pretty quickly. So that would be nice. And I noticed it yesterday. I think it was SteffJK that pointed out. I never realized it before, but the law and crime timer down here is Pacific time. So it makes it seem like it's 7:08 in the courtroom, 7:08 a.m., but it's really 10. Touche asking the question that I don't know. And can you imagine the mess of coming up with a instruction if they do allow Dennis to come back? Maybe they'll just be like, hey, don't think anything of it. And that will be the whole instruction. I don't know. But Touche says, morning, how can they unswear and then re-swear a witness? He's likely talked to the state by now. That doesn't really seem to be a problem before. It also doesn't seem like it's an issue to this judge that witnesses that have been under subpoena have heard or followed this trial. So, I don't know. It might be something that if it gets to this, they'll just give a goofy kind of, haha, don't think anything of it. I don't know, which seems ridiculous to me. I'm not saying it's anything but ridiculous, but small part of my mind over here can picture that being the outcome. So hopefully that's not, because I think it would be ridiculous. But you're right. How do they unswear and re-swear a witness and ask the jury to forget that they were told to forget a whole day of his testimony, and then he just comes back up there? Just a whole mess. Thank you, Touche. Riptide G says, look, I'm becoming a member today. Thank you for joining up and becoming green. The Adventures of Chloe and Daisy says the state's mistakes are cumulative equals mistrial. Like, how much is enough? I mean, we're in the high 40s for motions for mistrial. Like, that kind of speaks volumes. So, Lottie B says, hey everyone, just got home. Did I miss anything? The state is begging the court to reconsider striking of Dennis's testimony from yesterday and from barring him from returning to the stand. And then the other issue too, and I know this is a smaller issue of confusion, but they're going to move on today, right? They're fixing the separate issue of having stand-in counsel present for Nichols. They're going to do their motions and limine arguments. They're going to have some witnesses testify today. And if Whitaker decides on Monday to reverse the ruling and let Dennis come back, well, he was in the middle of direct. So are you going to call him back and let him continue direct so he could be cross-examined on that stuff? Because if you're going to unstrike him and bring him back for a brand new day starting from scratch, I think that's a problem. And I think the defense attorneys might say, we did that with Copeland at a certain stop point, but here we don't really think it's best for us to stick with what's been stricken. We want to be able to, if he's going to come back, we want to be able to cross about what he's already talked about. So I think we open a whole new box. It's like the whack-a-mole. You hit one problem on the head, another one pops up. You can't keep them all down. So I don't know. So you did miss that, but that's a short summary of it. And the Steele was ready to argue orally, but Whitaker really wants the case law in writing. So we'll see how that goes. Monday morning, maybe we'll be able to read it sometime before Monday starts. So we'll see. Good to see you, Lottie B. Peppermint says, they only talk about lyrics in rap music. Have you ever seen a country music or artist on trial? So, technically there's like one music artist someone mentioned, and I looked it up, and someone wrote a song about exactly what they did. I think it was like they killed someone or something. I don't know. They wrote a song about exactly what they did. And that was like the one instance of it, but extremely specific and detailed. So there is some example somewhere. It was like a couple decades ago. I don't remember the name. Maybe the chat can assist. And I don't know what genre it was. It was like maybe rock, maybe country. But other than that, right? Cool, we have one example. But other than that, it seems like we have a bunch of detectives that, even though they read magazines, they don't really have an understanding of the translation or the use of language within a genre of music. Because they can't understand it, they can only interpret it in a linear fashion in a way that they think is extremely inculpatory and nefarious and big, bad, and scary. So, shout out to Detective Dennis for thinking that reading a magazine makes him an expert on what people mean when they say things in a song. Words on beats, in the words of Judge Whitaker. Peppermint, always here, great food for thought. Always love to talk about the concept of music in trials. I just got the book, Rap on Trial. Haven't gotten to read it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. And I think in that book, they'll kind of dive into this more. So maybe I'll have a little bit more to describe as a lack of example in the future. And we have movement in the court.
All right, so for this morning's representation of, I'm on? Of Mr. Nichols, we have Ms. Foster and Ms. Anderson. Thank you. All right, and somebody said there was something they wanted to put on the record before we started.
Yes, Your Honor. So, in one of, and it's not being published today, but I had very fruitful conversations with Mr. Atkins and Mr. Abate. There is, in one of my clients' phone calls, there is a comment where he says, I just went to court and they let everything out. F him, in the context, it's D, Woody, and the other D. In that context, he just came back from a prelim. So to someone that's not a lawyer that practices in Fulton County, you would get the impression that Woody and D and the other D let everything out in court, when I think it's pretty clear he's referring to the detectives the detective that testified at the prelim.
Okay.
So we're going to work on a stipulation that lets the jury know that a detective testified at a prelim on that date to add context to that statement, if it makes sense. Because otherwise, I would have a 403 misleading objection.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we get the jury in? All right. Let's get the jury in, and y'all can go ahead and be having your next witness make their way in.
And Rod, don't forget, they've already had some of the songs and lyrics introduced and talked about through other witnesses and other testimony. So, and I'm sure there's other witnesses that will talk about it again. So that's why I think it's a ridiculous argument that the state's motion to reconsider Detective Dennis, they're not making the argument of what exactly only he can bring in. They need to make a showing that this would actually prevent them from presenting specific evidence. And they're just kind of making a broad argument without addressing that point. So that doesn't mean music and lyrics are out entirely just because of Dennis. But the state is kind of implying that that's the case. So great question there, Rod. Squirrel Brain, thank you for dropping the slime in the chat. Paul Hess gifting 10. That's awesome. Drop a W in the chat for Paul. Big win there. We'll get Paul in the banner.
All right, thank you very much. Everybody can be seated, and I see we have Mr. Sprinkle back on the stand. Mr. Sprinkle, I'll
Oh,
just
boy.
remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you. Can you tell the jurors, I know you have previously testified, and I know you spoke briefly about the fact that you had reviewed.
Excuse me, Mr. Abadi, I'm sorry. Could you use the mic?
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
And if you want to move around, that's fine. There's a lapel mic somewhere if you'd prefer to use that, or you can hold one of those mics.
I hate the sound of my own voice, so the lapel mic really bothers me.
Okay.
So, Mr. Sprinkle, so you talked a little bit about the fact last time that you had, I guess, reviewed and gone through some jail calls as it related to the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, so I want to kind of start there and follow up a little bit about how you do that and what system you use.
Okay.
So could you tell me a little bit about the system that you utilize or are able to use in order to preview or listen to jail calls?
Well, in this case, the system would have been Securus. Securus is a private corporation based out of Dallas, Texas. At the time, at the time that's relevant here, they maintained the phones and the tablets that were issued to inmates, with which the inmates were able to place phone calls. And now it's another company, but that's not relevant for our purposes. At the time, the short answer to your question is it was Securus was the system.
Okay, and were you trained in using the secure system, and is it something that you use regularly as a part of your job roles and responsibilities?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when a call is made from the jail, is that call, or is every call that's not to a privileged or is not a privileged conversation recorded?
Yes, it's an automated system, or it was, and well, it still is, but it's computers essentially automatically record the phone calls, their voice over IP phone calls. So barring some sort of malfunction in the system, of which I've not seen with the secure call platform, all calls are automatically recorded. There's no human input needed to ensure the call is recorded. It's a computer program.
And can you tell the jurors when a call, I guess when an inmate at the Fulton County Jail is making a phone call, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the recording that plays before the call is connected?
Well, over time, the recording has changed a little bit, but one thing that is consistent is that the recording, it's an automated recording, and both parties to the conversation are advised that the conversation is may be monitored, and it will definitely be recorded.
And can you tell the jurors, are, I guess, each call, I guess, made by an inmate, are they stored then after the call is completed?
They're digital recordings. They're stored on a server.
And is that by the company that you've referred to as Securus, at least back in 2015 and 17 and 18?
Yeah, it's a server that Securus either owns or leases, some sort of server that was for Securus's use.
And based on your training, knowledge, and experience with Securus, are those calls then stored in the regular course of business?
They are.
And can you tell the jurors how members of the district attorney's office or law enforcement have access to the recorded jail calls by different inmates?
It's a website, commandcenter.securustech.net to be exact. And I have a login and password. It's a derivative of my first name and my first initial and last name. And on logging in, there's a array of things from which I can choose, and one of them is just a search form where I input various values like phone number, date range, inmate name, inmate account number, et cetera. And based on those values that I enter into the search form, I can look for the jail calls that, look for certain jail calls that meet those criteria.
Okay, and the login that you just described, is that unique to just you as the user?
Yes.
And when you are, in order to log in with your login, you have to, I guess, use a password?
I do.
And once you are able to log into the secure system, can you tell the jurors, I know you referenced searching for calls, and we'll get to there in a second, but if there's a call that you listen to and is of interest to you, are you able to then download that call?
Yes, I may.
And can you tell the jurors how, I guess, you are able to download calls that you intercept or that you listen to that are of interest to whatever you're working or investigating?
There's a variety of ways, but as I testified previously, they're just digital calls. They're either in MP3 format or WAV format, and I just ask the web-based software or the web-based platform to essentially compile the calls that I've selected for me, and I select a button to download them. And generally, there's multiple ways to do it, but the most common that I utilized with Securus was I would designate the calls I desire to download, essentially hit download, and then I'd get an email and that with a link that I would then download the calls and in what was an ISO format, which is essentially a zip file. And that would be how I would preserve the calls and place them in the case file.
And can you tell the jurors with the ISO format that you just described, can that format be altered or I guess changed in any way by you?
Well, no, not the ISO that I download from Securus. I'm not sure. There probably would be a way that somebody, if they wanted to be nefarious, would be able to unpack the contents of the ISO and then repack them. But I mean, I didn't do that in this case.
Okay. And can you explain a little bit to the jurors how an inmate who is in the Fulton County Jail is able to utilize the secure system and make jail phone calls?
They enter in their account number followed by a PIN, and then they put the phone number, and I'm not sure if it's in this exact order, but they, in order to place the call, they enter in their account number, then a PIN, unless they're in the booking area or the lobby area. And that's essentially it. They enter in some numeric credentials.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about searching for calls. Can you explain to the jurors the different ways in which you search for calls that you're looking that it could be relevant to your investigation?
Sure. I search either by phone numbers, if there's phone numbers that I desire to find calls on, and oftentimes I'll do that if if I think that there's multiple people that are calling a certain number, I think that there's a certain phone number that a certain inmate may be utilizing another person's credentials to call. Then I'll search by phone number only. I can also search by the inmate's account. So all calls placed from the inmate's account. And those are the two primary ways. There's also ways that you can search on all calls from a certain area of the jail. Like if I wanted to pull all calls from the booking area during a certain date and time, I could do that as well. But for the most part, on doing searches, and I guess I'll speak in the past tense since Securus is no longer the system that is utilized by the Fulton County Jail, I would just run phone searches by either the inmate's account or phone number.
Okay. And if you'll do us a favor, I think Madam Court Reporter's fingers are going to break, so could you just slow down just a little bit when you're talking?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sprinkle.
Now, can you tell, I know you explained to the jurors when you testified previously about a number that you located after you reviewed some call detail records. It was a number that you found in common with all those records. Do you remember talking about that?
I did.
Okay, and do you remember telling the jurors that the number through your investigation and through... I'm just trying to
I'm
set...
going to give him a little leeway on that.
Do you remember that you testified that through your investigation and after receiving the call detail records, that phone number belonged to Mr. Bradford?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors how you utilized that phone number that you found in common as it relates to the jail calls and the jail phone call system?
Well, so as I started to review the case, I found that the phone number 404-957-8008 could be found as a contacted number or a number that was contacted. It appeared in the phone logs of the records for Darius Zachary, Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Kelvin Treadwell during the relevant time frame that I was looking at. And so on seeing that, common sense dictates this is whoever has this number, somebody that those four people know, or those handsets that contacted that number were nevertheless in the hands of somebody that knew that person. It was a number of interests, basically. So I ran 404-957-8008 through the Fulton County Jail call system to find any calls that were placed by anyone at the Fulton County Jail, anybody who was incarcerated at the Fulton
And when you
County.
did that, did you locate any calls that were relevant or of interest to your work on this case involving the death of Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the PIN that you located as it relates to these calls, who was the inmate in which the PIN was assigned to?
Are you asking me which inmate placed the calls?
Yes, which PIN number, yes, which inmate who is, I guess, attached to the PIN placed the calls?
It was Martinez Arnold.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how many calls did you download any calls as it relates to inmate Martinez Arnold's PIN number?
Yes.
And how many?
I don't recall how many.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were there any, I guess, how many specific calls did you listen to and that you determined were relevant as it relates to your investigation?
There to 404-957-8008?
Yes.
Well, there were two that were particularly relevant, two that were particularly relevant, and then there was a third that was also relevant, but there were two that particularly piqued my interest.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the two calls that you located that were relevant to what you were investigating, what dates were those calls placed?
January 10th, 2015.
And what times, or what time were both of those calls placed?
They're within an hour following the homicide.
Okay, and after finding those calls and listening to those calls, did you download them as you described earlier here before the jury?
I did.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, as you continue to investigate this case, did you search, I guess, for any other calls related to Mr. Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, were you able to locate calls in which Mr. Jackson's PIN number was being used to place calls?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how many calls, if you can recall, did you listen to and download as it relates to your investigation?
Well, as far as the number of calls I downloaded, it was over 700. As far as the number of calls I listened to, that I don't recall. I don't.
Probably
I don't
close to
remember.
And can
700.
you tell the jurors, when you download a large number of calls, like you just described, 700, explain to the jurors how you kind of narrow your search as it relates to such a large number of phone calls?
Well, there's a number of things that I do. For one thing that I do is I try to anticipate when someone may say something that would be relevant to me. If it's the call was placed at around the time of an event that would yield a relevant topic, such as, for example, calls made right after the arrest in the booking area, calls made right after a hearing where the case was discussed necessarily, that I would anticipate that perhaps the inmate would just like to discuss what happened that day with whomever they called. I also look for calls to numbers that aren't contacted very often, thinking that perhaps that indicates there's been some sort of, that this is, if it's somebody that's not called very often, then the discussion may not be as mundane as it would be with someone that they speak to 5 times a day. And that's pretty much it.
And you, when you talk about hearings or things of that nature, is a prelim, for example, a type of hearing that you would use as a date for potential calls of interest?
Yes.
Okay, and is that something that you utilized in this case as it relates to phone calls that Mr. Jackson made?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, very briefly, at a prelim, is that a type of hearing in which the detective, typically the lead detective, is the only person who testifies about the facts and circumstances of the case during that hearing?
Generally, yes. It's hearsay is permitted, so generally that's the only witness that would testify at a preliminary hearing, rather.
In your experience, as it relates to phone calls that you pull after the date of a prelim, is it common for you to find calls in which the inmate is describing what happened during the prelim and the facts and the circumstances that the detective may have testified about?
Yes, it's very.
And is that something that occurred here, in this case, as it relates to Mr. Jackson, after you pulled calls on November 19th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specifically, did you also pull calls that relates to Mr. Kendrick?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you utilize the same procedures you kind of just described to the jury when talking about the calls that you pulled and reviewed for Mr. Jackson?
I did.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit. This 590Y. Yes.
Yeah, and Silent, I don't know why they're allowed to change who is examining Sprinkle. Maybe because it's like a fresh call to the stand. That's like kind of a weird thing that they've been willing to do with this trial.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And Mr. Sprinkle, do you recognize State's Exhibit 590Y?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize 590Y?
Well, it's my handwriting on the disc. I created yesterday. It's a selection of jail calls that I downloaded and listened to.
You made a greatest hits.
I put them on this disc so that they would be in tangible form for purposes of creating an exhibit.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, the jail calls that you've described that are on that disc, are those the jail calls that you have talked about today as it relates to Mr. Arnold, Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes,
And you said you created the disc?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, are the calls a fair and accurate depiction of the phone calls you listened to that you've described before this jury here today?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 590Y into evidence.
Your Honor, just reasserting the prior objections that were made, I guess, a week or two
Understood.
ago. Thank you.
Those are admitted. Any objections are preserved.
Guys in the chat, name Sprinkle's greatest hit CD.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Just for the
Cass
court's
is kicking it
edification
off
of
with
counsel
music to prosecute
and
to.
the jury. I'm not going to play all of the calls today, just a very small selection.
Okay.
And while Mr. Atkins is pulling that up, for the record, for counsel, the court, and for the jury, this is a call that took place on November 19th, of 2015, as it relates to Mr. Shannon Jackson.
Securus, you may start the conversation now.
Hello. When I was crying, the tears was on the screen. It kept pressing phone, so I hung up by itself. I answered the phone, but it kept pressing phone. Yeah, I'm just wrote me, said D said, what's your number?
Man, fuck D, bro. Fuck them nigga, bro. Oh, just like that, bro. Fuck you. Straight up, huh? All that fake friend shit. So fuck these folks. Wish I get on tour. Fuck all that pussy ass nigga. I wish I get on tour. So all these fuck niggas. Fuck all y'all rat ass niggas, man. Fuck that nigga, man.
I didn't baby D on the phone. He said, what happened to the SG in court because they just missed Mounk Tounk charges. They didn't even take on the court.
That fuck nigga, you know what's going on. Pussy ass nigga.
Said it like that.
You fuck.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Okay. I said, fuck D. He know what he talking to the test.
That's all niggas got, bro.
I just said, she just read it.
You guys are hilarious in the chat.
You text me over your number?
Huh?
I don't got your number.
Y'all didn't have my number when you said, What you say? Some old shit now. Wait, what happened to baby?
That fuck nigga rat, they just went till I had went to court and they just let everything out. Tell that fuck nigga rat, him and Woo, they know what it is. I don't keep going with folks. That fuck nigga know what's going on. Bitch, you in love with a rat hoe. Everything that came out, people. The shit they bring up, bro, that shit was just weak as fuck, bro. I'm talking like, eating their ass up.
Man, do not leave her in here. This is not the time right now. Everybody get out. Everybody get out. Mom, can you get out too? Shut though. I don't know, call the phone. Young said, see, that's why I don't pick up my damn phone. People keep telling me that, tell Shane to keep your head up. He a real one, for real.
That's all you hear. Oh, you're real. Man, that shit don't do nothing for a nigga. That shit don't make a nigga feel good. That shit don't do nothing for a nigga.
I really get out this house.
I don't hear that. Talking about a do-what name, nut name, yet name. So-called yet, yeah.
Yeah, get that shit on me, so.
Yeah. I said, yeah, nut, do-what. Oh, man. My head hurt, man.
I'm going to stop it there for the record. There's 41 seconds left in the call from November 19th, 2015. Now, Mr. Sprinkle, are there 9 calls as it relates to Mr. Jackson on State's Exhibit 590Y?
Yeah, 9, that sounds about right.
And as it relates to Mr. Arnold, are there 4 calls that were pulled that you downloaded on State's Exhibit 590Y?
That sounds right, yeah.
And then as it relates to Mr. Kendrick, as we spoke earlier, are there 3 calls on 590Y as it relates to him?
Yeah, I think so. I think that all those numbers sound correct.
And when you, I guess, are listening to the phone calls from your computer, is the sound system a little better than what we have here in the great courtroom here in Fulton County?
Yes, so sometimes with jail calls, they've split the inmate side of the call. I don't know if that's what was happening here, but generally that's what happens. They split the inmate side of the call in one, like the right channel or the left channel, whichever one, and then the called party side and the other channel, so they're in stereo. And for whatever reason, the inmate channel is sometimes a lot lower than the called party channel. It sounds like that may have been what was happening just then, because I too was having difficulty hearing him.
And for the court, for counsel, and for the jury, the state's going to play the rest of the calls at a different time when we can utilize a better sound system that I'll bring
Okay,
in.
yeah, because
We were all struggling, I
I'm
think.
not sure anybody heard anything.
Now, Mr. Sprigg, I just want to ask you a couple questions about that call.
Please don't make us do it
As it
again.
relates to your investigation, was someone with the nickname Little Woody, someone you investigated and was a part of this case?
Yes.
And did you hear his name during that call?
Yes.
And did you also hear Mr. Jackson reference doo-wop, nard, and yak?
I did. I heard that part, yeah.
And were those individuals that you also, through your investigation, I guess, were familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors the nickname Little Woody, who do you know that nickname to belong to?
Kenneth Copeland.
Okay. And when you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department, were there a number of recorded statements or interviews inside of the file?
There was.
And when you received it, and as you continued to work on the case, did you review those statements?
I did.
And did you receive a statement as it relates to Kenneth Copeland from June 10th of 2015?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you review it in its full?
I did.
Okay. Now, during that statement, does Mr. Copeland provide his phone number as well as the phone number for his girlfriend?
I believe so, yes.
And can you tell the jurors what is Mr. Copeland's girlfriend's name?
Deshawn Quarterman.
Okay. And after receiving through the interview as well as other means through your investigation, did you request the phone records and receive them for Kenneth Copeland?
Well, by request, I didn't order his phone records. Someone with the Atlanta Police Department did, but I did review them.
Okay. And is it something that you reviewed as a part of this case?
Yes.
And this was previously admitted into evidence at State's Exhibit 533YA. See that?
There was a tiny squeak.
All right.
Yes.
We got one squeak.
Now, can you tell the jury what was the phone number in the records that were related to the handset that was associated with Kenneth Copeland?
What was Kenneth Copeland's phone number?
Correct.
678-278-5991.
Okay. And after listening to the June 10th of 2015 statement with Mr. Copeland,
Hang on just a second. I know that stand isn't great, but I think the jurors in the back row are having a hard time seeing that.
Mr. Sprinkle, while Mr. Atkins is putting up the board, can you tell the jurors, did you review Mr. Copeland's phone records in light of the statement from June 10th of 2015 that
Guys, so just for context here, I get that we heard Sprinkle give like the longest answers in the world to some of the questions earlier, and that really could have been condensed down. But this is not cumulative. This is, yes, we've seen this board before, But when we had Agent Bernie on the stand, he was just telling us how the numbers were mapped out, where they were located. He was doing a certain thing to show us the locations, the presumed locations of these devices on a given date at a certain point in time. Now, Sprinkle's here to testify about how these numbers and what may have been said during certain calls match where those phones may have been at certain times. So this demonstrative is going to help keep track for the jury when we're talking about a certain number or a user. But Sprinkle's going to tell us the context of what people were discussing around the time of the Donovan Thomas murder, which is something Agent Bernie could not testify to. So I know it sounds similar, but it's not cumulative. Promise you it's not cumulative. Although I'm sure he'll give us very long answers.
That you listened to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, when did, I guess, activity on Mr. Copeland's phone or through his phone records, when did it begin in the early evening of June 10th of 2015?
Well, I guess it would depend on what you define as early evening. For me, I started inspecting the records as at 6:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, was that an incoming or outgoing call?
His girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman, called him at 6:20.
Okay, and did Mr. Copeland?
Simply, who called? I understand the handset.
Sustained.
Okay, did the handset of Mr. Copeland's girlfriend call the handset related or associated with Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And did Mr. Copeland's telephone, the number that was associated with him, did he answer?
He did not at 6:20 p.m.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors when was the next, I guess, incoming or outgoing call that Mr. Copeland made and was connected or answered?
Well, his brother called him at 6:27 p.m.
Objection.
Did the handset related to Mr. Copeland's brother call the handset related to Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Copeland's handset or telephone that's associated with him, did he pick up?
Well, it appears that he did. It was a 24-second conversation.
Okay. And do you recall during the interview that Mr. Copeland did on June 10th of 2015, what he described as it related to his activity in the early evening?
He said that he was at his house at 178 Maury Avenue. He'd been taking a midday nap at the time.
Okay. And did he indicate during that interview that when he, I guess, woke up, he called the handset that was associated with his girlfriend, Miss Quarterman?
He did.
And is that consistent with what the cell phone records, the call logs for the handset, Mr. Copeland, that you reviewed?
Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I believe this is cumulative to the information elicited from Mr. Bernie by Mr. Atkins last week. The cell records, the calls, the timing of the calls.
Why are they over here?
My response would be Mr. Bernie, or Agent Bernie, as he testified, he didn't review any sort of statements, so he was not in a position
to the statements.
Talk about the consistency of the statement as it relates to the records, which was the necessity. The whole reason we needed to call Mr. Sprinkle back was due to that unfortunate scheduling issue.
All right, I'm going to.
And Your Honor, I believe those would be juror issues. I don't believe it's Mr. Sprinkle's in place to determine what is consistent and what's not.
Well, I'd also say this goes to Mr. Copeland was impeached on multiple occasions by multiple parties before this court and this jury, and this is a prior consistent statements and activity as it relates to his impeachment.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can answer the question. Let me ask it again.
Yes.
What Mr. Copeland, I guess, described during his interview as it relates to waking up and his phone activity to the detectives on June 10th of 2015. Is that consistent with the activity that you reviewed and you've described here today as it relates to the handset of Mr. Copeland and his call log detail records?
Well, he called the handset associated with Deshaun Quarterman at 6:58 p.m., so that was consistent with him talking about what he did after his midday nap.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, did you also, as a part of your investigation, plot different calls as it related to the call detail records that you received with Mr. Copeland?
I did.
Okay, if you also had an opportunity to review similar, I guess, plotting of Special Agent Bernie?
I did.
Okay. Now, during the interview that day on June 10th of 2015, do you recall where Mr. Copeland described, I guess, he went next as it relates to his activities that night?
He went to the Green Store, which is, I believe, at 322 Glen Street. That's what he said, yeah.
And in your review of Mr. Copeland's records, can you tell the jurors, were his records consistent with him going to the Green Store shortly after he called the handset related to or associated with Ms. Quarterman?
Your Honor, I think that this is out of Mr. Sprinkle's expertise, and these are questions for Agent Bernie, which have been asked.
Okay, so if that may be true, if I'm understanding what it is that Mr. Sprinkle's testifying to.
I can lay a foundation.
Okay.
Mr. Sprinkle, do you utilize or do you review call detail records on a regular basis as a part of your job responsibilities and duties with the District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how often do you do that?
Multiple times a week. I don't want to go so far as to say every day. I'm sure there's days that I haven't, but it's thousands upon thousands of times, thousands of sets of phone record, at least over 1,500 sets of phone records, and that's a conservative estimate. So yeah, I look at phone records all the time and have been doing so since 2012.
And in the phone records, or in many of the phone records or the call detail records that you receive, do they have longitude, latitude, or cell site location data related to the different phone calls within the call detail records?
Yes, depending on the type of phone logs, call detail records that I have or that they are, yes, they will sometimes have cell site location information.
And can you tell the jurors, as a part of your job responsibilities and duties with the District Attorney's Office, how often do you map or plot different calls as it relates to the cell site location data contained within the call detail records?
All the time.
Just to clarify again, I could probably write it better in words. We haven't had testimony that pairs the times of the calls with the substance of what Woody was saying in the 2015 interviews. We've heard these things separately, but we've never had testimony that links them both together. So that's what they're doing here. That's why it's not actually cumulative, although they are taking forever to get there, right? But the reason they're doing this is because it's the state's hope that if Woody told us something in this 2015 interview with the police, oh, hey, I called my brother that night and he picked up, we talked real quick. Oh, well, he said we go over to the call log and he actually did do those things. But then again, what does that really mean, even if there is a match? You sprinkle a little bit of truth in with the lie. But this is really what the state's trying to do, is show that Woody wasn't lying in 2015. Because their case fell apart when he testified in person.
Another objection on foundation for this part of the testimony as it relates to mapping. Foundations for establishing those out there.
As it relates to what, I really need y'all to use the mics. All right, so.
I'm laying the foundation.
Okay, he's in the midst of it.
Trying.
So how often do you plot and map different call detail records, cell site location data?
Very, very often. Maybe not on every single case, but on many, many, many cases. How often? I would say at least once a week. Again, that's a very, very conservative estimate, but most cases have cell phone records, and I will generally, if there are cell phone records, want to look at those to make sure that the data is what we believe it to be.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors a little bit about your experience in the sense of how many years have you been utilizing cell site location information to map or plot different sets of phone records and specific phone calls within different sets of records?
Since 2012.
Okay, so roughly how many years? We're looking at what, over 10?
Yes.
And within those 10 years, can you tell the jurors how many sets of phone records do you believe that you have mapped or plotted cell site location information related to call detail records?
That would be hundreds. I don't keep a tally, but the number of cases that I deal with a year since that time, it would just be in the hundreds. A lot of cases.
Okay, and in the cases that you have done what you just described, do you often work in tandem or in conjunction with different members of law enforcement, such as the Atlanta Police Department or other agencies within Fulton County?
Yes.
Okay, and have there been times that you also have worked with members of the FBI or different task forces as it relates to mapping and plotting call detail records?
Maybe like consulted with. Work would imply that I was like part of the team, or with respect to the FBI, that is. No, I mean, I've consulted with them.
Okay, so as it relates to this case, did you utilize cell site location information to map different calls for Kenneth Copeland after you listened to his recorded statement on June 10th of 2015?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to the mapping or the plotting that you did for Mr. Copeland's records, were they consistent at times with being near the Green Store?
Yes.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to get cumulative. Agent Bernie has already testified to these matters.
My response is these questions will be
Speed
brief.
it up.
But again, Mr. Sprinkle's
They're not.
analysis is related to the statement that Mr. Copeland was impeached with during his testimony for the statement he gave on June 10th of 2015.
But
All right,
get it
and
together.
can you clarify whether whatever this analysis is based on Mr. Sprinkle's own plotting or whatever Mr. Bernie had already done?
Yes. The plotting that I've been talking to you about as it relates to Mr. Copeland, is this plotting or mapping that you did yourself?
Yes.
And upon doing the plotting or mapping yourself with the cell site location information, well, let's start with, can you tell the jurors what information, I guess, are you inputting or using in order to get specific plots for specific calls?
So basically what I do is I'll have the phone records, so I'll have a set of phone records, and there will be some cell site location information that's in the same row as the date and time the phone number's called, and I'll use Google Earth. Sometimes some phone records are real easy. If they're from AT&T or T-Mobile, they'll just have the latitude and longitude of the tower actually in the records. Other phone companies, like Sprint at the time, or Verizon, they just put some sort of number that's unique to them. Like, it's a number that identifies the tower for them. It'll be like 14732 or something. That's by no means that was just a number I just came up with out of nowhere, but it'll be some sort of number, and I'll have to cross-reference another spreadsheet where that spreadsheet will have the latitude and longitude. But long story short, though, I just take the latitude and longitude of the tower, I put it into Google Earth, and then I use a graphic plugin in Google Earth to create I get what I call a pie slice that represents the approximate area of coverage, or basically just points in the direction of the antenna or the azimuth of the tower.
Okay, so that was a long story.
Oh.
So can you tell the jurors, in your review of the phone records, what time, if any, was Mr. Copeland's handset in the area of the Green Store?
So his handset was consistent with was utilizing a tower that was consistent with it being in the area of the Green Store between 7:26 and 7:27 p.m.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, through your review of Mr. Copeland's June 10th statement, did, I guess, the location, the McDonald's off of Cleveland Avenue, become a point of interest that was related to the investigation you were doing?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, in your review of did you review Mr. Copeland's call detail records and the cell site location information in regards to that interest point?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, in your review, what time, if any, Mr. Copeland was in the area of, or consistent with being in the area of, the McDonald's off of Cleveland Avenue?
All right, so like I specified previously, his phone gets to the area or uses a tower in the area of the Green Store from 7:26, 7:27 p.m. It remained in that general area or the tower until about 7:47. And then 7:49, it pinged off a tower that serviced the general area of the McDonald's at Old Hayville in Cleveland Avenue.
And you said 7:49?
That's correct.
As you continue to review the records, can you tell the jurors, after continuing to listen to Mr. Copeland's June 10th statement, did the Sky House located in Midtown become a point of interest relevant to the investigation that you were doing?
The Sky House condominiums at 1080 West Peachtree Street, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors why or how did that location become a point of interest relevant to your investigation?
It was the location or a location that Jeffrey Williams resided.
Okay. And in the time that you were reviewing the records related to Mr. Copeland and reviewing the statement, can you tell the jurors at any point did Mr. Copeland reference during his statement that he
Sorry,
communicated
it's real
with
speed now.
a handset that would be associated with Mr. Garlington?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors, was that something that you attempted to locate within the call detail records of Mr. Copeland as you reviewed them?
I did. I didn't find a number that I could conclude was Mr. Garlington's, though if I remember correctly, I also said he contacted him via FaceTime, so I wouldn't be able to see those calls and call detail records anyway.
Okay, and that's something you talked about and mentioned as to why previously when you testified before this court and jury, right?
I don't recall if I said that or not.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what you were able to determine, if anything, as it related to the call detail records being consistent with Mr. Copeland's handset being in the area of Sky House Midtown?
It was later that evening. His handset, from what I recall, from what I remember, it was after 11 p.m. when his handset utilized the tower that was near the Sky House. So it did utilize a tower at some point that serviced the area of the Sky House.
And can you tell the jurors, the Sky House Midtown, how was that building, I guess, related to or relevant to the investigation that you were doing as you continued to review the statement of Mr. Copeland and other materials that you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
That was the location that was said to be where Mr. Copeland and others converged later that evening on January 10th, 2015.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about other statements that you reviewed. Do you recall also reviewing the statement for Mr. Quindarius Zachary from August 5th of 2015?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors, did you listen to that statement, I guess, in its entirety or in full?
I did.
And do you recall that during that statement, did Mr. Zachary reference any, I guess, rental vehicles?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about what Mr. Zachary said during that statement as related to a rental vehicle?
From what I remember, that he mentioned there was an Infiniti that was involved, and they believed that the manager for Mr. Williams rented the Infiniti.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, after getting that information from the statement, did you request anything from any rental companies here in the city of Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. And did you?
Well, let me. It's a small clarification. I requested information from rental companies, and I didn't just specify from their physical locations only in the city of Atlanta. I asked from the rental car companies if they give me records of any rental cars that were rented by a list of people during a time, regardless of where the location was.
Okay. And did you do that in relation to Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you receive any information back as it related to any rental vehicles in the name of Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered previously.
I don't know if it has been with this witness, but it's certainly been established.
I can move on.
All right.
Well, I want to show you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 335Y. And when it gets up there, page 7, 335Y. And as Mr. Atkins is getting to page 7, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize previously tendered and admitted States Exhibit 335Y?
Okay, is the 335Y what's being displayed on these television sets behind me?
That's correct.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is States Exhibit 335Y?
These are records that I received from Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Okay, and are these records, I guess, who are these records, related to and in reference to?
Jeffrey Williams.
I'm going to object. This is cumulative, and it
Sustained.
has been asked and answered.
Age is over it.
Well, my response is the specific information as it relates to what's inside States Exhibit 335Y was not elicited from any witness as it relates to the trial.
Okay, if there's something new on this exhibit, then.
I'll just cut to the chase. In States Exhibit 335Y
Could've done
was
that
a
3
phone number
objections ago.
that was associated with the rental for Mr. Jeffrey Williams located within.
There was a phone number located somewhere within there, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what that phone number was?
I don't recall it somewhere in the, I think, was it the one that ended in 3504 maybe? It should be in the business record though.
And do you see it on page 7?
Yes, 3904, 504-975, 3904, that's right.
And can you tell the jurors, after, receiving this document and learning of this number, was a request made or a search warrant done for the records as it relates to Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive those records back related to the phone number associated with the handset of Mr. Williams?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you a few questions about other sets of records that you reviewed in relation to the information you had received from Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland after reviewing their statements, okay?
Okay.
Did you request either through search warrant or subpoena the records for Justin Cobb?
I don't know if it was me that did that, but yeah, we did obtain the records for Justin Cobb.
Okay. And
Actually, no, I believe it was. I recall drafting a search warrant on that, so yes.
okay. As well as did you receive either whether it was by you or another member of law enforcement you were working in conjunction with the records for Mr. McMullins?
McMullen was somebody with the Atlanta Police Department, but I did receive them.
And
All right, so remember, Demise McMullen is Nard, Justin Cobb is Doo-Wop, Justin Cobb is still on the run. So his case is just on a judicial hold.
did you review them?
I did.
All right. And regardless of who requested them, did you also review the records for Kelvin Treadwell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about specifically, did you review those records kind of how you've described today as it relates to January 10th of 2015?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about some of the activity that you saw as you did the review of the records. Specifically, can you tell the jurors, you talked about you received records from Mr. Bradford based on the phone number being a common number called by Mr. Zachary, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Treadwell, I believe you said, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in reviewing the call detail records, did you review the records as it relates to the point of interest of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as you reviewed Mr. Bradford's records in relation to that Texaco, what you determined from your analysis?
What I determined from my analysis of Mr. Bradford's tower logs was that his handset utilized a tower that was in close proximity to that Texaco, and therefore 330 McDaniel Street, the incident location, between the hours of 7:11 p.m. to 7:19 p.m.
And I should have asked you this first, but as you were reviewing statements and call detail records, did you also receive and review any video surveillance?
I did.
And is that the surveillance that I think you briefly described previously as it relates to the Texaco off of Cleveland, as well as the barbershop not far from the Texaco?
Right, the barber shop, like between 60 and 100 yards, yes, away. Yeah, that too.
Okay. And I want to show you state's exhibits 591. Y through 598Y. And prior to your testimony, have you had an opportunity to review those photographs?
I did.
And do those photographs contained in State's Exhibit 591Y through 598 fairly and accurately depict the Texaco from July 10th of 2015?
January 10th, 2015?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, they do. These are screenshots. It looks like they're screenshots I took, actually.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 591Y through 598Y.
Admitted.
And while we're at it, Mr. Sprinkle, previously admitted into evidence was 292YL through N. Review those. Do you also recognize those as screenshots from what you've described from the Texaco that you actually took?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jurors in State's Exhibit 591Y what we're looking at?
This is a screenshot taken from the video from the Texaco. It was a surveillance camera that captured the exterior of the Texaco station. This would be the gas pumps that were closest to 330 McDaniel Street. The timestamp in the lower on the video is 6:41 p.m. and 58 seconds. Literally, it's 18:41:58, but that's 24-hour time, so it's 6:41 p.m. and 58 seconds.
Okay. And is there a vehicle, or do you see the vehicle, I guess that's in the center of State's Exhibit 591Y?
Yes, I do.
And through, I guess, your investigation, can you tell the jurors what you're able to determine what type of vehicle that is?
2001 Pontiac Bonneville, gray in color.
And in conjunction with all the things that we've described that you've reviewed, the statements, the call detail records, the video surveillance, I know you briefly spoke about it, but did you also review different social media accounts and photographs as it relates to some of the individuals, specifically here, Mr. Bradford, that we've described previously?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of Mr. Bradford's social media and contained in previously admitted exhibits, State's Exhibits 360Y through 363Y, what you found in Mr. Bradford's social media that caught your attention?
He often posed in photos with a 2001 Pontiac Bonneville. I mean, he'd be leaning up against it, et cetera. It looked like it was just a car that he was with frequently.
Okay. And prior to your review of Mr. Bradford's social media account and seeing these photographs with him standing next to or near a Pontiac, had the Pontiac that's contained in State's Exhibit 591Y, I guess, been an integral part of your investigation at that point?
Well, not integral, no.
Okay. Was it something that you found or didn't find relevant until you reviewed Mr. Bradford's social media accounts?
Sustained. Can you?
Well, let me ask you this question. Just tell the jurors, after reviewing or finding these photographs of Mr. Bradford and the Pontiac, how you were able to use that to forward your investigation.
Okay, so I had the tower data for Mr. Bradford's phone that placed him in the area of the crime scene from 7:11 p.m. to 7:19 p.m. I had calls from the jail to Bradford, Mr. Bradford. I also had these pictures from his social media that I found that showed him with a Pontiac Bonneville. Now, Bradford was not known, he was not in any of the documents that I obtained from the Atlanta Police Department. As far as I knew, he was unknown to the investigation entirely. So I was trying to figure out who this Mr. Bradford was, why I had this data that would, this information was made it appear that he was somehow would at least know something about what I was looking into. And so when I went back and looked at the video and I saw this 2001 Pontiac Bonneville pull up to the gas pump, that's when it clicked. And I started paying particular attention to the surveillance video from the Texaco station.
Okay, and I want to show you, Mr. Atkins is going to put on the screen a State's Exhibit. (598Y).
Also, drop some W's in the chat for Monica Chappelle, gifting 5 memberships out here to you guys. And there is a new custom emoji for channel members in the little
State's Exhibit 598Y.
Thank you so much,
describe to the
Monica.
jurors what they're looking at and the relevance it was to your part of the investigation and working on this case?
So 598Y is a picture from Mr. Bradford's Instagram page, and it is one of a few photos that showed him next to a Pontiac Bonneville, like I testified to previously. And I obtained that photo around the time that I identified his phone number and got his phone records and tower usage data that placed him in the area of the crime scene, as I testified to previously.
And the photograph that's next to him standing in, next to the Pontiac, can you describe to the jurors where that's from? There's 2 photos contained within. How are they relevant to each other?
Well, the one on the right is a still shot from the surveillance footage from the night of the murder.
Okay.
From the Texaco station.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of the video surveillance, you said in State's Exhibit 591Y that Pontiac arrived to the Texaco at what time?
About 6:41 p.m.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of the surveillance how long in total was that Pontiac seen on the video surveillance?
If I may refer to my reports, I get the numbers.
If it will help refresh your recollection, yes, just look up when you're done.
So it was there. The Pontiac was in view of the surveillance cameras at the Texaco station when it pulled up into the pump at 6:41 p.m. and until it drove away from the station at 7:17 p.m.
So fair to say, reviewing your report helped refresh your recollection as to how long it was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was roughly 40 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of Mr. Bradford's call detail records, was that consistent with him being, or were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue for roughly 40 minutes?
Yeah, but his phone traveled to the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue after it departed the area, or not, excuse me, are you talking about the McDonald's?
No, so you just described to the jurors, let me rephrase my question. So that you saw the Pontiac remain at the Texaco for roughly 40 minutes. You remember saying that?
Yes,
41 to, I think you believe, 7:17?
6:41 to 7:17, correct.
And can you tell the jurors in reviewing Mr. Bradford's call detail records and the activity on his phone during 6:11 and 7:17, were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco during that time period?
At the Texaco at Northside Drive and McDaniel Street, yes. His phone pinged in that area from 7:11 to 7:19. It utilized the tower, so it didn't ping at the tower that entire time, but the time frame that his phone did ping at the tower, off the tower and sector that serviced that general area was encompassed, by the surveillance footage.
Let me ask you this question. Was his phone, or was there activity on his phone during that entire period of time, or were there times where his phone wasn't utilizing a tower?
Well, his phone, it wasn't connected to the tower the entire time, as if it was like streaming data or something like that, or if it was, I didn't get any records that indicated that. It was only used, it only connected to the tower to when it sending or receiving a phone call.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, did you also review or look into the social media accounts, or the Twitter account for Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in State's Exhibit I believe it's 524Y, was this a photograph that you located from the Twitter account of Mr. Kendrick? But once it gets up there.
Oh, there we go. Yes, yeah, it is. There's a, and I don't know that it's part of the exhibit because I seem to remember this gray bar going across the screen with the other exhibits as well. Yeah, now it's moved. But yes, I do recognize that. That's an image from Mr. Kendrick's Twitter account.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was there anything about the jacket that Mr. Kendrick is wearing in State's Exhibit 524Y that you, after seeing this and also reviewing the video surveillance, that was helpful to your investigation?
So yeah, the interior surveillance from the Texaco, at 641, the Pontiac 2001 Bonneville pulls up to a pump, and the front seat passenger exits the vehicle and walks into the convenience store attached to the Texaco, and in so doing came in very close proximity to an interior surveillance camera. And so this footage revealed the outfit donned by the front seat passenger. And that image from the Twitter page that you just displayed on the monitor behind me, or the television behind me, that man, Mr. Kendrick from the Twitter page, was donning what appeared to be the same jacket as the man from the video, the surveillance video from the Texaco.
And is that what we're looking at, the comparison that you just described that you did in State's Exhibit 593Y?
That's yes.
And can you tell the jurors, the photograph, we're looking at it on the left-hand side from the convenience store, can you tell the jurors the time period in which that photograph or that screenshot would have captured?
It was very...
This is probably one of the most important things that the state needs to lay out for Diamante Kendrick. They've tried to do it previously, and now they're going to have the testimony evidence and these records admitted through Bernie or through the records custodians for the cell phone companies. Sprinkles tying this together. Guys, if you have to do something for a little bit, make sure you come back for Doug Weinstein's cross on this, because this is critical for Diamante Kendrick.
Shortly after the Pontiac Bonneville arrived on scene, if you would like the exact, matter of fact, I've just looked at my report to refresh my recollection about this. It was actually at 6:42 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors in the photograph to the right from Mr. Kendrick's Twitter account, what time that photo of Mr. Kendrick was posted and on what date?
It was posted on January 10th, 2015. As you can see there, because I testified about this previously, I moused over the date, and that made the time pop up, and the time is 7:35 p.m.
Now, as you continued to review the video surveillance, can you tell the jurors, did the individuals that you saw, I guess, exit and enter the Pontiac later interact with another sedan.
Yes.
And in States Exhibit 594Y. And here I thought the screenshots would be less difficult than the freezing video.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative of prior testimony that we've had at least once, if not twice, in this case.
Any response?
Whitaker's tired of the time
I mean,
wasting.
there's been no,
Is this going to be a comparison?
yes.
Okay, overruled.
Now,
By
can you tell the
comparison,
jurors,
she means putting it
were
together.
you able to, I guess using your number of years of experience, able to determine the type of vehicle in which we're seeing depicted in front of the Pontiac in the middle of the screen?
The Volkswagen CC VR6 Sport.
Okay. And when you previously testified, you talked about someone you had, I guess, a name that you had come across during your investigation, Miss Ariel Bax.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, in getting her name, were you able to use public databases to determine any vehicles registered in her name?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors what type of vehicle was registered Ms. Bax's name during this time period of January 10th, 2015?
The Volkswagen CC VR6.
Okay. And in your review of the make and model and year that Ms. Bax had, was the vehicle consistent with what we're looking at in States Exhibit 594Y?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you also talked about previously an individual, Miss Kenya Morton.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why you looked into Miss Morton as it relates to this investigation?
I'll object to the reasoning behind what this witness is doing, otherwise.
Sustained. Can you rephrase?
Yes. In the phone calls that you reviewed and have described today from Mr. Kendrick, did Mr. Kendrick place any calls to Miss Morton?
Yes.
And through your listening of the calls and your investigation, were you able to determine how Mr. Kendrick and Miss Morton were associated or knew each other?
Romantically involved.
This is going for hearsay at this point.
It's a review of phone calls that are in evidence.
And also speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It's,
Well, without telling me what the association was, were you able to see several calls between Ms. Morton and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in one of the phone calls that you listened to and has been admitted into evidence as it relates to Mr. Arnold, did you hear Miss Morton in one of the phone calls?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the date of the phone call in which you heard Miss Morton in the background?
January 10th, 2015.
And what time?
7:42 p.m.
Okay. And that time in relation to, how was that time, the 7:42 p.m. that you heard Miss Morton in the background, related to or the time in which Mr. Donovan Thomas was shot and killed?
Well, the 911 call is placed contemporaneously with the shooting, and that 911 call is placed at 7:22 p.m., so that call was 20 minutes after the 911.
Subject to speculation, unless there's a foundation.
On the what?
The contemporaneous.
Sustained.
Yes, I need clarity. I'm not certain it's the contemporaneous. I know what it
I
means.
don't know if he is able to testify from anything, that it was contemporaneous with the murder. I think that's what the objection is to, is that right? I mean, can testify to what time the 911 call was.
I'll rephrase.
Sustained.
Agreed. I'll ask a different question. Mr. Sprinkle, you said the 911 call was at what time?
7:22 p.m.
And the call in which you heard Ms. Morton's voice and reference to her name was at one time. What time?
7:42 p.m.
Okay. And during that same phone call, was there reference to Miss Ariel or Ari?
That I don't recall.
Okay. And well, let me ask you this question. Shortly after the Volkswagen in States Exhibit 494Y arrived at the gas station, can you tell the jurors, and previously admitted in, I believe they're before you, States Exhibits 292YL through 292N, can you tell the jurors what time another vehicle that you determined to be related to your investigation arrived at that same Texaco?
7:16 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on the statement of Quindarius Zachary, why that vehicle was of interest as you watched the video surveillance from the Texaco?
Because it was an Infiniti Q50.
Now, can you tell the jurors during what time did that Infiniti arrive?
7:16 p.m.
Okay. And at the time that you reviewed the video surveillance, can you tell the jurors, did members from the Pontiac interact with the vehicle depicted in this state's exhibit?
Yeah, yes. The man that occupied the front passenger seat and then entered the store at 6:42 p.m. wearing the coat, he interacted with the person or persons occupying the Infiniti.
And I apologize for the record, that's 292YL. Now, Mr. Sprinkle, can you also describe for the jurors, did an individual get out of the rear passenger area of the Pontiac?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors I guess, can you explain to the jurors what you observed that person, I guess, do?
Objection, cumulative, best evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Sprinkle, how long, based on your review of the video surveillance, did the Infiniti remain within the Texaco gas pump area?
About a minute, if that. It pulled in at 7:16 and pulled out at 7:17.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, is that what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 596Y?
Your Honor,
Yes,
I'm going to object. Can I maybe approach?
you may.
Right, we're getting an approach. Now,
Well, I'll ask them.
All right.
You know what?
I know what you're.
okay.
The cumulative perspective for all of us.
All right, so I'm not going to update this. I'm not adding the objection yet, or the result of that. Now, this is a great example today, you guys, where you got to be in tune with the judge's mood, and it seems like the judge is getting annoyed that there's this bulky questioning. But I am going to say it one more time. When this questioning isn't bulky, when Michael Sprinkle is actually tying together phone tolling from Agent Bernie, the tolling records from Agent Bernie, with a different piece of evidence or testimony from a different witness, what he's doing to combine them together, to line up, you know, this timestamp matches what's in this video surveillance footage. So that's likely the car belonging to this individual, or the car that this individual was driving. Or it corroborates something that was said in a police interview. The combination, the comparison of these two things is new and unique testimony. So there are certain things that are cumulative because Adam is just asking dumb questions at times, but what they're going for is something that Judge Whitaker can't just keep out. She can't just say you can't ask this stuff because somebody's talked about it in terms of photos and videos and statements to police, and a different person's talked about the tolling records. The state needs to be allowed to tie them together.
Now, Mr. Sprinkle, let me ask you this question based on your review of all the information you've kind of described here today.
Foundation.
As it relates to times for when a 911 call was placed, times as it relates to, I guess, found within call detail records, and then times like the one you just referenced in the video surveillance for the Texaco. Can you tell the jurors, I guess, through your investigation, how you compared, I guess, times from the video surveillance to things like the 911 call and call detail records?
Well, your call detail records, that's, the times in those are gonna be pretty consistent with, you know, the atomic clock, you know.
Why is that?
Well, they're a cell phone provider and they're computerized records, and they're just gonna be synced up because they're on a computer system with like an internet time protocol, or which is synced up with the atomic clock. So that's a good gauge as to the exact time of something. Also, the 911 call, system, I found in my experience that 911 calls, the timestamps on those are accurate. Surveillance videos can be a little less so, but what I found here was that knowing when the 911 call was placed, comparing all of that with cell phone records and tower logs and all that, when comparing, for example, the 911 call, the surveillance video from the Texaco in particular, you can see the events that are consistent with the shooting on the Texaco footage. People ran inside the store, if I remember correctly. I do remember correctly, they did. And from that, you can place a pretty good timestamp or time when the drive-by shooting occurred.
Okay. Would it be your testimony today that all of the times are, I guess, synced up exact as it relates to each other? For example, the call detail records and the Texaco video surveillance.
No, I can't say that they're linked up exactly.
Okay.
Surveillance videos, it's not uncommon for them to be a minute or two long.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last.
Can you speak into the mic?
It's not uncommon for surveillance videos to be a minute or two off. So I can't say that basically the watches of the surveillance video and the cell phone records were synchronized.
Okay. And we talked earlier a little bit about the phone records, or the additional phone records that you reviewed. For example, Justin Cobb and Mr. McMullins. Do you remember that?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors, upon receiving those records, however which way they were requested, did you utilize, I guess, reviewing those records as it relates to the things that we've described previously here today, the video surveillance as well as the statements of both Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention specifically to the time period, roughly 7:29 p.m. All the way, I guess, 10 minutes to 7:39 p.m. So that 10-minute period, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the jurors, in your review of that activity, was there any activity as it relates to Mr. the handset associated with Mr. McMullins and the handset associated with Jeffrey Williams.
Your Honor, this is
Cumulative. Agent Bernie already testified to all this.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you this, as it relates to your review of the call detail record, specifically the call logs of between Mr. Williams and Mr. Treadwell, can you tell the jury how many incoming and outgoing calls there were between Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams?
About the same objection.
Sustained.
The specific number of calls between Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams, I don't believe was ever discussed.
Pretty sure it was.
We went through the tolling records. Painfully.
All right, I'll ask you this question. As it related to your review of the call detail records for Mr. Copeland, okay? Did you, during that time period of 7:29 to 7:39 p.m., locate any calls, whether it be incoming or outgoing, between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams?
7:29 to 7:39?
Correct.
If I may look at the logs. No, my short answer is I don't believe so. And that remains my answers on reviewing the actual phone logs. There were no calls between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. That would have been in the phone logs from the company. Again, during Mr. Copeland's statement, he said he called Mr. Williams earlier that evening on FaceTime. FaceTime calls are not going to appear in phone records from the phone company.
Okay. But from your
Aaliyah's dad says, doesn't this mean they're also impeaching Bernie? Well, the state surely is not doing that. That's not their angle. And on cross, when, you know, if Doug Weinstein gets up there and presents an alternative, like, couldn't this be explained? Couldn't this actually be a different car? And it just so happens that Tuda is standing in this Instagram picture with a car that looks similar. Okay, yes. So that wouldn't really be impeaching Bernie, but it would be discrediting the value of those tolling records and the summary of how those tolling records are supposed to fit the other evidence and testimony that the state introduced through other witnesses. So it wouldn't really be impeachment, but it'd be discrediting through cross-examination, which I'm sure will be really good today. Maybe a bit technical and a lot to follow, but really good.
your review,
thank
your
you, Lisa.
testimony, you didn't see any calls between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams.
That's right.
How about as it relates to Mr. Copeland and Mr. Bradford, Mr. Cobb, Mr. McMullins, or Mr. Treadwell?
Not that I found, no.
Okay, and I'd ask you the same series of questions as it relates to Quindarius Zachary. Did you see any activity on Mr. Zachary's records between Mr. Williams, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Cobb, Mr. McMullins, and Mr. Treadwell?
All right, well, I'm reviewing, and I'm looking at his records right now, too, just to make sure I'm not mistaken. What were the names that you just gave me again?
Mr. Williams, did you see any activity that relates to Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams?
I do not.
And between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Bradford and Mr. Cobb?
I do not.
And were there any, I guess, incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. McMullins or Mr. Treadwell?
Not that I see, no.
Okay. And I want to ask you lastly about Mr. Antonio Sledge. In your review of his call detail records, did you see any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Sledge and Mr. Williams between the time period of 7:29 p.m. and 7:39 p.m.?
Oh, here we go. No, I don't see any.
And what about between Mr. Sledge and Mr. Bradford or Mr. Cobb?
Between what time frame again?
7:29 and 7:39 p.m.
Justin Cobb called Javaris Bradford at 7:31 p.m.
And I'm sorry, I need to be more clear. Did you see any, was there any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Bradford?
I'm reviewing Mr. Zachary's records. I do not see any.
In your review of Mr. Zachary records, did you see any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. McMullen?
No, I don't see any.
And lastly, for that same time period, did you see any activity, whether it be incoming or outgoing calls, between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Treadwell?
No, I don't see any.
And when you're reviewing Mr. Zachary's records, which are contained in State's Exhibit 517Y, is that correct? Is that correct? Is the records contained for Mr. Zachary, do you recall those being 517Y?
I don't know the exhibit number for the records.
Okay.
I'm pausing McPauserton. Now, Jane Dell, let's look at two different dates in time compared to the first time Sprinkle was on the stand and he had his laptop and he was scrolling through it and he remembered everything. There wasn't a single thing I remember him saying, I don't recall to. Today, he has to shuffle through his papers and try to find it without a Control F. He said, I don't recall a few times. He's a little bit more, it's taking him longer to answer, which when it takes you longer to answer, you know, whether the difference is you're answering quickly because you're on a laptop and can find it in a report right in front of you. You're not actually pulling it from your recall. If you're doing it quickly, the jury might not think much of it. But now that you have to shuffle through your papers, you can't use the find on page Control F command. The jury has time to marinate and say, oh, he probably doesn't remember off top of his mind. And that's kind of reasonable. You can have people refresh their recollection by looking down at a report in the answer for a specific question. They're not just supposed to be there looking through things, right? But I think now seeing him like this, compared to how quick he was to answer when he could look through those things, I think it's giving an extra layer of uncertainty today with what Sprinkle's testifying to, which I think sucks for the state. And that contrast wouldn't be there if Sprinkle wasn't able to answer so quickly the day he had his laptop in front of him. So him having that laptop, I think it's backfiring on the state today when he looks a little bit more confused about something they really need him to be able to lay out clean for the jury. Piecing the timestamps of these defendants, where they were, with who they were calling, and what they were saying.
Further questions pending redirect.
All right. Cross-examination. For anybody waiting for cross, here we go.
Anybody have questions for this witness right now that are going to last less than like an hour?
Less than an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope so.
Okay. Come on.
So Sharp.
Okay.
Max Sharp.
Can we do that even if
Or
it is less than
anybody
an
in
hour?
the courtroom.
The Max Sharp cross-examination. Let's go.
Mr. Sprinkle, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. And of course, we know each other. You know who I represent, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He gave us the meme.
I want to start out by talking to you about the jail calls and specifically my client, Shannon Stillwell's jail calls.
Okay.
I believe you testified that you downloaded, you estimated, I believe, 700?
So, yes, the batch that I downloaded from 2015, maybe the calls descended into 2016 as well. I don't remember. I think it was around 700 audio files. So that would represent 700 calls. It's not 700 exactly, but that's what I remember.
I understand. And do you have a ballpark of how many you reviewed?
I didn't review all of them.
Okay.
And a matter of fact, I probably reviewed like maybe 50 to 75.
Okay. And regardless of how many you personally reviewed, when you downloaded them, they are saved onto your computer, your hard drive.
All of them are saved, yes.
Okay, and they would have been passed on to the prosecution team in this case, so they could review all of them, correct?
That's correct.
All right, cool. All right, I just want to, your job actually with the DA's office right now is you do prelims.
You cover prelims for cases, correct? Amongst other things.
That's correct.
All right. And I just want to unpack a little bit about what you said about preliminary hearings, is when I say prelims, preliminary hearings. You said typically a lead detective testifies.
That's right.
Okay. And you said hearsay is allowed, meaning the lead detective is allowed to testify about what other people said.
That's correct.
Okay. And you are aware that jail call that was played that was tough to hear, a little bit low, that was from November 19th, 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. And November 19th, 2015 is the day that Shannon Stillwell had his prelim, correct?
That's what I recall, yes.
Okay. And that's why you had interest in that call?
That's right.
All right. And that call was made later in the day after Mr. Stillwell would have returned back to the jail from his preliminary hearing?
That's right.
All right. In Mr. Stillwell's preliminary hearing specifically, I know you said lead detectives generally are the only ones that testified. Detective Thorpe testified in that preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland did not testify?
No.
Tameka Garlington did not testify?
No.
Quindarius Zachary did not testify?
No.
Okay. And I know it's hard to hear, but we're going to bring some volume to it, okay? Mr. Stillwell on that call said, I just went to court and they let everything out.
That sounds right, yes.
Okay, and that was after Detective Thorpe testified, correct?
That's right, after he heard Detective Thorpe's testimony. Correct.
Okay, he said they threw out, and it was tough to hear, so I want to make sure we're clear. On that call, he said they threw out yak, doo-wop, nard, correct?
I don't recall that they threw out
And I'm not suggesting throughout the case. I'm saying throughout the names.
That sounds right. I definitely heard him mention those names.
Okay.
So I took it to mean maybe like their names were mentioned, maybe?
Right. And because it was hard to hear, I'm just trying to make it clear. He's not saying, and nowhere in that call did he say he was with those people or anything like that that day?
No.
Okay. And again, those names were mentioned by Detective Thorpe, correct?
That's right.
All right, cool. And he was, well, you can't testify to his mind state, but in that call, he said F word D, Woody, and the other D, correct?
I don't know. Yeah, that's not a verbatim quote. It's pretty close. I mean, I think the spirit of his comment was captured in your quotation there.
Okay, and then he said, them, F, N-words, know what is going on.
Something along those lines, yeah.
And then that's the case that was, that's the tape that was played in court today, but there are 8 other calls on that CD, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also listened in on another call that Mr. Stillwell had with that same young lady on November 23rd, 2015, correct?
I think so. That sounds right.
At 16:08, at 4:08 p.m.
That sounds correct.
All right. At 5:07 into that call, Mr. Stillwell says, N-words will say whatever, correct?
That sounds correct. I know that was the general spirit. I don't know if that's an exact quotation as to what he said.
Okay. At
Need a general
5:15 in
spirit
that
counter.
call, Mr. Stillwell said, they just trying to get the heat off their ass.
Oh, Shard.
Again, that sounds like the general, that was something along the lines of what he said, that was the topic of conversation. I just can't say if that was a verbatim quote or not.
And again, Mr. Copeland at that time was facing federal and state charges.
That's right.
And Mr. Zachary, the other D, was facing charges related to the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses, correct?
That's right.
All right. Mr. Stillwell in that November 23rd, 2015 call said, people will say anything to save their ass.
That's evidence. Mr. Sharp would like to play the calls and.
Sustained.
Okay. It is in evidence, trying to save some time, but,
I appreciate that, but if there's a valid objection, I've got to sustain it.
okay. All right.
I'll draw my date.
Thank you.
I twisted his arm. Also in that call, and this is just one more, and then we'll move on. Mr. Stillwell said, they will sit right there and lie.
I don't recall that exact utterance being made, but it wouldn't be inconsistent with the general tone of the call and the other things that he was saying.
Okay, cool. All right. Regarding Mr. Copeland's cell records and the plotting you did, let me get this right. 722 is the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. You said at 7:26, you have Mr. Copeland headset pinging on the tower. So 4 minutes later, he's pinging on the tower at the green store or in the vicinity of the green store.
That is correct. It had moved north to that tower, so it was actually south of that tower seconds prior to, but yes.
Well, you don't actually, cell phone records aren't like a chart where you see, for instance, a cursor moving through a map, are they? You don't see real-time movements during a call, do you?
No.
You just get spots in certain points in time.
Yes, that's
when cell calls are initiated.
That is, well, you get the tower and the antenna utilized by the handset at the time of the call. It's a very big area.
But just at the time, right, vague area, but also just at the time of the initiation of the call.
Correct.
Okay. And so 4 minutes after the purported time of the 911 call, that headset is utilizing the tower near the green store.
That's right.
Okay. And we also, the truth is, we can speculate. We don't know how much time passed. We know that 911 call was made at 7:22, but we don't know how much time passed between the shooting and the 911 call, do we?
No, I can't say exactly. From what I recall, it's pretty quickly, but I can't say the exact seconds.
Well, people, before they call 911, they can try to hide guns, right?
There's any number of things people can do before they call 911.
They can try to get guns before they call 911.
The possibilities are endless as to what somebody could do before they call 911.
And some people will do certain things before they call the police to where they're at.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Well, the bottom line is we don't know how much time passed. So we're dealing with inexact times.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, I think we're back to, all right, we just caught up to real time.
And you would agree that the green store is within a minute drive of the barbershop?
It's pretty close. I don't know. I can't say if it's a minute, but it's less than a mile away.
Less than a mile away. Thank you. All right. Finally, I'm just going to ask you about one other matter. Javaris Bradford has come up, a.k.a. Tuda, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's the owner of, through your investigator, he's the owner of the Pontiac at the Texaco.
Yeah, from what I recall, he was the registered owner.
Right. And he came up in your investigation and the fact that Pontiac was on the video piqued your interest.
That's what I said. Yep.
All right. At some point in November of 2018, he wasn't charged in 2015.
He wasn't.
Okay. In November of 2018, he was still in the community, correct? He wasn't in jail or anything.
That's right.
All right. And you determined that you wanted to speak to him.
I did.
All right. And did you reach out to him?
I don't think I reached out to him. It was likely a DA's office investigator. Somebody reached out to him.
Okay. And was he asked to come in? Was he compelled to come into the DA's office? How did that work?
I believe we gave him a grand jury subpoena, if I remember correctly.
Okay, you issued a grand jury subpoena for him to come in and speak to you?
Well, the grand jury was in session that day. Having never spoken to him, I wanted to speak with him before I potentially put him up before the grand jury, and I did end up speaking with him, and at that point, I determined that not to put him up.
Okay, that was November 13th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And you had a meeting with him in a conference room in the DA's office, correct?
Right, it was on video. I have it right here, actually.
Yes. And present were you, Investigator Thorpe, at some point came into the meeting, correct?
Investigator Thorpe, I think he was present the entire meeting.
Okay.
It's on video, but from what I remember, he was there the entire time.
Okay, and then I don't want to mess up the young lady's name, so I'm not even going to try, but there was an investigator with the DA's office. Could you say her name correctly?
Cynthia Nwakocha.
Nwakocha.
Cynthia, first name, last name, Nwokocha, I believe.
Okay, thank you. And Javaris Bradford showed up, correct?
That's correct.
He did not have an attorney.
He did not.
And he showed up to the conference room without an attorney, correct?
Sustained.
Okay. For this meeting, you had video from the Texaco, or was it stills or video?
There were definitely stills. I think it may have, I can't recall if I played motion pictures of the surveillance video or I just had stills. He was at the very least showed still images.
And you told him, in fact, that you were investigating the homicide of Donovan Thomas.
I'm going to have to research the point as to what Mr. Sprinkle told Mr. Bradford.
Sustained.
To what? I'm not asking what Mr. Bradford told Mr. Sprinkle. I'm asking what Mr. Sprinkle told Mr. Bradford.
Oh, okay. Overruled.
Still an adequate statement.
Well, y'all can ask him, he's right here.
Okay. So you told him that there was evidence against him in this case.
I don't recall exactly what I said. I bet I likely said that to him. I would go so far as to say as yes, I did. That would
report. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yes, I'm sure I said that to him because there was.
Okay. And you wanted him to speak to you about who was at the Texaco, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you told him that your supervisor wanted to charge him, but you were holding things off to give him a chance to talk.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Was your supervisor Pat Dutcher at the time?
He was in.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
All right, so we're doing an approach. Oh, Sprinkle. Also, huge shout out to the chat. That was great earlier when, Sprinkle says he put 9 of these calls and we did the exercise where we said, let's name his greatest hits mixtape. You guys, hilarious. Tons of hilarious comments. You guys are, again, just so quick with thinking of references. That was a great moment. Let's see. Norma Jean says they don't want Gaither back. So going back to this, reconsider the dismissal of Dennis. They're arguing that by having Dennis gone, the judge is preventing them from bringing in evidence in this case. So why can't they just bring in the evidence through Gaither? But Norma Jean says they don't want Gaither back. Her quote, relations might come up, and there goes that plan. Chaos, this cannot be real. And I kind of agree. I think if it were up to me and my choices were maybe Thorpe, Dennis, and Gaither, I think maybe Dennis might be the one I'd want the most of the 3. What do you guys think in the chat? Between those 3 choices, who would you, and those are your only 3 choices, if you could only pick one, who would be your choice as the state to bring in anything else you might need to bring in of those 3 only? Because me personally, I'd say Dennis. For entertainment's sake, I might say Thorpe. Great point here, Norma Jean. Thank you for the 5. Now, Miss AB says, that's my birthday, December 10th. So that's the Steele appeal date in the Georgia Court of Appeals. So I'm assuming that there will be YSL Trial that day, and we'll do like an evening happy hour watch of that session, or maybe during the lunchtime break. So when we do that happy hour watch, we'll also celebrate Miss AB. So that's going to be a great time. Danielle Judge says, over 4K in here and only 1K thumbs up. Show your love. It's free 99. Thank you so much for your support, Danielle, and especially while we're on one of these breaks. It's a great time to do that. LP says, please read the motion again. I was late. If you follow, if you scrub backwards, you can find it in the stream, but I also clipped it out separately. So there's a separate video on this channel if you just want to look at that motion to reconsider Dennis. All right, they're both laughing, so let's see what happens. Thank you, LP.
Your Honor, based on the court's ruling, I do not have any more questions, and I'll note with like 50 minutes to spare.
That is correct. All right, is any other defense attorney going to have questions for Mr. Sprinkle?
Briefly.
Okay, all right, I think we can fit in another one or maybe two.
All
Good
right,
afternoon,
Doug
Mr.
Weinstein
Sprinkle.
Cross.
Or ADA Sprinkle.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Can I just look at this?
Test project.
You can see this demonstrative, right?
I can.
I'll leave this here. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I don't see Mr. Kendrick's phone on there.
That is correct.
So you didn't do any analysis for Mr. Kendrick's phone on January the 10th, 2015.
I was without records to analyze for Mr. Kendrick's phone.
Okay, so you have no
Great answer
records
for
of
the
his
defense.
phone on that date, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
Anybody else?
The brevity.
I would like to ask questions, Your Honor.
All right.
And Sprinkle's answer is really helpful to the defense too, but there weren't records.
Good
All
afternoon.
right, we're gonna get Steele. And if you're missing that, guys, the reason that's so important is they don't look at Diamante Kendrick's phone records. They don't look at them. They don't request the records. They don't analyze them. Bernie didn't talk about anything relating to Yak in relation to the Donovan Thomas murder. But yet they're charging Diamante Kendrick with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Why wouldn't they look? That was an incredibly great cross-examination. And look at Brian Steele's face ready to go. So here we go, you guys.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. How you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you.
I'll actually let you know if I'm okay. Can I ask you some questions?
Well, yes, please.
Thank you. So, I want to just go into a few different topics. The way this was set up in your office, and you specifically work in this case, I think you made it clear. I'm going to be very brief, but if I'm wrong, just say I got it wrong. Law enforcement officers with whomever, FBI, APD, GBI, whomever is working the case, eventually your office may get involved and summon or they give to you their work product or their files on the case. Fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
And then what you're doing is, because you're law enforcement, but you're the arm of the attorneys who come to court, you have to look at everything and prepare it or not prepare it for any type of charges.
That's right.
All right. And when I say charge, I mean formal charge. I know, ladies and gentlemen, know police can issue warrants, but warrants aren't an official charging document. That would be an accusation or a bill of indictment.
Yes.
When you got, and I'm focused only on this case, obviously, okay? When you get the file, you're getting the files from everybody who touched the case, as far as you could tell, from crime labs, from law enforcement, APD, GBI, whomever. I'm not eliminating, I'm not trying to keep out other agencies, but you try to get all those files together.
Well, yeah, I try to get all the documents or whatever media that every agency that investigated the case has. I mean, I want to get as much as possible.
Sure. Now, when you get the APD files, Atlanta Police Department files, and you start looking at them and reviewing them, I want to ask you if you can remember. Do you remember any notation from Detective Thorpe that he reviewed the McDonald's surveillance video from January 10th, evening January 10th, 2015, and he did that on or about January 11th or January 12th, 2015.
I don't, and I feel like I would remember that.
Tell the jurors why you remember that, if you don't mind.
Well, the McDonald's, as they've heard, was the McDonald's at Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue.
151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah, I think that's the address, whatever. It's at the intersection, at or near the intersection of yes, I believe that's the address, what you just said. And that was said to be a rendezvous point, the parking lot of which. So I would have remembered I would have remembered it because, first of all, I've never seen that video. I've never seen any surveillance video from McDonald's. So if I were to read something that said from a law enforcement officer said they did review it, I would have said, well, I would have remembered, that would have been a big thing for me. I would want to have had the video. So no, I don't recall any notations from Detective Thorpe about him reviewing the video and not obtaining it, presumably. So no, I don't remember anything like that.
Do you realize the masterfulness, is that a word, of what Steele just did? You gotta know people, especially as a trial attorney, because you gotta realize that people will answer the way that they will answer. Steele knows that Sprinkle will bolster himself, so Sprinkle just let him talk. If you will, give us your whole cover letter, your resume, everything that makes you so great and thorough in your analysis, and let Michael Sprinkle talk about how there's absolutely no way that there would have been an inkling that Thorpe actually looked at any surveillance video or tried to go to the McDonald's and look at this video, or notated his conversations with Gaither to try to get this video, because Sprinkle would have sniffed it out. And he just let Sprinkle give this long bolstery, I'm so good I looked at every single thing answer, because he reads people. This is great.
And if that video, if it's working and if it captures the area that this, what was your word, rendezvous? Is that what you just said?
I think so.
Okay. And the rendezvous, according to Mr. Copeland, let's say, it might be others, but at approximately 8 o'clock at night, January 10th, 2015, approximately. Mm-hmm. And you could correct me, if my times are off. If that surveillance at the McDonald's captured people actually meeting, then we would know who was actually there and if Mr. Copeland was being straightforward. Is that fair to say?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Did Detective Thorpe ever tell you, besides his file, did he tell you that he went out and looked at and saw or tried to see the video from the 10th day of January 2015, approximately 8 o'clock p.m. from the McDonald's?
Objection, here, sir.
I covered this with Detective Thorpe, but I'm impeaching him.
Overruled.
I don't recall him telling me that. It doesn't mean that he didn't, but I just don't recall it. It just seems like something that would leave a mental impression on me, because again, I would have just thought, well, where's the video? I don't have the video. I would have liked to know that. So I don't think he ever did.
In your experience since, I believe you said 2012, but it might have been 2009, with the DA's office in Fulton County, have you looked at and subpoenaed, whether or a grand jury, or excuse me, a court's search warrant, a surveillance video from stores?
I have, yeah.
Have you found that after a certain period of time, some of the video is erased or deleted?
Yes, that's the practice. The videos are all digital. I don't want to say they're all digital. There may still be people using tapes, but every video I've ever seen has been digital, and they only have so much room on the computer system that's storing the video, and eventually will start overwriting itself.
Explain, first of all, this includes 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors what you mean. I know you're comfortable with it, but overriding itself. Just explain that process from your experience, knowledge, and work with these.
Well, just like every computer surveillance system, cameras are hooked up to essentially a computer. The footage is recorded digitally and stored on a drive, some sort of media in the computer, but that drive can only store so much data, so many ones and zeros, I suppose. And so once the drive is full, the system is programmed to just, it's not like a tape where it starts in the beginning of the tape and starts overwriting it, but it starts writing data to the parts of the drive that already have data on it. And over time, the data just starts to rewrite itself. And eventually, after a certain amount of time, all traces of the footage from a certain date will eventually be gone as they've been overwritten by data from other footage.
So just putting that on make it simple on a date, have you seen surveillance video that lasts 30 days?
I believe so. I don't want to throw out any names, but there's one place in particular that comes to mind, but it's not relevant here, and I also don't remember exactly, but I do believe that 30 days I have seen before.
Okay. What's a typical days that until it starts overriding?
I'm going to just ask and answer the speculation element relates to McDonald's.
Riveting my case.
I'm impeaching Detective Thorpe.
I feel maybe 2 weeks. That's always what I kind of mark in my mind as if it's within 2 weeks of an event. I mean, you want to get the video as soon as possible, to be clear. But I really start losing hope after 2 weeks. But again, it depends on it could be a big retail outfit. Now going back to 2015, it may be a little different, and maybe they just have petabytes of storage for their video and it's stored off site. But your typical, like a gas station, particularly in 2015, where it was stored within, probably on a DVR, you're going to want to get that as soon as possible. You can start overwriting after 48 hours.
Okay. And when you say then it writes it over, so if it's, I'm just using 2 weeks, okay?
Mm-hmm.
January 1, 2015, 2 weeks would go to approximately January 14, 2015.
Right.
On January 15, 2015, does the entirety, in your experience and your dealing with this, does the entirety of everything in those 2 weeks go away, or is it on a rolling basis?
Would you object to ask and answer on
Not of this witness.
and speculation as to this witness?
He's asking within his experience, overruled.
Well, okay, so are we talking about one location and one, if we're talking about
He's gonna be
surveillance
so
footage, one location
specific.
and one computer system, we're talking about in the entire world of surveillance footage?
McDonald's, 2015, January 10th, surveillance, just typical McDonald's, your experience, hypothetically 2 weeks. I want to know on the 15th day, so I'm just after the 2 weeks, what you're explaining to the jury, does day one, January 1 override, or the entirety from January 1 to 2014? That's my question.
To lack of foundation at this point?
Sustained.
In your experience with a 2 week camera, does it override just one day at a time? As the next day comes in, the first day's gone?
Vague as to your experience to a camera in a 2 week period. Any camera? I mean,
Sustained.
When you say override, tell the jurors what you meant by that.
asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't believe he just
Yeah, he
used the
did.
word.
He explained it in detail.
All right. Did you or any of your members of your team, I'm including the prosecution team, you understand what I'm asking?
Mm-hmm.
So prosecution team are all law enforcement, GBI crime lab, your office, whomever, okay? FBI. Did you ever find out from any source that McDonald's, how long, if at all, they had that surveillance video?
The record retention period for surveillance video, if I knew it, I don't remember it now. So no, I can't answer. I don't know what their retention period was back then, nor do I know what it is now.
Did you ever hear from a detective, you know who Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, they worked together, gang unit in 2015, January?
Yes, I know them.
Okay. Did they ever tell you or put in writing in any way that they went to the McDonald's in June 11, 2015 and inquired about the surveillance?
Objection, hearsay.
I am impeaching Detective Gaither's testimony.
And who are you asking about at this point?
Detective Gaither, January 11th, 2015, going to McDonald's and inquiring about the video.
And that is hearsay, and it's not impeachment unless they specifically confronted
Sustained.
Detective Gaither.
I did confront Detective Gaither.
With
Yes.
telling
You're in here, Whitaker.
Mr. Sprinkle as to whether they got video surveillance footage or not.
I want to know if
was
it's
not
in,
the
I want to know if it's in the
Detective Gaither
records.
was not confronted with that.
Okay.
Yes, she was the
Sustained.
first
I want to know
time.
if it's in the records.
No, this is a problem because she only remembers when Gaither came back.
That wouldn't be, then that would, rephrase your question.
That question, the objection is sustained.
Do you have any information from any source that you looked at in your records, conversations that Detective Gaither and/or Detective Dennis went to the McDonald's on the day after interviewing Kenneth Copeland, June 11, 2015, and inquired about their surveillance equipment?
No, I have no notes that indicate that, and I have no memory of any conversations that I had with them where they told me that they did.
Did you ever obtain personally or have a member of your team, or it was done before you got involved, Sky House, you know, the condominium that Mr. Williams was living at in January 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Any surveillance from there?
No.
How about the Green Store? Any surveillance at the Green Store that Kenneth Copeland states that he was there, personally there, at and around the time of the killing of Donovan Thomas? Any surveillance from there?
No, no surveillance.
Did you or members of the prosecution team, I'm including all law enforcement, ever interview the people or persons that Kenneth Copeland said in June 10, 2015 that he was with at the Green Store at the time around Mr. Donovan Thomas's murder?
Well, there's a little Rick that he mentioned, if I remember correctly. No, I didn't, nor do I know if law enforcement did. No.
How many cell phones did Kenneth Copeland have access to that he can use on January 10, 2015?
All I know of is the one that I testified to.
And you do know that Kenneth Copeland testified in this court, and if you don't know, just say I don't know, that he had multiple cell phones.
I'm going to object at the rule of sequestration.
I mean, I would hope he doesn't know.
Okay.
Since he's a
Do you
witness in this case.
Do you have knowledge that Mr. Copeland did not have 2 or more cell phones on January 10, 2015 through your investigation?
Asked and answered. He just answered that question, that he only knew of the one cell phone.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Phone records that you talked about at length with the Honorable Mr. Body, through your analysis, and what you were given and subpoenaed more phone records, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Those phone records give a general whereabout of where a handset is located, if it's working properly, if the records are accurate, I'm assuming all that, where a phone set would be in relation to a cell phone tower. Is that fair to say?
Right, just the area that the approximate area that the phone would be located based on the tower that it utilized.
And in your experience, if you know, and if you don't know, just say, I don't want to testify to this, that area could be how many miles?
Sound like a ninny?
How many feet, do you know? And we're talking about Atlanta, January 2015. And please, I'm not trying to put you out on a limb. I know you're under oath.
Well, I don't know that anybody could testify as to the exact square footage of the area, but it suffices to say it's not like GPS. It's a large area, probably, you know, like over a mile.
Could be multiple miles.
Could be.
And jurors may not understand what you meant by it's not like GPS. Just explain that.
Well, you know, like a point on a map. Like, in other words, when you get phone records, you don't have a log of the exact locations of a cellular device, you know, like a pinpoint that you could put on the map that the phone was right here. Like, for example, I have a phone on me. If you were to get my phone records, it wouldn't show my phone sitting right here in the witness stand. It would show that it was using the tower next to the courthouse or near the courthouse, down the street, wherever, but it's not exactly.
Why is this so great? Because we get all this testimony. They're all together. They all hang out all the time at the gas station. Even from David Rogers' yesterday testimony and the Davis, the other guy. Like 8 and 10 of them at the Citgo or Texaco, Chevron, whatever it was. So they're grouped together all the time. They're close by in these cars, but you don't know the exact location. You don't know the exact dot where these cell phones are. It's not like when you're using a GPS and you can see your car following on the road. And Sprinkle is just so willing to completely lay it out.
Now, are you aware from your review of your records as you've been testifying and the recordings that Kenneth Copeland met with Detective Thorpe, Homicide Detective Thorpe, on the early morning hours of January 11, 2015?
Yes, I do recall Kenneth Copeland traveled to the precinct or arrived at the precinct and spoke with Detective Thorpe, yes.
And did you remember seeing that video? Did you ever watch that, and do you have a memory of that video encounter?
I believe so. It's been a while. I don't recall that video being all that important to me. I remember summarizing it, so I must have watched it, yes.
Do you remember Kenneth Copeland had a cell phone on the desk when he was speaking with Detective Thorpe?
That I don't remember. I'd have to take a look at the video.
Well, the jurors have seen it, so we're good. Do you remember Kenneth Copeland explaining that he knew that cell phones can give an area? On January 11, 2015,
Yep.
explaining to Detective Thorpe that
knew.
he was aware that check the cell phone records, check the cell phone, it'll show it's in this area. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember somebody saying that during the, I can't say that I remember if it was him, though.
All right. Let me ask you this. The cell phone records that we have here, unfortunately, don't give the actual communication. They might say handset of Kenneth Copeland, speaks with a handset of Natasha Williams, but we don't know what's being said according to these records. Fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, with regards to Nyesha Williams, Nyisha Williams, typical
Yes.
spelling, do you know that person?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember seeking and obtaining and subpoenaing cellular telephone records for Nyesha Williams?
I do remember doing that.
And do you remember why you did that?
They appeared in the, there was a number that appeared in Kenneth Copeland's cell phone records that evening. And when I say that evening, I mean the evening of January 10th, 2015. And specifically, so I'm clear here, it was 404-621-0102. I'm looking at Kenneth Copeland's records to refresh my recollection. And because of the times that there were phone calls sent or transmitted and received by that number, I thought it was relevant. So I subpoenaed both the call logs and the subscriber information. The subscriber information was the name of Nyesha Williams.
And sometimes people can, and there's nothing wrong with it, people can use a cell phone that's not registered in their name for various reasons. Is that fair to say?
It's very fair to say. It happens all the time.
So a Nyesha Williams, I'm just using that name since we're using it, she could be on the Verizon call as a registered person, but she can freely give me her cell phone and I could use it all the time.
That's right.
But it would come back if somebody, like you subpoenaed it, it would look like it's Nyesha Williams' call. In the name doesn't mean she's using the phone.
That's right.
And you, through your research, took Kenneth Copeland's statements on June 10th, 2015, and when he said he called Mr. Garlington, you wanted to know what number Mr. Garlington was using then. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And through your deduction, whether it's right or wrong, you said the Nyesha Williams registered phone might have been in the custody, control, and use of Tameka and Garlington.
It's possible, but I do not know.
I'm not saying anyone knows, but that was your deduction.
That's right.
And that's why you then subpoenaed, targeted the jail records for Nyesha Williams' registered phone, because you thought it may relate to Mr. Garlington.
Do you mean the cell phone records for her phone?
Did I say that?
I think you said jail records, but yes, I obtained the cell phone records for
I
her
said
phone.
jail record. I meant cell phone record.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you obtained those records, you specifically did not request, you testified to this before, you specifically did not request historical cell site location data for Nyesha Williams' phone.
That's correct.
And what that means to the jurors who may know what it is, but don't, that means you don't get the longitude and latitude of which tower that phone is employing at the time of the handset speaking with the cell tower, then it goes to the switching station.
That's essentially right. You just get a log of incoming and outgoing calls, the times, the numbers, but the columns that tell you the location of the tower that was utilized, you don't get that. You need a search warrant for that.
Did you ever exclude the Naisha Williams cell phone as the phone Mr. Garlington was using on the night of January 10, 2015.
Did I ever conclude that it was not his phone? Or the phone that he was using, rather?
I meant the phone is using.
No, I never definitively concluded that he was or was not using that phone.
And if, as you believed or hunched or were doing your work, Mr. Garlington was using that phone registered to Naisha Williams, then you can track at least what calls were being made at what times. Is that fair to say?
Speculation on if it belongs to, but I'll
All right, go ahead. You can answer.
You mean I can at least see the phone,
Yes.
like the list of calls that were sent and received, text messages sent and received by the phone, the handset?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I obtained those records.
All right. Now, Mr. Copeland stated on June 10th, 2015, from the McDonald's, that he was in his car at some point, along with Mr. Garlington and along with Mr. McMullen, Demise McMullins, also known as Nard.
If I remember correctly, I think you said it was his brother, Rontrez Brock's Dodge Charger, but yes, all three of them were at the McDonald's in that car, a car that he had possession of. Kenneth Copeland did, that is.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland said that I'm not saying it's true, but Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015, he left the McDonald's. I'm using 8 o'clock. If I'm wrong, just correct my time, but approximately 8 o'clock. He was driving the vehicle, the Charger, along with Mr. Garlington in the front passenger seat and Mr. McMullen or Nard in the rear driver's seat.
That sounds right, yeah. I don't recall what the exact seating arrangement was, but the occupants of the vehicle, that sounds correct.
And then he has that car, the Charger, going up, following another vehicle, a Nitro, white Nitro, to around Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condo.
That's what he said.
And did you look, when analyzing the calls from Naisha Williams, records rather, from Naisha Williams, and realize that during that relevant period of time on the supposed drive from the McDonald's to the Sky House, the Naisha Williams call that's potentially with Mr. Garlington and the Mr. McMullen calls, the number associated with Mr. McMullen, were in communication with each other?
Are you asking me, did Mr. McMullen and or the phone subscribed to by somebody named Naisha Williams communicate?
At the relevant time of when supposedly Mr. Copeland is driving them together in the same car to the Sky House? Yes, that's my question.
I don't recall. I do recall Mr. McMullen was a very frequently contacted number within the Naisha Williams phone records. But I don't have, well, I do have Mr. McMullen.
If you could check it, I'd appreciate it. And just tell the jurors whether at the time they're supposedly in the same exact car, these two phone numbers of the Naisha Williams and the Mr. McMullen are communicating together according to phone records.
Okay, so we have, what?
the record, Mr. McMullen's exhibit, what exhibit number it is.
Can you use what exhibit you're using?
Is that an exhibit, or
It's already in evidence.
does he know what exhibit number it is?
Do you have an exhibit number? Are you looking at an actual?
I think he may, well, y'all can clarify it, but
Sprinkle probably already knows.
is there an exhibit number on what you're looking at?
No, I just brought
No,
the phone, I printed them out and brought them to court.
This
so
is, what is it that you're looking at?
the phone records for 470-217-6080, Demise McMullen.
Okay, does anybody know what exhibit number that is?
Yes, 464Y.
Thank you.
Mr. Steele requested it during my direct.
Okay.
I didn't want it during his cross as well.
Okay, so what I see here is at 7:59 p.m. on January 10th, 2015.
Just do me a favor, because you're looking down. Can you just go a little slower?
Yes, yes. What I see.
Actually, let me stop. How much longer is your examination of this witness going to be?
45 minutes?
All right, let's stop and break for lunch.
2 an hour and a half, because I don't want you to.
Get the math Oh my gosh.
All right, I'll see y'all back at, let's be back at 1:45.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The cooking is not close to done. If you ask me, this is hilarious. I think one of my top moments of this trial so far is Steele during this cross-examination. He said, let's just say, for example, Naisha Williams, just a name. Like, and then it becomes like a big whopper of a name throughout the rest of his questioning. Shout out to Steele. What are you guys thinking? Let the appetizer appetize, you guys. Oh man. The slow roast.
All right, unless there's anything we need to take up, I'll see everybody back at 1:45. All right.
The steak is cooked. Abate Abedi, I'm never gonna get his name right, is cooked. The investigator everybody loves is just on screen, in case you're not watching. You know, we have those Kokomo sightings, but we gotta look out for the investigator sightings to keep it fair and balanced. Also, huge shout out here. Lottie B, this is great. Is Atkins looking extra defeated today? Or is it just his regular somber Undertaker vibe? And I think he's looking a little somber. So, man. A day. And while we're all tuning in here, Elizabeth Wright, thank you so much for the super here. Will you be streaming with Sylvia's footage for the hearing this afternoon? We can do that. Sorry if you have already addressed this. I missed it. I just saw where Maurice said he wouldn't be filming. Now, it's also possible that Sylvia might run the camera again because she did the other day. If Maurice, like, owns the camera and takes it and everybody's pulling from his camera, that might be a different story. But we'll definitely make sure we're tuned in one way or another. And thank you for giving me this information so I can be prepared. I'm really excited for that hearing. Like, it just seems like such a mess. And you guys know Stephen.T.Satchell in the chat and then Jim R in the chat. We've looked at their analysis on the translation of the language, the understanding of the plea deal, what was in the indictment and said at the plea hearing in the colloquy versus what was in the disposition, and how that doesn't seem like Mounk Tounk may have pled to what he was actually later sentenced for. There's discrepancies there. And we're going to have to see Adam Abedi argue that, and whoever is coming in as counsel for Mounk Tounk argue back. So, and all of this is going to be while, I'm assuming for Whitaker, it's going to be fresh in mind, this Ashley Merchant, this 8-page letter that we read from Ashley Merchant the other day, warning the state, don't try to do to my client what you're doing to these others that have taken plea deals here. We're not going to play that. You guys have been shady. Yesterday, Adam Abedi at the end of court tried to imply, well, kind of really said it flat out, that Ashley Merchant lied in her letter, and judge's response was, well, did you read that tome of a letter? And to me, that kind of question back from Whitaker is, you know, I don't really know if I would say that she lied, Adam. So if all of that's in her mind while she's dealing with a probation revocation question that she's supposed to rule on, and that probation revocation is supposed to come back to this plea deal and a violation of the special conditions of a plea, all of that's fresh in her mind. And maybe those emails she was supposed to look at in chambers with Miss Love, the emails for the plea negotiations for any of the defendants that took a plea in this case. I don't know what came of that or if that's taken place yet. I feel like Whitaker, though, probably at this point has seen those emails. And that stuff might be in the back of her mind for this hearing on Friday. So very, very exciting stuff. Good to see Elizabeth. Hopefully see you tonight at Club Classy, which is pinned at the pinned comment at the top of this chat. And thank you so much for this info. We'll catch up and figure out where we'll stream it, but we'll definitely be watching. Orlando Antonio says, I believe Woody's second phone will come up in the defense case in chief. Well, first of all, I think Woody's name is going to come up probably 90% of the days we have remaining, but especially if we want to bring up the actual second phone. And Steele is already underscoring it. Like, he brought his phone with you, he put it on the table during the interview, and volunteered to you, suggested to you, tried to make you look at where this cell phone was. Now, if you're saying that, you probably know where it was. So, was he saying that because he knows I wasn't in that location, or was he saying that because he knows I know that device would not be in that location? That's the question. That's the question. And if Steele can bring in, it was some interview Woody did where he said, you know, you don't bring your phone with you when you do stuff that you don't want to be tracked for, something to that effect. If Steele can bring that in, I mean, hello, tie the bow on the box. I think that means he volunteered that to the detectives in 2015 because he knew that that particular device would not be in that location. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Orlando, great food for thought. I can't wait for defense case in chief if we get there. And it sucks that it's so far down the road. Like, it might be like 80 days away. Thank you for your support today, Orlando. Daryl Johnson says, in my expert opinion, the sprinkler misspoke that he never asked if the detectives requested video from McDonald's. He is noisy and involved and needed that video for this case. I agree. And I do think he tries to be careful with his answers in a way that's not like the same care we see other witnesses take. Sometimes when Gaither didn't want to answer something and she was being careful with how she responded, or maybe pausing, hoping for an objection from the state, her care was like, I don't want to give a helpful answer to the defense. I don't like them. I think the weird carefulness that Sprinkle does is he doesn't want to be wrong. He doesn't want to be wrong. And I think Steele's continued questions really play into that. If he doesn't actually think he can answer something, Steele kind of rephrased and asked a different question to try to underscore the same thing and emphasize, look, of all people, if the detectives did what they said they did, Sprinkle would have made sure he got the best records, the best evidence from the work that they did. Sprinkle would have, like the Scooby-Doo sniffing under all the rugs and the carpets in the corners of the room. And so if we don't have it as a juror, my conclusion would be the detectives didn't do what they said they did. And I think it's hilarious that Whitaker needed clarification on who we're impeaching, and Steele got to reiterate Gaither, because I think that made it more clear to the jury and anybody listening, we're impeaching all these detectives. We're impeaching the detectives that are telling us what happened in this case. It's sticking out that it's not just one detective that messed up a little bit. It was the whole thing. Throw it all away. Great point of observation here, Daryl. And then Elizabeth Ortiz, how kind of you, also dropping 5 gifted memberships. And you guys, I think I saw you guys saying thank you to Elizabeth in the chat already. If you want to show her some love, drop a crown emoji. We'd like to use crowns for Elizabeth. Or W's. W's when anyone gives some membership, super nice. But her last name also starts with it, so it works double time. Thank you so much again, Elizabeth. FW11 just says, love your channel. Thank you so much for the 5. Peter Ortiz says, Kat, we love our OG, and I love that you always put the green amphibious emojis. Thank you so much, Peter. Great to see you in here. Ronnie became a new member. Welcome aboard. Sprinkle is, oh my god, Chloe. The college bathroom flip-flops with the holes in it to let the water drain. Chloe Albert's Revenge says Sprinkle is the type to have special bathroom shoes. Oh, goodness. And Chloe also says, I just hear the long fart from Step Brothers. Step Brothers is like my kind of humor. That movie is like so stupidly good. Kay says, love this channel, never chat much, always watch. Well, we love our workers and lurkers in here. Glad to have you in here, Kay. KC Dog dropping a 5 bomb of gifted memberships in the chat. And, you know, we can drop some KC in the chat. Show KC some love, especially if you got a membership. Say thanks. Super, super awesome. It is a time, you guys. Oh, I'm loving all this cross. And again, like, today was really important for the state to tie together all these records and the testimony, to give the timestamps some alignment with the jail calls and the interview statements and the exhibits, the photos and videos. I think redirect might be good in a train wreck, panic, my case, save my case type of way. We definitely had a, Your Honor, this is ruining my case objection earlier from Abate. It was 100% objection. Well, what's the basis? Your Honor, you're ruining my case. We got one of those today. So, you guys that predicted the fireworks and popcorn, shout out to you guys. Let us know the numbers we should play today. And thank you again, Casey Dog. Elemental Neon became a member. Thank you so much. Casey Dog also had said, I feel like the state is holding on to about 25% of the case they began with. What do you think? More or less in your opinion? Honestly, right around that ballpark. I mean, I'm not going to say there aren't things that, you know, it's circumstantial, but it could look bad and the jury could conclude that it looks bad, it is bad, right? But the amount, there's so much stuff that, to me, the stuff that I think looks bad and a jury might conclude is bad kind of points to people not sitting in this courtroom consistently over and over. And if we think it's bad now, how much we hear about, what was the statement? I wrote it down. I've been trying to get better at my notes to get quotes down. But Shart highlighting, and we got to talk about Shart's cross because there was a lot of good stuff there. He tackled that preliminary hearing issue, which we've heard through evidentiary arguments on non-jury days, so much about these preliminary hearings, because the state's theory is, well, Stillwell on this recorded jail call with the girl he was calling threw out these names and therefore they all conspired to commit this crime together. Well, no, he threw out these names not because he had knowledge that they committed this crime because they did it together. He threw out this name because he was familiar with the preliminary hearing and Detective Thorpe suggesting those names. And Shart has tried to argue this for the longest, and the state, I think, stupidly played this call thinking it wouldn't be peeped. And you guys in the chat tuned out the call by the time they were dropping names. So I don't really think, if the jury is the same way, the jury might not really get why they're supposed to catch those names. And I don't really think Adam Abate developed that through questioning. He just let the call speak for itself, but it was like 7 minutes in and quiet and hard to hear. Even Whitaker said it was kind of hard to hear. And Adam Abate had the chance to probe on it and didn't. And then Shart comes up and he's like, well, all of those names were mentioned by Thorpe at the preliminary hearing, right? And Sprinkle's like, yeah. And then Stillwell in that call said, F. Woody, D, and the other D, which we know by now is Kenneth Copeland, Tameka and Garlington, and Quindarius Zachary. And Shart's like, yeah, you know, I think that's the spirit of your comment is something along what they said in that call. So, like, Stillwell in that call was only suggesting that Yak, Duop, and Nard's names were mentioned during this preliminary hearing, and they know what's going on. Obviously, they've talked to Thorpe. He wasn't saying it was Yak, Duop, and Nard because I was sitting in the cars with them. And Shart just completely dismantled that whole issue, and I think that was a good, like, 3-4% of this case is them thinking a name drop meant we know because we did this together, and we wouldn't have knowledge of these names otherwise. I know that's long-winded. The state is stupid for trying to draw that long conclusion when all Stillwell was saying was their names were mentioned at the preliminary. Just wild. So I think this 25% is close and I expect it to whittle down. I don't know how it'll survive during a defense case in chief. So, what a day. What a day. What's everybody eating for lunch, by the way? Now, L1915 says pride before the fall, yesterday's lesson. It sure seems like it. And I don't know. I don't really know, like, if Antonio Sumlin's coming in soon and Duke Martinez Arnold's coming in soon. I don't think those witnesses will go better for the state. what's supposed to rehabilitate this? Are they going to put Detective Viverito on the stand, and is Detective Viverito going to do any better than the other detectives? Or will she be demolished on cross-examination just like the rest? Like, where do we go? Especially as it relates to, you know, I think this Donovan Thomas incident is a big deal. And I also think the accident, the Tiara Jones, where she was killed, I think that's a big deal, even though, Stillwell's a victim in that. I think that's a big deal because it elicits such a visceral reaction. This girl passes away. She was just giving her friends a ride. It's something that's going to stick to you. You want to get justice for someone like that, and a juror might psychologically be inclined to point to someone in the room as being at fault for it. And the state's using that to paint this picture of a vicious, deadly, nonstop gang rivalry. That happened because of a gang rivalry happening between YSL and their ops, right? So I think those two issues that we're going to hear more of from these upcoming witnesses, I don't know. Same thing with that club brawl. And I don't know how that club brawl, how that will play out now that Dennis's testimony got interrupted. We have those Magic City videos stricken. We'll have to see. But yeah. And hold on, mods. We don't need to time out people for saying they're railroading these young black men. I mean, I do think race plays a role in the way things are prosecuted, right? So, I know YouTube might not like a mention of a race, but when it's used in that context, I'd rather take the risk. So yeah, we can allow that. I'm not sure if YouTube was flagging the comments, but we can show those. So, but there we go. And yeah, just Asiatic As, just so you know, YouTube probably did do a show or hide option, and the mods just usually flat down the line hit the hide option. But, so probably wasn't targeted. It probably got flagged, and like uniformly the mods go down the line and just hit hide every time. So, but there you go. Jason Sorensen says, wait, is Hilton not there? I called it that she would be kicked to the curb after this. I mean, I don't think that this is going to be the end of us seeing Hilton or Love. So, just because somebody's not in the room, I'm not going to make the assumption that they're just gone. I mean, would we make that same assumption off Bruce Harvey and Westmoreland? So, but in general, if we find out that she's in trouble, oops, that sucks for Hilton. You done messed up, because I think you could have prevented your witness from doing that utterance yesterday, but you didn't care if your witness made an utterance like that, and now it bit you in the butt. So I think you're like in the middle here between two different things. I don't think that she's gone, but I do think that she's probably feeling a little fire under her butt. Good to see you, Jason. Stephen.T.Satchell says, Hollywood showing that law enforcement uses books as evidence. So if we look at the movie Basic Instinct, where Catherine Schmel, played by Sharon Stone, the book author wrote the murder series. And there is some Hollywood stuff. And I really think that this is kind of the career lifestyle that Dennis tried to adopt. I think Dennis tried to adopt the role of a Hollywood law enforcement officer. And I think that might be the point you're kind of getting at here, Stephen. Good to see you. Thank you for all your commentary in the chat and for the support. KC Dog just says 403. You guys have gotten a lot of 403-ins today. Thank you, KC Dog. Kevin Kirksey says, anyone getting stalker vibes from Sprinkle? Some of his answers are a little bit odd. Right out the gate with Adam, how many calls did you have? Like 700. How many did you look through? I don't know exactly, but a good portion of them. I'm leaning towards close to 700. So just really, really interested sitting there with the headset is kind of how I picture him. I'm not sure I'd say stalker vibes, but very, very deep dive vibe. Thank you, Kevin. And Xylent, I don't really have a great answer here as far as why are they allowing to change who's examining Sprinkle. I don't know. It's an odd thing with this case. And it is kind of like a fresh appearance on the stand for Sprinkle. So I don't know. So maybe they're just treating it like that. We know that if Hilton was still away on her conference when the jury came back and Copeland was supposed to continue his testimony, that the judge was willing to allow a separate prosecutor to do the questioning. So it's not new. It's not a new concept to this trial. It's just odd to see because normally you don't substitute during someone's testimony, but who knows. Thank you for the support, Xylent. And the question that unfortunately I didn't have a great answer for. Free YSL became a member. You know, I think the name Free YSL deserves to be in green. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Monica Chappelle not only became a member, but very kindly dropped 5 gifted memberships in the chat. So if you guys want to drop a Monica in the chat, show some love to Monica. Another smiling profile picture. Love to see it. Monica also says, good morning to the cat, mods, and chat. Here is some coffee. Seems like it's going to be a long Friday. Y'all hit the like. And I'm very glad we had counsel step in for Nichols because this has been, I don't know. I think we got through direct pretty quickly with Adam leading the questions with Sprinkle. I think we might have seen a lot more bumbling if it was somebody else besides maybe Atkins. Can you imagine if it was Brown? Can you imagine if it was Brown trying to question Sprinkle? He'd be trying to verify every digit of every handheld device as he asked Sprinkle a question. Is the next digit an 8? Is the next digit a 0? Okay. Is the next digit a 1? Is there a hyphen? Oh my god. So luckily we're moving along quickly and there's been a lot to pay attention to. So thank you again, Monica, for all your support and generosity today. Orlando Antonio with one of the top names, top contenders for Sprinkle's greatest hit album, Sprinkle's Bop 403. And it's crazy. How many Kids Bops do they have now? What's the most recent, and they've like segmented it off into different genres now, right? Kids Bop. Oh my god, they do concerts. I mean, shout out to them for keeping the brand thing going on and on. Kids Bop, Wikipedia give me a release? Because last time I checked, there were like close to like 100 Kids Bop albums. Okay, so Wikipedia only says up to 40. I thought they had way more than that. Not Bop, but Kids Bop. Ooh, good point. I'd be surprised if we see Brown again. But yeah. So yeah, Sprinkles Bop 403 is going to be the 403rd Kids Bop album. Thank you, Orlando. That was a great suggestion. Ken Thompson says Sprinkle is the only one with effort into proving this case. Detectives were a joke. Yeah, I think so. Can you imagine if Sprinkle was a detective? Because I feel like in his role, his job, he's employed through the DA's office, but I feel like he did more investigative work than the investigators. And if he was actually an investigator, I feel like we'd have notes and reports. And that would make this all very different. So, great point here, Ken. Thank you for the 5. Positive Q says, good morning again. Why does he always sound so scripted and fake? They ask 1,000 questions, then play a video or recording. We've heard this. And I've gone over why we were hearing it in a way that was combining the evidence, the testimony from other witnesses, and the tolling records that came in through Agent Bernie, right? So there was a little bit of a different twist. However, Adam was getting tripped up and kind of like asking for a repeat of some of this testimony, or asking Sprinkle to do things that were kind of what Agent Bernie demonstrated through his mapping and his toll analysis. So there was a little bit of bad questioning there from Adam. Unfortunately, it is a different purpose with Sprinkle's testimony, which is why we had to sit there. But yeah, that's why it feels like that. But they've got to be allowed to do that. Thank you for your support. Y Turner says, he reminds me of the little fella on Young Sheldon. If you don't stop rocking like Pee Wee Herman sneezing those glutes. Hold on, wait, you mean Sprinkle? Or do you mean, oh, I gotta Google this. Young Sheldon. Because the hard part is they kind of both get a picture. Oh, okay. I'm going to go with you're probably meaning Sprinkle, because I was going to say there's a little bit of similarity between Sprinkle and Abatey, but I think, school class project, you're probably making a reference to Sprinkle on the stand. So there we go. I've got my clarification there. I can see it. Thank you, Y Turner. A Poonanmoo with another great What Would Sprinkle's song be? Sprinkle shark doo doo, doo 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 doo, sprinkle shark doo doo. I love it. Granny 5 says, State, Rico is calling defense, call rejected. We still don't have a Rico, you guys. Good to see you, Granny 5. Elemental Neon says, this guy to his kid. Did, you, clean a room this morning? And then just an at the end for no reason, even though it's the end of the sentence. Yeah. And that's the thing, when you listen to like a podcast or something, all those mess ups get cut out of the audio. When you watch court, they don't edit court streams. I mean, this is a live feed. So you get to hear all this fun dragging us. And with Glanville, with his rulings would take twice as long because he would so much. So it's the downside of live streams. And sometimes witnesses that use those fillers to catch up with how they're thinking. TSC, thank you so much for the one. Leah's dad, we talked about this at the time it came up. Doesn't this mean they're also impeaching Bernie? And the reason they're not really impeaching Bernie is Bernie was just kind of there he mapped out some of the phone tolling records and laid the foundation to bring those phone tolling records in. So they're not really impeaching him, although again, through these questions, and Sprinkle's great for it because we already knew Sprinkle didn't agree that these things are precise and accurate. And Agent Bernie didn't try to say that these phone mappings were going to be the exact latitude and longitude GPS points either. So rather than discrediting, I think with Sprinkle on the stand, and we're seeing a lot more of this from Steele than Shart and Doug's focus for their cross-examinations, which, they seem to allocate, they each take a certain focus and approach, plus do what they need to do for their own individual client. But Steele is focusing more, and Sprinkle's a great witness for it. Just like Bernie told us, right? These are letting you know we're near this cell phone tower, right? And then Sprinkle's like, yeah, this phone in my pocket, it's not like this type of mapping will show us that I'm sitting right here in this chair with latitude and longitude. It'll just, say that I'm near the tower, near the courtroom. So it's discrediting and reiterating to the jury that it's not exactly precise. So different word than impeachment, but similar concept, I think you're getting at. Ms. Jazzy Jazz says, but what will happen to Woody if impeached? I don't know. They impeached Woody while he was on the stand, so that was their whole strategy with him. The state, half their strategy for half their witnesses is, especially the star layperson witnesses that were either co-conspirators, indicted and pled out, or unindicted and called to testify. Half their strategy with them is catch them on impeachment and use impeachment as a way to get all of these out-of-court statements, recorded jail calls, police interviews in, right? And now they're getting a taste of their own medicine. So, oops, we're going to impeach Gaither and we're going to impeach Thorpe today. And because of that, because of the impeachment, Sprinkle, you're able to tell us if you talk to them about certain things. So, oops, maybe you shouldn't rely on the impeachment so much there, State. Miss Jazzy Jazz also says, if you ask me, all of them snitched. I feel like Woody was scapegoat and they knew he was afraid to be locked up, so he lied and said the truth. And I think that's a possibility. I do think there's a possibility there, and that's, it's a tug of war between the state and the defense, right? There's theories. They're both presenting a theory of the case. The defense is pointing towards the culprit really being Woody and Garlington, and perhaps for some of the possession issues and the ballistics matches, Quindarius Zachary or somebody that Quindarius Zachary was affiliated with. Where the state is saying, we think it was these guys in this courtroom, and then, we get the name drops of Christian Eppinger, and whatever he was doing was in furtherance of YSL. This was supposed to be part of this participation in criminal street gang activity. And this whole case is going to be a tug of war. What I think is a problem is we are in the state's case in chief where they're supposed to be presenting what they think works for them. And if this is a state and this is the defense, and I'm the middle of the tug of war rope, I think even on the state's case in chief, we're kind of leaning towards the defense's theory a little bit more. And I think that's why we saw Hilton begging so much when Dennis got dismissed and stricken yesterday. So, and this can move, this can wobble throughout the whole trial. It's never going to be, we can't just say the jury 100% is like this or like this. There's individual jurors that probably think differently, and they can change their mind based on new information they hear. So in the chat, we've got to be careful to not think that this possibility is off the table for the jury to believe is the answer beyond a reasonable doubt. So great food for thought there, Ms. Jazzy. KC Dog says, I feel like the state is holding on to about 25%. Oh, we got this one. But yes, and that's like I said, the tug of war. I think we're like going this way. Peter Ortiz dropping a 10 bomb of gifts in the chat. Thank you so much to Peter Ortiz. Let's get him in the banner. Super generous here. And I think I got to add Elizabeth. And I'm so behind. I got to update. We are at 65 new slimes. And yeah, I accidentally updated the squeak counter earlier, you guys. I was updating the new slimes and put it on the squeaks. So it looked like we had 30 squeaks, but unfortunately only 2 squeaks today. So big thank you to Peter Ortiz. Incredibly generous, and guys, huge supporter of this chat and channel. Probably has slimed like 400 or probably more of you guys in the chat, giving you guys the member benefits, including being able to use those custom emojis. So make sure you check those out and drop a W in the chat, yell Peter, drop a boom emoji, whatever it is, just show some support. And then let's see here. Yeah, we got the crown. And we also have a salute here to Stephen and Jim R. talking about the analysis, the thoughts on the Mounk Tounk plea. Great stuff. It's been great to read both of their thoughts, and they really fit hand in hand. Like Jim's like, they didn't get this right. And then Stephen's like, not only did they not get it right, but the confusion, the lost in translation, Mounk Tounk says he doesn't really get, and he's confused by what love means and what love wanted him to say. And you put those two things together, it's like a holy moly of a mess. So shout out to Stephen and Jim R there. Tons of exploding here for Peter. And then good friend of the channel, Tay Biz TV, been in the bushes a little bit, miss you lots. Tay Biz says, shout out to the greatest hostess and chat in the YouTube streets, watching and working. Want to show love as always. How much bolstering has Sprinkle Toes been doing today? So much. And I think you said this right as Steele was coming up for cross-examination. And oh man, Steele is just, all right, you want to bolster? Let me steer the questions. Let me steer the ship, and you just keep on bolstering. We'll just bolster on in this direction. And it has been glorious. I'm loving it. And can't wait to come back from lunch. So this is going to be a great remainder of whatever Steele's got going on. And what do you guys think of who's supposed to be a witness coming up? We've heard some names floating around and mentioned. I notated one of the days that they listed a bunch of people they plan to call. Did we get an officer? Yeah, we got them. Maybe I've got to look back further. But the ones I wrote down, like William Johnson, like we got some of those yesterday. Davis, we got them yesterday. So I don't really know exactly who's coming up unless they're ready to call Sumlin. So, and Michelle, let me get these links for you. Should have them in my notepad. Now this first link is Stephen's, but it has 2 links in this, okay? So there's 2 links here for a part 1 and a part 2. So make sure if you want to read Stephen's analysis, you realize that there's 2 links here. It's going to be the same with the links from, actually, I only have the part 1 from Jim at the ready here. And I'll go back and I'll add them to the video description. And then part 2 I can pull. Let me get on X real quick. Where is Happily Angry Lawyer? Okay, so I'm going to share Happily Angry Lawyer. In addition to the first document I just linked from Jim R., who is Happily Angry Lawyer on X. If you go down his feed, you'll see different analysis, and he also links to the documents he's reviewing if you want to take a look at like the whole shebang. So there is his X in the chat as well. Yeah, I love this characterization too. Stephen says that it's Jim R. with the sharp blue pencil, and then Stephen with the contract 101. Jennifer N., thank you so much, says, hey, Cat and Chat, love the channel. I'm a quiet watcher while working and wanted to say thank you for the awesome coverage. Thank God it's Friday. Again, we love our lurkers in the chat. I love lurking in chats. Sometimes, like, when I end these streams, I'm like, I'm going to go watch Nick Starro, and I have to, like, drive and run an errand. And I'm, like, lurking in the chat, but it sucks not being able to follow the chat when you have to be driving. So, Jennifer, love that you got to tune in and comment today. Glad you are here, and thank you so much for the kind words. Natasha Walker says, defense is thanking them for bringing Sprinkle back. Pretty much. Pretty much. And don't forget about that motion in limine from Steele, where if you want to elicit specific testimony from Michael Sprinkle about the choice to indict who you indicted when you indicted them, then I want the work product. I want all of the notes that Sprinkle looked at and may have written. I want all of the work product from the state. And Adam comes in like, I don't think that'll be necessary, so it'll be moot. We're just not going to ask Sprinkle about that. And then Steele was like, okay, it's moot. What a good time. A good preemptive strike there from Steele. Thank you, Natasha, for that great reminder. Like, I don't know, some of the stuff that I really don't think they need to, I think they could have let that call from Stillwell go. I think the state should have made the decision to not ask Sprinkle about it, don't play it again, because they should have expected that to be demolished on cross-examination in a way that's so far in the other direction that you're not just saying, well, the jury can make of it what they want. In this case, the jury, I think, will make of it what they want, and I think Shart did a much better job laying out why that call didn't really say much of anything, and if anything, kind of showed that Stillwell didn't know something until he heard something at the preliminary hearing. And if you didn't know something until the preliminary hearing, that to me suggests he wasn't there when it happened and didn't participate in it. So strategically, I would have not brought that in because I wouldn't have wanted Shart to make that argument in front of the jury. But, you know, they do what they do. Peter Ortiz says, I love how Steele looks at the state's table when yes, he really does. And he blinks. He blinks when he does it. He really does every time he has a gotcha question. Thank you, Peter. I need to, like, screenshot one of those looks and just pull it up when he's doing it. If we catch one today, I'll screenshot it. This is great, Peter. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Abadabad pulled out a wedgie real quick. Wait, did he actually? Because I know you joke a lot. But did he actually? Because you guys, sometimes if I'm typing something like updating the banner, I'm not looking at the screen all the time. So did he actually, Chloe? Oh boy. Thank you so much, Chloe. I'm going to just, in my head, assume that he did. Michelle Warden, thank you so much for the super sticker. And it's great to see you. Love to see you in other chats. Love to have you here as well. Just always all around great to see you. Deja Jones, thanks for becoming a member. I think this might be you might be becoming a member again. So if it's a welcome back, welcome back. If it's your first time on board, thanks for joining. And Stephen.T.Satchell, drop in the 5. I think, do I need to update my... Yeah, hold on a minute here. This banner's outdated. Well, let me get this up to date. And if you guys want to drop STS in the chat, that would be awesome. And did you get to listen to Jeffrey Williams, the song STS? I know you said you were going to listen to it yesterday. So thank you so much again for gifting the 5. We'll get this banner updated. We are at 76 new members. New slimes. There we go. So that's updated there. And did they say 1:30 for lunch? We should be approaching that, so who knows? Okay, so I don't really see like anything new. I was just checking if there were like new filings, but I don't see anything. I'll keep checking throughout the day because you never know. You never know. Raymond Rora says, oh, it's your Social Security. Well, thank you for supporting the channel, Raymond. That is extremely generous. I didn't need it all this month, so I'm just paying it back. They took it from you. Oh man, the Social Security debate is one of those never-ending hot button debate issues. Well, thank you. That's a great way to look at it. Paying it back and forth. I'm glad you're here, Raymond. Thank you so much for all your support from this channel, and you had sent a super thanks, so thank you for that as well. Survivor Speaks, another worker lurker. Good to have you here lurking. Good to see you, and hopefully some interaction tonight at Club Classy. Get to hang out with you a little bit. Clat, fellow slimes, and big love to the mods with a capital M. If you guys want to do a 60-second mod shout out, all caps, now would be the time to do it. If you don't know what to say, you can also say thanks to Survivor Speaks because she also gifted 5 memberships, which is incredibly generous. And in the chat, I had made a small mention, kind of coincidentally, but maybe because Survivor Speaks put it on my mind, about the Darrell Brooks trial. When they were showing the pictures of Javaris Bradford leaning on the car. Oh, are we getting some action here? Or are we just doing a thing? But when we had Javaris Bradford, those pictures where he's leaning on the Pontiac, and then they show the gas station photo. You know, in the chat, it reminded me of when Darrell Brooks tried to deny that he was driving this red minivan during the Waukesha parade incident, tragic incident. He tried to deny that he's driven this red minivan, and then they pull up a music video by him called like "What the Business," and the whole time they're rapping with this red minivan in the background, and they're like, "Is that not the same one? Is that not the same vehicle?" So I had thought of that because of that Javaris Bradford comparison a little bit, even though, you know, I don't really know if that car kind of looked like the car he was leaning on, although the photo was airbrushed, but we'll see. We will see. Oh, Math Boy Fly was his name, his artist name. But I think that's coming from Survivor Speaks, because Survivor Speaks, she's been doing rewatches of that trial as well as others. So if you like trials, if you like commentary, if you like good rewinds, definitely check out friend of the channel Survivor Speaks. I think her Darrell Brooks rewind is why I was able to think of that dang red minivan with Math Boy. Yeah, it was something like that. It was like Math Boy Fly, something like that. Oh, he had bars. Let's not do that. Let's not do all that. Oh, and T, just wondering, T, you changed your name? I'll call you T from now. Kat, you've been doing a great job covering this, especially with how many other amazing commentators are covering it as well. And love to all of them. And like, honestly, some of this, it sucks because like, I feel like I'm missing some of the people I like to watch. But try to cram stuff in on Replay Crew, you know, shout out to Replay Crew. And then T says, you will stay entertaining, informative, and quick-witted. I try. And the chat, guys, you are so funny. You are so funny. So thank you so much for the kind words, T. Stephen.T.Satchell says, sips of knowledge intoxicates the mind, while deeper drinking sobers it again. Example is Sprinkle and his knowledge of cell systems. This is a great quote. Where is this from? Okay, wait. So Alexander Pope, maybe? Something about a little learning being a dangerous thing? I think it's Alexander Pope. Okay, does this give us the full poem? Cool beans. So if you scroll to like the second section on this page, I think this is the poem that this quote is from. So thank you. And I like that one. And if Drea's in the chat, Drea, very good with literature and poetry recommendations. Des says the song names, the song suggestions. Sprinkle some Rico on me. You gotta do the Jennifer Aniston scene, but with the remix. Shout out to Des. That's a great suggestion. Probably one of like, that was on par with the peanut butter and jelly day with Spiritually Imperfect. Oh gosh, you guys start a lot of fun games in here. Thank you so much, Des, for the suggestion, the example. Casey Dog says, over under 2 days of Miss Love next week. Optimistically, I'll say 2. I'll say 2 of those days. Pessimistically, 4. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Gamba Kufu says, do you think Stinkle likes himself or talking more? I think he likes talking more. I think talking more is something people do where they might be confident in their academics but unsure of themselves. I think he's got that kind of combination going. And I think he's pretty genuine on the chat. It might be a little tedious and long-winded and maybe a little pompous. But I don't really think he's like out to screw people. And if he is screwing somebody, I think he 100% thinks he's doing the right thing. So, but yeah, I think he likes talking more than he might like himself. Y Turner says, Sprinkle is Sheldon. Defense was rocking shirties, these cheeks with folded arms. Hold on, sometimes I'm good with typos and sometimes I'm not. Sprinkle is Sheldon. Defense was rocking. Sprinkles, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, you know, just the calm, collected cross-examination, and Sprinkle's just like going on and on. So I'm kind of getting what you're saying. I just don't know what shirt he's in. I'm not sure what the typo there is. Sorry. I'm usually good with stuff like that. Raymond Rora says, thank you so much, Raymond. Sorry I have to say it. Zachary Taylor, ex-girlfriend, ask how do you know him? We dated. Oh, Zachary, Quindarius Zachary. We dated. Very next question, do y'all have kids? So this is Summer Good, when Summer Good was on the stand, and they were asking about her relationship with Quindarius Zachary. Do y'all have kids? Dating to kids is a big mental jump. Painted her as lack of morals. I agree. I agree. Now, from a good movie, imagine she's white. Yeah, and it's like, I'm thinking, what, Janice Merriweather was the witness's name who corrected Hilton when Hilton said, I don't know, that was significant other or partner or something. And Janice Merriweather was just a friend. She corrected Hilton. And Hilton did the giggly hoo-ha back, like, haha, I know what you mean. Like, all right, well, there's been so many moments in this trial where witnesses have tried to clarify. Antonio Sledge is another example. When speaking about Antrevia Smith, that we were just someone, we were dealing with one another. It was something close to, what was the spirit of the characterization, the spirit of the comment, if we use Sprinkles words? It's like, but the state doesn't get it. They always want to make this jump, skip, and a leap to some type of conclusion, and the witnesses push back. And I do think, in part, the implication that people have kids out of wedlock, maybe that's not an uncommon thing, and I don't think people really look down on that too much anymore, but there is still a bit of a stigma around that. And maybe making the implication of something that could carry a stigma to somebody isn't the smartest thing to do when you want your witness to be cooperative with you. And you might want the jurors to think well of the witness. And it's like the state doesn't conceptualize how the potential of somebody applying a stigma there, even if the stigma is not deserved, it doesn't mean that somebody won't make that connection or think that way. And at a trial, you have to be considerate of things like that. And I think this is a great point that the state's just like, we're going to call it whatever we want to call it and not know how to ask better questions. Oh, man. And I don't know, guys, I don't know the exact makeup of the jury. I know there's a mix of men and women, but I don't know. I didn't catch voir dire. I don't really know a good breakdown of the juror pool. So, but the thing is, it's never guaranteed what a jury might make of certain information or certain demeanors. If a attorney rubs somebody the wrong way, that could be really bad. If an attorney is really charismatic and likable, that could be really good for that attorney, even if the questions and answers that they're going through as part of their trial are garbage. You never know. A juror could just agree with the state's theory of the case or the defense's theory of the case because they like the attorney. So, can't put all your eggs in one basket. You got to consider stupid little nuanced stuff like this. So, great point. Great point. And again, super grateful for your generosity, Raymond. Lisa Waller says, Kat, look up Cornelius Muckle. Fulton County DA drops charges against accused man of a gruesome double murder. And a last name like Muckle, hopefully that's a nice easy search result here. Charges dropped. Oh, I think I saw this, Joseph Papp was talking about this. So let me get the article. And I think he also made some commentary on X. So here's the article. And I'm going to bookmark this to read because we're about to come back from lunch. But if you guys aren't also already following, if you use X and aren't already following Joseph Papp, lots of in-court coverage and great. When Joseph writes an article, he typically remembers the backstory of cases. So you're not just going to get like a fluffy top-level report when something happens. He's usually very thorough with his recall of how stuff has progressed as the case moves forward. So his articles are really good too. So this is Joseph on X. And I had seen him talk about this a little bit on X yesterday, I think. Either that or the article came up on my feed because I subscribe to AJC, so maybe I got like an email about it. But thank you so much for putting this on the radar, especially putting the name in my head. But yeah. Charges dropped. How long was he in custody for? Released last week. This was a 2018 incident. Trial was scheduled to start on October 3rd. And this decision came after another. So Deborah Hubbard's son, Keith Sylvester, was awarded. So different person was awarded a $1.5 million settlement from the city of Atlanta after spending 15 months in jail for being wrongly accused. So, you know what? This seems like a little bit of deterrent is happening. Wow. Interesting stuff, guys. I think this is definitely a good read. I'm going to drop this article again. Love this, Lisa. Thank you so much, Lisa. Yeah, shout out to Lisa in the chat. Like crowdsourcing, especially when people are finding information, it takes time. You miss stuff if you don't hear about it, you don't know how to search for it. So love positive and, you know, rather than speculating too much or falling into gossip, crowdsourcing of information and doing the research is something I really, really love, and love when chat members, community members like Lisa are coming in here to bring us stuff like this. So big shout out to Lisa in the chat. Again, did they say 1:45? If you guys said the time they're returning from lunch in the chat, I wasn't looking at the chat. But yeah, maybe 1:45 is the time there. Because I didn't really pay attention to when when they broke off with Steel. Ayana Davis, good to see you. Thank you so much for gifting 5. Hold on, let's get you in the banner. Super nice of you. You guys, if you got a gifted membership, make sure you're saying thanks. It makes the channel more fun, and it's super cool that YouTube even has that feature. But on top of that, for people to be willing to gift memberships is just incredibly nice. Ayana Davis, thank you so much. I've got you in the banner here. There we go. Out here creating more slimes by the day. Rod says, Hilton sounded like she was gonna cry yesterday. Oh, yeah, I agree. And, like, having dentists is important for the way they want to present their case. So as much as I understand why she would feel like that. That was a huge sanction against the state. And ultimately she was the prosecutor doing the questioning. So even though the court is saying, I know you didn't do it intentionally, it's still kind of Hilton's mess up. Still kind of Hilton's mess up. Her question prompted an answer, and an answer that she might have and probably should have expected from Detective Dennis. Whether or not Detective Dennis should have known better, sometimes you have to be careful not to open the door for your witness to take a big messed up. So, as far as the day so far, did you hear that the state filed a motion to reconsider the dismissal of Detective Dennis and the striking of his testimony and barring him from coming back? Not striking of the phrase. They're okay with striking that one phrase, but they seem to be upset that yesterday in its entirety was stricken, and they want to call him back. So definitely check that out. I clipped it separately if you want to just catch up on that. Other than that, Sprinkle's back on the stand, and he's not really getting demolished. He's cooperating through cross-examination. But through cross-examination with Sprinkle's cooperativeness, what the state wanted to accomplish through Sprinkle, I think, is completely getting unraveled. So we're still in the middle of Steele's cross-examination. If you want to check out Doug's very short, incredible mic drop, that's clipped separately on the channel, and so is Shard's cross-examination, which I think was like 17 minutes. So you can go get caught up probably on 2-speed in a little bit here and come back when they come back from lunch. And then Beck, Free Jeffrey, great to see you. Guys, Beck is one of the OGs watching this trial, extremely knowledgeable on, it's hard to keep track of things, but if you ever need some help, Beck is like YSL Trial trivia out here. So I'm honored that you're here, Beck, watching with us, and thank you so much for gifting 5. Let's get Beck in the banner. And for Beck, you guys can drop the green heart emojis. And we've got Beck in the banner. Michelle Warden out here is sliming by the snipe. Thank you so much, Michelle. Michelle said, look, I want someone else to feel green today. So if you got that gift from Michelle, I hope you saw it was from Michelle and got to say thank you. Big shout out to Michelle. Peter Ortiz says, love Hilton and Fonnie are hiding in Fonnie's cabin doing a group hug. Which is like, it'll be okay. It'll all be okay. Oh, man. Oh, that's a good one, Peter. Thank you so much. Oh, you made it to Delphi. Okay, so BigBabyJane, I think 2 days ago, if you guys were in the chat, we talked a little bit. BigBabyJane let us know she was traveling on a trip with her son to Delphi. And Delphi is where they're doing the Richard Allen trial. And BigBabyJane, glad you made it. Been a very emotional adventure, I can imagine. I think it's great that you went from a trial nerd perspective. And also, you're just like a loving mom too. So I feel like that this case is probably real close to your heart. So really interesting that you're there. Feel free to share as much or as little as you want to about your travel, your experience, and anything you see while there. And let us know if you... What time is it today? I don't know when exactly you touched down, but are you attending the trial today? Are you trying to go in? Super awesome. And heck yeah, we missed you. So great to see you, BigBabyJane. And again, feel free to share as much or as little. Happy Annie says, what time are they finishing up with the jury today? Argument is supposed to follow them, Mounk Tounk. So that's a 4 p.m. So I feel like I think a juror had to be somewhere at 4. Or maybe the juror had to leave by 4. But maybe they'll cut it at like 3:45 to make it a clean transition and start on time for the Mounk Tounk stuff. So probably just about 2 hours from now. So, and I imagine we're going to get some redirect, so it might be Sprinkle all day. We'll have to see. Leanne Lee says, oh, Leanne, thank you for the 5. No comment at all. Thank you, Leanne. OG Cappy says, do you think the state will rest by December? I don't know. I heard that floating around. And I don't really know because, I mean, there's going to be a holiday break for Thanksgiving. So November won't be a full month of trial days. And it would be nice, but I don't know. I don't know if they'll get done by December. If they give up and there's no reconsideration of this Detective Dennis and they decide not to try to introduce this other remaining stuff through somebody else, maybe that will shorten things. But this is just so... fingers crossed, but probably no, in my opinion. Stephen.T.Satchell says, remember, this is the South. Members of the jurors will look side-eye to out-of-wedlock kids. Oh, I wish I had seen this like in conjunction with Raymond's comment. And that's the thing, right? As a trial attorney, you have to be aware of how other people besides yourself might interpret things, right? You can't approach something just with your own ego being the entire playing field of interpretations. You've got to be aware of how things might look to somebody else. Because if you don't, something might fall flat or have the opposite result as you intend. So great point. And I mean, I don't know if this is something that they like voir dire to try to eliminate either. It's not really, you know, if the people on trial, if this was like some kind of like murder, divorce, or like cheating scandal with kids out of wedlock, they might have a better reason to ask jurors these types of questions. But I don't know if this is something they would have probed, so it should be a consideration. But the state will just walk right into who cares how people's personality types might impact the answers they give, or how the answers they give might be interpreted by a jury. Steele's not making that mistake. Steele said, all right, Michael Sprinkle's personality is this way. I'm going to use that to my advantage. I'm going to adjust and question a certain way. Thank you so much here, Stephen. Sorry I didn't catch it in tandem right when Raymond had pointed that out. Mocha is me. Hey, Mocha. What's up, gang? Lurking at work. Can't wait for Mounk Tounk. Just FYI, I'm going live tomorrow at 2. So, okay, Saturday, to recap the week. I'm going to be there. I'll actually be working and lurking tomorrow. And I'm totally ready for a Mocha rant. If you guys think the cat size and all of that are like your cup of tea, you will like Mocha is me. So let's see, Mocha, because it's all rants and bants. There we go. Mocha, I hope you have a great rest of your workday, and if you're able to tune in at 4 when we get to this Mounk Tounk stuff, I think it's going to be great, and looking forward to tomorrow. Sherry Aguilar says, home from work, missed several hours for annual meeting. Guys, we're out here like, we don't want to get this work done. Why is work interrupting court? Oh my goodness. I love it. Sherry, I hope you are having productive work. I'm glad you get to work from home and tune in without interruptions. But because of that meeting, I know what that's like. You got to shut it down and pay attention. But it's pretty easy to catch up. Some of the interesting stuff so far is clipped outside of Steele's beginning of cross. I haven't clipped that yet because he's still in the middle of cross. But glad to have you here. Glad your meeting is over and hope it went really well. Thank you for the 12. And then Taybiz TV out here dropping memberships. Hold on a minute. Let's get some Taybiz in the chat. And I think we've got new Squeak sponsors. And we've only gotten 2 squeaks today, so we gotta pump those numbers up. If you guys watch, I'm telling you, watch the way Adam Abate sits down in that chair. He like holds the armrest and lowers himself so it does not squeak. And that to me is so funny. We should start counting the successful non-squeaks for Adam. We'll get that updated. And I'm gonna update this banner preemptively. Because I also saw that Apunanwu dropped 10 gifted memberships, which is super awesome. Drop a double A in the chat. Shout out to Apunanwu. And those are just dropped in. So you guys, if you aren't paying attention, look at your screen. You might have just got a gifted membership. And if you did, make sure you're saying thanks using those channel emojis. And maybe if we all pick like a Mario Kart racer and we line up, the court will come back. So use those custom emojis. Make the court come back. Squirrel Brain says, where are Love and Hilton? I really don't know. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think just because somebody's not in the courtroom means that they're like gone off the case forever. So I know it's exciting to think about and there's been rumors floating around, but we thought, well, I didn't think. Some people believed that they heard this rumor that Love was off the case and then she popped up the next day. So I don't have an answer for this. And I think it's hilarious that they're not here today because yesterday was such a mess. But I also don't think it means that they're gone. We're going to see them again. So shout out to Squirrel Brain. Always love to see Squirrel Brain. And you got impeached today, Squirrel Brain. Squirrel Brain's like, all right, listen, stop impeaching me. I'm going to give some memberships out. Let me get someone green. Stop impeaching me. Shout out to Squirrel Brain. There we go. And see, look, you guys, you brought the court back. They're not giving us sound, but still, look at Sprinkle. He's ready. Shout out to Stephen.T.Satchell sniping someone as well. Whisper, whisper, whisper. You guys are out here sniping as a team. I think this is a conspiracy. Look at Sherry also sniping somebody. And we gotta listen when Adam sits down if they put the mic back on. We gotta see if he prevents the squeak. Jose Guzman, thanks for becoming a member.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good afternoon.
I think we were at a point where you were about to testify, I believe, obviously, tell me I'm wrong, that at 7:59 p.m., according to the phone records, Aisha Williams' associated phone, who may be Mr. Garlington's phone, handset that he had, connected to Mr. McMullen or Nard. And just if I'm wrong, I didn't mean to be wrong, just correct it.
Yes, so I see that actually, there's a call at 7:53 PM.
And just to make sure we're oriented, this is all Eastern Standard Time, and we're talking about January 10th, 2015.
Yes,
All right.
Eastern Standard Time, January 10, 2015. So I see a call from the handset associated with Demise McMullen to the handset associated with a subscriber named Naisha Williams at 7:53 PM. I then see that at 7:59 PM, and I believe that's where we left off, that the handset associated with Naisha Williams calls the handset associated with Demise McMullen. And again, that's at 7:59. And then I don't see another call between those two handsets, at least of the variant that would appear in phone records, until 11:01, when Naisha Williams, or when looks like the handset associated with Demise McMullen calls Naisha Williams, the handset.
Now, from your view, the reason we even got Naisha Williams is because Kenneth Copeland gave a statement on June 10, 2015, articulating that he made calls at a certain time to the handset of Mr. Garlington. And you deducted potentially that would coincide with Naisha Williams' handset.
Yes, I thought that was a possibility. But like I said before, he also said that he called Mr. Garlington on FaceTime. Now, he didn't specify if all the calls were FaceTime calls. Some were voice calls that would show up on cell phone records. But apparently there were multiple ways that, according to Mr. Copeland anyway, that he would have contacted Mr. Garlington. So I surmised that based on the time of the calls, that perhaps this 404-621-0102 number that was subscribed to by somebody named Naisha Williams may have been Garlington, but again, I don't know.
I understand. And I appreciate you telling and educating the jurors. Now, Mr. Copeland said around the 8 o'clock time, so 7:53, 7:59, I'm including that time, that he was in a car with Mr. Garlington and Mr. McMullen, also known as Nard.
So I don't recall Mr. Copeland pinpointing the exact times that any of these things happened. We may just have to deduce it based on everything else in the case. So to be exact, I don't know that he ever said, I was in a car with these people at this exact time.
Let me do it a little differently then. From the McDonald's going to the Sky House, he had traveling with him Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard.
Yes.
According to Mr. Copeland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you have the handsets of Naisha Williams and the handset of Demise McMullen, also known as Nard, contacting one another around the times that this Mr. Copeland's car would be traveling from the McDonald's to the Sky House, if he's true.
That is correct.
All right. Do you know of a reason that people would call one handset to another handset in the same car?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. Let's
Question
go
was
to
heard.
Mr. Copeland's claim on June 10, 2015, that he traveled with his phone that we have, that he says he had with him, from the McDonald's to Jeffrey Williams' Sky House condominium on January 10, 2015, approximately. I'm using 8 o'clock time. I understand 7:53, whatever, but around that time. Do you have any phone records to show on Mr. Copeland's phone that he says he had with him that he was ever using a tower near the Sky House of Jeffrey Williams after leaving the cell tower of the McDonald's on the evening of January 10, 2015?
From what I remember, he did use a tower near the Sky House at 11:14 p.m. that evening. But that's what I recall. I mean, obviously the records are in evidence, but yeah, 11:14, short answer.
Okay. But according to Mr. Copeland, he's leaving the McDonald's and driving to the Jeffrey Williams condominium located at the Sky House on the exact date and time that we're talking about, and he went directly there.
I don't know. That's what I recall. He did say, I don't know if he said we went directly there, or if he just omitted that they made pit stops along the way, but my recollection was that The short answer to your question is, I don't know if he said they went directly there or not, or if that's what he meant to say. But yes, the phone didn't travel from the McDonald's directly to the Sky House.
Okay. And Mr. Copeland also told law enforcement on June 10, 2015, that from the McDonald's at the appropriate time that we're talking about and date we're talking about, on the way to Sky House, he followed the vehicle that contained Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Kelvin Treadwell and others. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not make the same
All right,
pit
and
stops.
Kevin Treadwell's nickname would be OG Bentley, is that fair to say?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Understanding Mr. Kelvin Treadwell's phone records, does Mr. Treadwell's phone records indicate that he is at or near a tower by Jeffrey Williams Sky House condominium on June 10, 2015, after being down by the McDonald's area?
Do you mean January 10th, 2015?
What did I say?
June 10th.
No. I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct.
Okay, I do not, I'm referring to my report to refresh my recollection, but I don't recall seeing that Mr. Treadwell's handset pinged off a tower near the Sky House condominiums.
Shout out to Rice Street
All right.
dropping 20 gifted
Do you have
memberships.
any, if you're looking to, I'll wait for you, I apologize.
All right. Yeah, I'm done.
You stand by your answer?
I stand by my answer.
Okay. Do you have any physical evidence, eyewitness, surveillance video that Mr. Treadwell, Kelvin Treadwell, actually had the killing weapon or the other weapons that were used at the time of the shooting of Donovan Thomas and the other two people, as stated by Mr. Kenneth Copeland on June 10, 2015?
The speculation and elements, how the witness would know,
Uh-oh.
phone records.
Anything, Your Honor, please.
Okay, well, he's making a whole lot of objections, so overruled as to relevance, and he's not limited to the phone records, so overruled on that. And what was the other one?
Background evidence,
Evidence.
Sustained.
On
There's
which
been
one?
10, okay. Do you remember Mr. Copeland stating that Mr. Treadwell had, or OG Bentley, also known as OG Bentley, had guns that were used in the shooting of Donovan Thomas and the other two people in his car given to him and around the McDonald's 2010 that we're talking about?
Yes, he said that.
Do you have any physical evidence, surveillance evidence, anything to corroborate that those guns were actually in that car at any time or given to Mr. Treadwell?
No.
All right. Now, I want to ask you to educate the jurors if you are aware of what a geofence is. If you're not aware, just say, I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm
gonna
aware
tell
of what
us.
geofence is.
In
I'm
detail.
aware of what a geofence is. If we're talking about the variant that Google produces, yes.
If you can you explain to the jurors what is a geofence and how it works and how you use it in your everyday or whenever it's needed in your duties as a district attorney working with law enforcement?
Okay, so basically, Google has compiled over the years the general locations of Wi-Fi signals. And there's a variety of means that they've done this, but it suffices to say that Google has a database that has a set of points that define roughly, or maybe exactly, the boundaries of Wi-Fi signals, maybe cell phone. I mean, this is, I don't work for Google, but this is what I've come to understand. And that based on this, Google, if you have an Android device in particular, with location services turned on, Google can approximate your location because while you may not be connected to a certain Wi-Fi network, your phone can nevertheless see the Wi-Fi network. So if your phone can see a Wi-Fi network, and Google, because like I said, they know where the Wi-Fi networks are generally, then Google has a pretty good idea where your phone might be at a certain time.
in this case, if you know, was a Google Fence analysis and search warrant taken out for the phone, targeting the phone of Jeffrey Williams that he had on him on the 10th day of January 2015?
No, no, there was no geofence warrant done for Mr. Williams' phone that I know of.
Let me ask you just to refresh your memory, if it does, refresh your memory.
I know there was a geofence warrant done, but a warrant specific to Mr. Williams' phone, I don't recall that. But if you have something to refresh my memory, maybe that will help.
What number do you have for Jeffrey Williams' cell phone, January 10, 2015, if you don't mind?
Well, there's one that ends in 3904 and one that ends in 9596.
Let me show you, just for purposes of seeing if this refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, tell me. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you a document. Do not, may I approach you?
Yes.
Just do me a favor, peek at it. Just tell me if you've seen it before, and if you were involved in it, and if it refreshes your memory, and if it doesn't, tell me that as well. And on the second page, second to last paragraph, you should see that phone number you just articulated.
I have not seen this. I was aware that I know who this investigator is. I was vaguely aware he was working on things like this, but this was not a search warrant that I drafted.
All right. You weren't involved in that part of this investigation?
I recall looking at a warrant that he did for a geofence, but that's not what this is. I know. I don't know. I see what maybe he was trying to do, but I don't recall ever seeing that warrant before.
Your Honor, may I retrieve the document?
You may.
I will not ask you about this then, okay?
Okay.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are you aware, in your involvement in this case, whether you, your office, your prosecution team, the whole group, ever tracked the cell phone associated with Kelvin Watts, also known as, do you remember his?
I do remember. I know who Kelvin was.
Shell, same person?
Yeah, I know who he is. Yes.
Okay. Tracking his cell phone historic data related to these shootings in 2015.
Well, for Mr. Watts, the one case that I recall was a shooting of a fatal shooting of a young lady named Tiara Jones. We did have phone tower logs, and that would have been September 2015, but that's the only case I remember.
Did you or your coworkers, the prosecution team, ever analyze the cell phone historic data records for Kenneth Copeland's phone from these shootings in 2014 through 2015?
Well, apart from what we're talking about right here, January 10th, 2015, I don't recall now.
All right. Do you remember on phone records, getting phone records or viewing phone records of a young lady named Alexis Greer, also known either as Max, also known as Dolly? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I do.
All right. And through your investigation, your belief, if you don't know, just say Jeffrey Williams' sister?
Yes.
older sister?
That was my understanding, yes.
All right. Do you remember that at 12:04 a.m. on the 11th day of January 2015, the handset or cell phone associated with Alexis Greer, Max, Dolly Greer, same person, called 911?
I don't recall that. If I ordered her phone records, if it's in there, I'm sure it's true, but I don't remember that specific 911 call. Yeah, I don't remember that.
All right, well, let me ask you a different question then. Did you ever get, or the prosecution teams, I'm including everybody, did you, to your knowledge, ever obtain the actual 911 call from a handset associated with Alexis Greer, the actual words?
No, I don't recall anything about this 911 call, so I can't imagine that we obtained it, unless this has completely slipped my mind, but no, I don't remember that.
Let me just show you something, see if it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, just say it does not help, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach
You
this for a
may.
minute? It's going to be behind you, Mrs. Springer. I'm going to walk right behind you, okay? Your Honor, may I just already use as a demonstrative, may I publish?
You may.
For one moment? Mr. Sprinkle, I'm just going to hold this up if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And if I block you or anything, just let me know. Do you see on here, can you read that exhibit number on for me?
Let's see, that's exhibit 533YF.
Show that to the jury lady, Your Honor. And I am looking on here specifically at the fourth line there. Do you see that 911 says 104 seconds?
I do, I see that.
And do you see the 1990?
I do.
Do you know if that corresponds to Dolly Greer? I can help you with that too.
Yeah, I might need my memory refreshed. I don't recall.
It's right here. I'm just going to pull this back. It's on this one.
Okay, I see it there.
Can you just do me a favor, since I'm showing it to you, can you read the exhibit number?
It is 533Y, looks like A.
Okay, and who's the 1990 number associated with?
Dolly Greer.
All right. My question then, does this in any way help you to remember whether you, let me go, I'm going to yell at you. Does that help you with whether you or your coworkers ever had possession of that 911 call? The actual, I'm talking about, this is 911 and here's a recording.
Right, I don't recall that.
How long are 911 calls kept by APD?
If
you know.
1 year is what I've always, unless that retention period has changed, 1 year is what I've always known them to keep them.
Okay. I want to ask you, you were asked by the Honorable Mr. Body a couple of questions about listening to or being present at, actually, interviews of Mr. Zachary, also known as Little D.
That's correct.
All right, and there's two Little Ds. Earlier I was saying Mr. Garlington, he's also Little D, fair to say?
That's correct.
All right, I'm now talking about Mr. Zachary,
Yes.
also known as another Little D. All right. You were present at the April 13, 2017 recorded interview with Mr. Zachary, fair to say?
Yes, I was there.
And you were there with other law enforcement, including Detective Thorpe, Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither. I believe if I'm leaving someone out, I'm not trying to.
Yes, that's correct.
You were not present for the August 5, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, but you've referenced it today with Mr. Body and you've reviewed that. Fair to say?
That's right.
That's also audio video. Fair?
That's correct.
In the August 5th, 2015 interview that you recorded, that you reviewed, that was recorded that you reviewed, did Mr. Zachary make it clear that Mr. Williams did not know about the killing of Donovan Thomas till afterwards?
From what I remember, yes, he did talk, yes, the short answer to your question is yes.
In the April 13, 2017 interview with Mr. Zachary, did he say something similar?
I don't recall how much detail we went into him on that, but yes, from what I remember, he said the same thing. He at no point implicated Mr. Williams.
I'm going to ask you the same exact question, the same dates. We'll take them one at a time if it's okay with you. Start with the August 5, 2015 recording that you reviewed first. The tour bus shooting of a gentleman, a phenomenal artist, Dwayne Carter, also known as Lil Wayne. You know who I'm talking about?
I do.
All right, that's April 26, 2015 date, the shooting of the tour bus?
Oh, yes, yeah, April 2015. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Mr. Zachary, at the August 5th, 2015 interview, you were not present for it, but you reviewed, said that Mr. Williams had no involvement in that whatsoever, and Lil Wayne, Jeffrey Williams idolizes Lil Wayne?
I don't remember, since I wasn't working on that case, but so I don't remember exactly what he said, but I do remember him mentioning it, and he did not mention that Mr. Williams was involved.
Same question for you, August, or April 13, 2017. If it came up, tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, if Mr. Zachary again stated Mr. Williams was not involved in the shooting bus of that tour bus.
That I don't recall it coming up during that interview.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you remember Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland was responsible for shooting TIG? Do you know what TIG Studios is? You know what I'm talking about?
Metropolitan Parkway?
Yeah, 675?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that Mr. Copeland fired bullets into that establishment?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not.
Okay, I need you to speak up a little bit.
Objection, facts not evidence.
It's in the recording that was played for the jury, that was reviewed by Mr. Sprinkle, and Mr. Abadi asked Mr. Sprinkle about that same interview.
It's not my recollection of how.
Sustained.
Do you recall Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland and Tay, do you know who Tay is? Tay, T-A-Y? I'm spelling T-A-Y.
Which Tay?
Threat.
No, I don't recall this.
You don't remember?
I do not remember this.
So you
Do you
didn't
remember Mr.
investigate
Zachary
Trevante
stating
Turner
Mr.
at all?
Copeland and another person were responsible for shooting Rich Homie Kwan's father at the barbershop? Different barbershop, not the January 10th, 2015.
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. All right, let's talk about
They not give that to Sprinkle?
all the work that you talked about here and your studies, and I'm not mentioning everything, but your interviews, reviewing interviews, cell phone plotting, videos, all your work, okay? Then in some point, do you remember the date in 2018 you interviewed Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, O.G. Bentley? Do you remember that?
Which day was this again?
2018.
Oh, right. Yes, I do remember that. Yes. That was another matter, but yeah, I do remember it.
And do you remember stating that you can't understand why people think that Thug, I call him Jeffrey, had something to do with the killing of Nut, I call him Mr. Thomas, that doesn't make sense? That's a thing that always confused me about this case, because all these rumors started immediately that Young Thug had something to do with it. But yeah, then Young Thug put a picture of him on Instagram, Mr. Thomas. So I'm looking at these people saying, oh, you and Little Woody had something to do with it. The more investigated the case, the more I've investigated the case, I just don't, near as I could tell, Young Thug and Birdman were friends with Mr. Thomas or not. So I don't know why people say that he was involved.
Well, I recorded the interview, so I'm assuming that's a verbatim quote. I don't have everything I said during that interview memorized, but I'm assuming that, like I said, since you're reading from a transcript, that, yeah, I said that.
Okay. All right. The jurors may not, they're getting insight now into how jail phones work, jail recordings work, things like that. But I'd like you to explain to him, if you know, people who visit people at the jail, 2015, okay? If you know, can you yourself, you're a lawyer, can you actually physically go into the jail, you know, with permission, everything's lawful, it's ethical, I'm not suggesting anything, and actually get up on a floor and meet with someone who, God forbid's, in custody? Have you done that before?
At the Fulton County Jail?
Fulton County Jail, thank you.
No, I've never done it. Now, I don't have clients, I'm not a defense attorney, so, but I can tell you as a prosecutor, I've met with people at the jail, but it's never been in the pods. It's in the library.
Sure. That's what I'm saying. Just get access to the jail and meet with a human being who's, God forbid, incarcerated. You've done that before?
I've done that before.
Do you know whether the jail in 2015 now had surveillance for people walking in and out of the jail? I'm talking about the common area, walking in and out of jail, if you know.
I do not know, because I've never, or I don't recall ever seeing footage, not on this matter or any other matter, from that area. It would seem logical that they would, but I can't say that I have personal knowledge that they did.
How about when a person, we could use you, so your personal knowledge, in 2015, if this happened to you, going into the Fulton County Jail to see somebody, to see somebody in custody, have to sign in any paperwork, show your ID?
Yes, that you have to do.
All right. And to your knowledge, is that saved by law enforcement?
Who's
The
visiting
jail.
who?
From what I remember, it was the sort of paper that it would create it was like a carbon paper, the kind of paper that it would make a copy of it when you write on it. So they'd give you a copy, and then they retain the copy with the impression left from the original. Now, as to what their record-keeping practices are at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, that I don't know. All I know is they had it set up so they would keep a copy. I can say that, but I don't know what their record retention was after that.
And for people who may not know, who's in charge of, who is constitutionally in charge of running the Fulton County Jail?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point.
Sustained?
All right. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Sure.
Do you know whether the sheriff officials ever log? Do you know what Odyssey is?
I do.
Just tell the jurors what Odyssey is.
It's a database. It's just a piece of software made by a company called Tyler Technologies. I believe they're out of Texas. And it's used here by the staff in the Fulton County Justice System, staff at the DA's office, the courts, and the jail. And it's basically just all of the data. All the cases in the system are maintained in this Odyssey database. The DA's office keeps their records, part of their records anyway, in the Odyssey database, and the jail keeps their records in this database.
Does the jail on Odyssey, you can access that?
I'm going to object to relevance again.
Sustained, as far as I can tell.
Okay. People visiting people in the jail, is that also on Odyssey?
Yeah.
I'm going to object to relevance.
It'll come up with the witness in the future.
All right, I'll give you some latitude.
So yes, there is in the, what's called the jail module, when you click on a bookend number, there will be a tab called contacts, and I've seen entries made. Now, reason why I'm going to hesitate a little bit here is, and I can't remember exactly when, but I from what I remember, there have been times when I knew a visit was made and it didn't get logged. Because everything in Odyssey has to be entered by a human. Not, well, maybe not everything, but something like contacts would have to be entered by a human. So the data is only as good as the people are tasked with entering it. So yes, I can tell you this. There is in the jail module that the sheriff's office maintains, there is an area for them to enter data regarding the date and time of a contact and who came to contact that person. But I don't know that every single contact they're diligent about logging every single one, or if there are variants of contacts that they don't log, you would have to ask somebody from the sheriff's office about that.
Mr. Sprinkle, as always, thank you so much. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, are there other defense
right,
counsel
end of
with
cross.
questions for this witness?
Redirects, maybe?
Is there redirect? Oh, you do, I'm
Oh.
sorry, go ahead.
They almost cut off Matthews there. Let's get Carton Matthews.
ADA Michael Sprinkle, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I have a few questions for you. When you testified some days and weeks ago, you were giving the jury some background in terms of how long you've been with the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And you talked about some of the various roles that you've had in the district attorney's office. You've been in the complaint room, right?
That's right.
And in recent years, I think you said from the last several years, you've had a dual role as both a prosecutor and an investigator, right?
Well, so I haven't been given the title of investigator. You know, I'm not post-certified, so calling me an investigator is more of a...
Yes and no.
I guess you can call me that informally, just because because of what I'm tasked with doing for the DA's office, I necessarily am investigating things, but I'm not, as far as my employment is concerned, I'm not on paper an investigator. I'm just a prosecutor, an attorney.
Understood. So you're a prosecutor, but some of your tasks in the prosecutor's office involves some investigations.
That's right.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, you testified in days and weeks ago that sometimes a detective, a law enforcement officer, when they make an initial arrest, sometimes they'll hand a file over to the prosecutor's office, to the district attorney's office, and you testified that sometimes after they make an arrest, they feel their work is complete. You remember saying that?
I remember saying that, yes.
Okay. In other words, the detective believes that after they make the arrest, based on your statement, that their file is done, they've gotten an arrest, and they'll hand it over to you guys.
I've definitely seen that, yes.
Okay. And when your office gets it, it sounds like either an investigator who has that official term investigator, or someone like yourself, a prosecutor who informally has the role of investigations, will pick up the file, blow it off, and continue some investigations in the particular file. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, some of the things that you would expect to see when you get a file from the police department, from law enforcement, you would expect to see police statements from witnesses, right?
Yes.
A lot of times you might want to see video surveillance if it's there, if it's available, right?
That's right.
Sometimes text messages, phone records, things of that nature.
That's right.
When it's not there, you'll then...
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm going to object.
I'm ruining my case.
Sustained.
So when those items are not there, you get the file, or someone in your stead will get the file and continue the work of investigations. Now, in this particular case, I want to talk to you about a specific time frame around April 26 or so, 2019, an alleged armed robbery, that is supposed to have occurred at 741 Morosco Drive Northeast, 12:39 a.m. in the morning. Do you know anything about a case involving an armed robbery of supposedly involving Mr. Marquavius Huey concerning that particular time frame?
I don't have that exact date and time memorized. I'm familiar with Mr. Huey. That address sounds familiar, but I don't remember the facts of the case.
Okay. So that being said, without having that memory, so you don't recall you specifically doing any investigations concerning requesting any potential video surveillance of any VIC cameras in that area of 741 Morosco Drive?
No, I'm afraid I don't, unless you have something to refresh my memory. I don't.
I'm not saying you do, or it's not a trick question.
Yeah, no, I don't.
You were involved. I'm asking you if you were. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't have any memory of that.
Okay. Are you familiar with Google image search capacity?
Yes, when you upload an image into Google and it tries to find like images.
Yes. To your knowledge, well, you didn't take any actions or do any actions on the alleged armed robbery from April 26, 2019. I think you've already indicated that. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to say I didn't. I just can't. I just don't remember. Some of those dates and the locations sound familiar, but I also have dealt with hundreds of cases, so I could be getting cases mixed up. Just a date and time and address isn't enough to go on. So I just don't remember.
Okay. And so as we sit here today, you can't tell the jury that you specifically, you yourself, were involved with any investigation, to your knowledge, for an April 26, 2019 alleged armed robbery at 741 Morosco Drive. Is that fair?
Sustained.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Redirect.
Briefly.
Mr. Sprinkle, back in 2019, were you assigned to the major case division that handles homicides and vehicular homicides only? Back in 2019, around the date in which Mr. Matthews just asked you about, were you assigned specifically to the major case division that handled homicides and vehicular homicides, or cases involving death?
Yes.
Okay. And in your time working in the capacity that you've described to us now on 1, 2, 3 occasions, have you had cases with phone records and no video surveillance?
Yes.
And Mr. Steele asked you a number of questions concerning video surveillance and the McDonald's. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
Do you have any idea if the video cameras at that McDonald's were even operable back in January of 2015?
I don't know.
And Mr. Steele asked you on cross about what Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland had indicated about who did or didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors who did Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland both say were involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas? Do you recall?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
Diamante Kendrick, Shannon Stillwell, Demise McMullen, and Justin Cobb.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, any recross?
Not on behalf of this board.
Anybody? All right, thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Underwood to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, more detectives. And maybe Atkins doing the questioning. Oh, we got a squeak. They moved the chair? And Hilton's back. Hold on, Did he move the chair? They never moved that chair, but did he move the chair? He didn't want to squeak. Ah!
Just want to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State the school first, last name. Get to that microphone, please.
Kimberly Underwood, KIMBERLY,
And where are you
got the
employed?
pixie. I liked it.
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I'm actually a recaptured employee, meaning that I retired after 31 years of service. And they called me back, or they let me come back as a contractor with the gang unit because I spent the majority of my career in the gang unit.
Okay. And how long have you been back under the recapture program?
I'm in my second year, so almost 2 years.
All right. And tell the jury a little about what you do now, back in the recapture program, and then when you were at APD before retirement.
Okay, now they brought me back because I'm a senior investigator, I'm an instructor. They wanted me to really kind of mentor the younger investigators. I also teach at the police academy, so the recruits have to take a 4-hour class from me before they hit the streets about gang identification, gang awareness, gang investigations, and so forth. I also assist background and recruitment. We have to screen our applicants because we do have gang members that try to get employment, try to infiltrate the Atlanta Police Department. So I assist with the screening of them. Whenever an investigator have like a warrant or paperwork that they're not sure about, they'll bring it to me and I can proofread it or kind of help them with their cases. Before that, like I said, I spent 14 years before I retired in the gang unit. Prior to that, I was in licensing permits as an investigator. I was Zone 3 CID as an investigator. I did most of my career in Zone 3, so I've had, like I said, 31 years of experience with the police department.
Okay. And do you hold any degrees or certifications pertaining to law enforcement?
Yes, I have a degree from Columbia Southern University in criminal justice administration. I got my associates in criminal justice from Georgia Military College. I have over 2,000 hours in law enforcement training, and I still go to training even though I'm retired. I have over 1,000 hours, maybe hundreds of hours in gang training, because even though I'm retired, I still go to trainings and meetings and stuff like that to stay up on the gang trends.
And are you a member of any law enforcement organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of Georgia Investigators Association, Georgia Gang Investigation Association.
Is that short GGIA?
Yes.
And you spoke briefly about presentations. Have you ever made presentations on law enforcement topics to any professional organizations?
Yes. Back when I first started teaching, which was back in 2011, I used to do a lot of the Atlanta Public Schools because I was a resource officer as well at Atlanta Public Schools. So I would teach the administrators on what to look for when it came to gangs in schools. I would do block captains in neighborhoods. I would go to City Hall and the block captains would come in and I would kind of give them a gang presentation on what to look for in their neighborhoods. I've done Grady EMS. Whenever they go to calls, they like to know what they're getting into when they're dealing with victims, whether they're gang members or whether there's going to be like retaliation while they're trying to triage a patient or whatever. I've done the military. I've done Atlanta Fire Department. They also want classes about gangs because they're EMTs as well. They have to do first, they're first responders, so they like to know what they're looking for as well. Fire cadets. It's a list of different, groups that I've talked to about gangs.
And if you could tell the jury about, I think you said you had about over 1,000 hours of...
Maybe close to 1,000 hours. It's over 100. I know it's hundreds of hours. Again, I can't tell you exactly. I did probably submit my training from, like at my daughter maybe, but it's hundreds of hours of gang training.
Give just a synopsis of some of the courses that you take as a part of that 100 hours of training, over hundreds of hours of training.
Well, I started out, when I first started the gang unit, I had no idea about gangs, even though I grew up here in the city of Atlanta where we really didn't have gangs, I say. But I started out in California. I went to California, did some gang training. It was mostly like gang awareness.
So I need you to slow down for me just a little.
I'm sorry.
Slow down. Okay.
Gang awareness, gang identification, interviews and interrogations of gang members, courtroom testimony, training. So anything that was pretty much dealing with gangs, I have been trained or either have trained people.
Outside of formal training, have you had the occasion to, in your personal experience as a investigator, speak with, interview individuals who identify as part of gangs?
Yes, pretty much my whole career as a gang investigator, I've done that.
And you talked about some of your trainings, talking about the national gang trends. Are those some of the topics that you learned as part of your gang training?
Yes.
Have you had the occasion to study gang trends here in Georgia?
Yes.
Over your 14 years working in the gang unit at APD, can you provide an estimate of how many gangs you have investigated?
Whenever I started the gang unit, we had a bunch of hybrids, like non-traditional gangs. So counting those, it was over 100.
And over the course of 14 years, how many times have you come in contact with individuals who identify as gang members or who were identified as gang members?
I would come in contact with them daily because that was a part of my, duties as a gang investigator. But like I said, I did work for the Atlanta public school system where I came in contact with them there as well.
Can you even give a number of approximately how many gang members you have investigated or interviewed?
Over the years, I would say hundreds.
And as a gang investigator, did you have your own caseload?
I did. I have had caseloads, but what I did like about working in the gang unit that we did joint investigations. So most of our larger investigations are either, like the smash and grab burglaries or robberies or whatever, we would work as a team or as a group on cases.
Have you ever been a part of sharing information and intelligence with law enforcement, other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we actually, like I said, the GGIA meetings, we meet with other agencies from all over the state of Georgia. I've gone to Cobb and assisted on cases, Clayton, I've testified in DeKalb to assist them. So yes, we do information sharing. I actually have a meeting next week with the Atlanta Public Schools and all the other schools in the metro. We get together and share information about gang trends.
And do you stay current on gang trends, including rivalries, alliances, customs, and habits?
Yes.
In the experience and training that you've just described, have you developed a familiarity with criminal street gangs, their activities, customs, and behaviors, both across the United States and Georgia?
Yes.
Have you received any training on how gangs use music to promote allegiances within their gang?
Yes.
I'm going to object. There's been no downward finding on that. I'll object to that. No question.
Yeah. That's overruled at this point.
Have you received any training on how gangs use music to promote violence?
Yes.
What about how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs?
Yes.
What about how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness within their gang?
Yes.
And what about how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
Yes.
Have you ever been qualified as a gang expert here in the state of Georgia?
Yes, in Fulton County Superior in federal court, because I left out the part about me being a task force officer for 6 years while I was doing my time at the gang unit from 2013 to 2020. Federal court, DeKalb County Superior Court.
And you said you were a federal task officer for what agency?
For ATF.
And what were some of your responsibilities as an ATF task officer when you were assigned to that unit?
My responsibilities over there was to mainly focus on the VROs, the violent repeat offenders, who, when I went over there, I really didn't want to go over there, but when I went over there, I was told by my superiors that I could still work gang. I had been in gangs and I wanted to do gangs, so when I went to ATF, I was told that I can actually focus on the violent gang members. So when I was at ATF, that's what I did. All of my suspects that I came across were violent repeat offender that were actually gang members. We kept up with NIBIN, where I actually went to training to learn about NIBIN and how we were able to match crime scenes with just the casings or firearms that we recovered. The caseloads that we did get were kind of like adopted cases from the police departments around the metro that we worked.
Your Honor, it's time to say we'd like to tender Investigator Kim Underwood as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal gang activity.
You may, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes. She might have been waiting for that, Whitaker. So this to me definitely, I don't know if they plan to call her. I do think that there's a good chance that this is like a Dennis Plan B panic replacement, even though they're trying to motion to revoke to reverse the ruling yesterday, the sanction. I don't know. I have no idea. But they're going to approach and work that out however they need to. Guys, we will be at 4 p.m. I did create a separate stream to keep the Mounk Tounk hearing in one thing. So I set up a redirect that will go on a trip over there from this stream right to there. I'll also share the link as the time gets closer. But as far as this so far, I don't know. I don't remember the name Underwood coming up in the list of witnesses to be called, but they spitball through those so quickly sometimes that I don't get to write all the names. And to be honest, I don't like rewind while we're live streaming just to pick up all the names completely. So I don't know. But big thank you, Lisa Waller. This is why I'm thinking of the Mounk Tounk hearing redirect. I hope Antonio Sledge brings a lot of supporters today. It'll be interesting to see. And, sometimes I do think when the judge is making a decision, the decision to revoke, it's not a jury decision. This is actually it's like a bench decision for the judge. And I think seeing that support, whether implicitly or directly, Whitaker could take that into consideration. So this could be helpful to Mounk Tounk. So thank you for the 5. Also curious to see what attorney is there. Ron, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate you, Ron. Orlando Antonio, and great question for what we're looking at now. Oh, I'm hidden back here. Hello. Hello, everybody. Do you think Gaither will have to come again? Not sure if she was officially excused, given no more Dennis. I think she's subject to recall. But yeah, so with no more Dennis, especially if the judge does not reconsider her ruling, I don't know if they'd want to call Gaither. But technically, she was the lead. She'd be the next one to have access to the same information, for the most part, that Dennis had access to. And there are some things that Dennis may have done that Gaither wasn't present for, but if she read his notes and reports, she might still be able to testify, summarize what those said. The problem is, if you don't have those reports, and Gaither wasn't a first-person witness to the same thing that Dennis was seeing, now there's a bit of an issue there. We're going to get into foundation issues, and the defense is going to jump all over that. So, I don't know. They really are probably fighting to get Dennis back up on the stand because he probably delivers things in a way they like more than Gaither's delivery, especially after all that hot miking the second time she was on the stand. But I don't know. And I'm also curious what we're getting here with Miss Underwood, who, shout out to the short hair gang. Rice Street, big thank you again. We mentioned it quick earlier, but thank you so much for dropping not just 1, 5, 10, but 20 gifted memberships in the chat. That is a ton of gifts. And with Rice Street, we always joke. The Honorable Rice Street is freeing 20 people from Rice Street. So shout out to Rice Street, you guys. And there's a rice emoji if you want to drop that in the chat to show some support. So big shout out there. And I've got my my rice Locked and loaded here. And I'm seeing this Sound Hermit says, please bring back Gaither. This trial needs another admonishment. Oh, man. Elizabeth Wright, thank you so much for helping gift another membership. You've given a bunch of gifts today. Thank you so much for doing another. And then OG Cappy says, did you see the letter that the Black law student wrote to Ashley Merchant? He's been on a roll. I wonder if Gaither has her job too. Now, just personally, I like to look at things that are in court or from the attorneys themselves, so I don't really look at... I know we read one once on the stream, and that's fine, but I try to keep the stuff with the stream contained to what's going on in the courtroom, but I don't know that letter specifically. But just so you guys, if you guys are in the chat and want to look at this letter, the Black law student has written a letter to Ashley Merchant, and I don't know about an update on the Gaither job status. But it would be interesting if something's changed with her job status and she is called back to testify. She might mumble like 10 horribles into the microphone as a result of that. So thank you so much for the ping on that, OG Cappy. Apununu gifting another membership. Thank you so much. Shannon Alexander says, is that Granville's dog that we hear barking for the comfort break? It's very strange that those sound effects that are absolutely coming from the courtroom. But they have the one that sounds like a dog barking, and then there's another one that sounds like an elephant noise. What's an elephant noise called? Whatever it's called, that's what the other noise in the courtroom sounds like. And then we have the chair squeak that sounds like a duck squeak, like, or a squeaky dog toy. Like, just very hilarious sound effects. Oh, man. Thank you so much, Shannon. And I think this might have moved the captions. Whenever the Law and Crime feed does that, we've got to pick those captions back up. KC Dog, hold on now. KC Dog has already gifted a bunch of memberships, but guess what? We've got one snipe, another snipe, another snipe, another snipe, another snipe, and another snipe, and another snipe, and another snipe. I'm going to lose my voice pitch. That is a ton of sprinkled gifted memberships here. So if you guys want to put the Nerf gun emoji in here, KC Dog is out here sniping away. Thank you so much for your support, KC Dog. Touche says lurking today, but really wondering if the state thinks Sprinkle is really helping them. I don't know. Although I am curious, At first I was a little surprised Steele didn't fight on whatever he was trying to get at with the jail visitation records. But I'm wondering if he'll just bring that up with another witness. So I am really curious about that. That happened to fall flat with his questioning of Sprinkle because he let the objection was sustained. But other than that, I mean, through and through, Sprinkle's answers were very helpful to the defense. And Adam Abadi didn't really try to rehabilitate all that much. He kind of focused on Carlton Matthews and the April 2019. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's why Adam Abadi didn't redirect on all that much. Let it not be repeated. Because maybe Adam, honestly, shout out to Adam Abadi, maybe he realized that if Sprinkled answered a certain way with Steele, saying, it might be this, but this also, he'll probably answer the same way, so why get him to repeat something? Right? So I think Adam kind of picked up on the personality and decided strategically for the state, let's just not repeat the same questions at all. And that might not have been the case. I think that would have been a very long redirect if it was Love and maybe if it was Miss Hilton. Thank you so much, Touche. Lady Bliss, thanks for being a member. Love you, Kat. Love you right back. And then KC Dog, after all that sniping, hold on now. KC did the lump sum 5 dropped gift memberships. Thank you so much. You guys make sure you drop a KC in the chat. When I'm turning over and I see some rice bowls, thank you guys for showing the love to Rice Street. Got the double rice over here. 1 bowl's not enough for Dublin Mug. Got the KC, not to be confused with Kansas City. We're going to start arguing about who has the best barbecue in the chat. Tameka, I know you might have headed out of here already. Sorry I got to this late. Sprinkle loves to educate or lives to educate the jury. Heck yeah. He really does. He's like, now guys, let me tell you a story. Rolling out the carpet like the preschool nap time reading. It is kind of entertaining. It's just a little long-winded. Shout out to Tameka. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Steele should change his name to Vibranium. No, I love the name Steele. I think that's such a great last name for him, but Vibranium's also kind of hilarious. Oh, man. And I love, like, everyone in the chat's been calling him Real Steele. Spencer Ross, thanks for becoming green. New slime. Amy Dorsey says, I'm always in the bushes. I love your attitude and the way you break it down. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Shout out to all of the folks in the bushes, just like Amy. It's a great place to be, you know? I think it's really cool that people listen to YouTube to get through, I don't know, maybe they're doing housework or working and lurking over like TV or radio. I think that's a really cool thing about how we're gearing to where we want to consume our music and entertainment and our information. So shout out to Amy lurking in the bushes. Thanks for joining us today. Black Butterfly says, Lil Rod's dad said Fonnie came to see Rod. He said they tried to flip Rod into some lies. I don't know if that's the reference, though. First of all, Black Butterfly, love the way you worded this. You see, Black Butterfly here said, hey, here's some information. Not sure if this is the reference. Beautiful way to put this. This is just really interesting food for thought. And I'm wondering if we'll get this through someone else then. And Fonnie herself. Sounds like it's really needed. Alright, looks like the court's coming back. I'm going to chew on this one a little bit. This is definitely interesting. And they still didn't give us court sound yet. Oh, and Lottie B. Thank you to Lottie B. Lottie B, this ping, it's why I was like, all right, we're definitely going to be able to do a stream. So I got that set up because of you. But Kathy Roussan from Law and Crime just posted on X that they will be able to stream the hearing at 4 p.m. with help from 11 Alive.
Sorry.
Wait, what? There's the elephant noise again. Oh, man. More Georgia Seal, guys. More Georgia Seal. Oh, my goodness. Let me get Kathy Roussan on X. Kathy Roussan is another, she covers a lot of trials. I think a lot of people already know her name because she works with Law and Crime. But if you use X and don't follow Kathy, Kathy gives a lot of great updates on like, hey, this is why court's gonna end early today, and this is what happened when they cut the camera off. So another great quick source for feedback on this trial and several others of the main trials that Law and Crime covers. Lottie B, thank you so much for this update. We are set to go. If you guys don't trust the redirect and want to bookmark the link for the Mounk Tounk hearing, this is the YouTube link for when we start that stream at 4 p.m. Okay, so wait, KC for your name is short for
As
Kansas
a part
City.
of the gang unit with APD, were you familiar with a gang YSL?
Yes.
And does YSL go by any specific names?
Young Slime Life, I've heard Young Stoner Life.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Young Slime Life?
I'm familiar with YSL. They, what happened was I've been in, like I said, the gang unit since 2009.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to broadness of this question.
All right. Let me ask you this. Was there an iteration of YSL prior to the name YSL?
Yes.
And what was that gang called?
Rock Crew.
And were you familiar with Rock Crew?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with Rock Crew?
from gang investigations while I was an investigator in the gang.
Oh no, no buffer.
And about around what year or time was there a transition from Rock Crew into YSL?
Apologize. I'm going to object cumulative. This is now-
Sustained. Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with another gang, YFN If Gang?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that gang?
They are Inglewood Family Bloods. YFN is a subset of the Inglewood Family Bloods.
And based on your knowledge of gangs, did those two gangs have a rivalry?
Yes.
Jack, that conveyed 704. No, jurors can figure that out. We don't need expert testimony.
Overruled. And can you please use your mic? It'll make it easier. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Wish it weren't the case in here that this sounds so complicated, but it is.
And just approximately how long has that rivalry been in place?
Asked and answered, cumulative.
Sustained.
Have you heard of the term gang war?
Yes.
And how have you heard of that term gang war?
Objection, relevance, and self-explanatory.
Sustained. I mean, not relevance, but it is self-explanatory.
As part of the gang unit, were you familiar with the facts of the Donovan Thomas murder and the retaliatory shooting surrounding Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Donovan Thomas murder and the retaliatory shootings surrounding Donovan Thomas's murder?
I was assigned to ATF as a task force officer, so operation planners is actually a federal name that we gave the investigation. So whenever Donovan Thomas was murdered, the gang war ensued and several shootings around the city. So APD and ATF came together to investigate those shootings and to try to stop the gang war.
And were you involved in any of those investigations?
Yes.
How were you involved in those investigations?
Like I said, I was a task force officer with ATF. What happened was we all got together, the gang unit at APD and special agents at ATF. We all got together and we would meet like weekly about the shootings because they were rapid and happening so much that we had to do something. So we all used to get together and we kind of divided up the cases between different officers, investigators, agents, or whatever to, like I said, try to stop the gang war.
Okay. And did you have any particular focus for you as a part of that kind of collaborative effort?
Yes, because I was a federal agent. I was tasked with handling anybody that was a federal target, meaning that if they could go to federal court opposed to state court, I was involved in those cases because I was a federal task force officer. So I could prosecute a case federally when my partners over at APD couldn't because they were not task force officers.
And as a federal task force officer, did you find that you were involved with more of the YSL side of the gang war or the YFN side of the gang war?
Objection, relevant.
I want to object to characterization.
Sustained.
Okay.
Hilton's questions are always on the line.
What were the two entities that were engaged in this gang war?
Objection to characterization.
It's been asked and answered, cumulative.
Sustained.
In preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to review some of the reports that came in back in 2015?
Yes.
Have you also had an opportunity to review some of the operation planners report that summarized some of the incidents that occurred in 2015?
Yes.
Have you also had the occasion to review a video from Magic City?
Yes.
And we'll speak about this more, but have you reviewed any type of music in this case in order for your preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Based on your review of the reports and your knowledge of the events in 2015, in your opinion, was there a gang war going on in the city of Atlanta?
I'm clearly going to object to cumulative
Clearly going to
704
object.
B And
Character evidence?
this is the fourth gang expert that the state has called in the same exact events.
All right, well, one of them was, all of yesterday's testimony from that person was excluded.
It is dentist
so-
replacement.
I didn't mean to interrupt the honorable court. Actually, that person testified 3 previous times.
I know, and that was not excluded. And
But it's been testified to as cumulative.
I would imagine, why don't y'all approach?
Yes, it's cumulative. So Hilton's doing a bunch of mess ups here. She's trying to get this witness to go into state of mind, which not only are you not supposed to have a witness do, an expert witness do, but she's gotten in trouble. She's been told not to do that before. So for her to keep asking these questions that would elicit a response that get into state of mind is problematic. Then there's a separate issue where Whitaker is clearly still unaware of previous testimony of these witnesses that have been called multiple times. And she was about to just write it out like she was right and knew everything, and then she stopped herself and said, all right, just approach. So at least she caught herself. But I think earlier we saw a sustained objection that Steele, was it Steele? Let fly, maybe it was Shart. That if Whitaker was aware of previous testimony, she would have been aware that an exhibit actually had already been discussed. So, I don't know. This goes back to that Bruce Harvey motion about mid-trial substitution of a judge. All right, this might be a funky objection counter, because they're kind of objecting as a choir again, and we're getting some of the combined, like, sustain on these, but overruled on those. But yeah, definitely there's our hint that they're replacing some of Dennis's testimony, or trying to, with this witness. Man. Yeah, a little bit of that too. Hilton trying to rehabilitate her own self, her own ego. And she is chatty. This witness is chatty. And I don't know, I get that the defense is doing their job to prevent this stuff from coming in at all, right? Because if it's testified to, it's on the record. But I think they'll be able to do a great cross. So there's our elephant sound effect. Big shout out to D for the 2. Thank you so much for your support.
Your Honor, I believe I may have failed to do this, or if I did, I'll just do it again. Your Honor, this time today would like to tender Investigator Underwood as an expert in criminal street gang activities, and an understanding of gang culture and how music can be a part of gang culture.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you.
I maintain my previous objection.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Now, I want to go specifically, Detective Underwood,
I don't know if that was 11 or 10.
the week leading up to Donovan Thomas's death. Okay. And from the review of the records, do you recall Donovan Thomas being killed on January 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to that week, earlier in that week. Are you aware of, through your own personal knowledge of what was occurring in 2015, a fight at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And who was involved in that fight in Club Crucial?
Kenneth Copeland and Kevin Watts.
After that fight at Club Crucial, did you become, and I'm going to ask just very specifically, about a shooting outside of Club Crucial?
Yes.
Right. And on that same day, Mr. Arnold being stopped by police along with another individual?
Yes.
All right. After that incident on January 6th, were you aware of any other incidents that occurred that week of 2015 before Donovan Thomas's murder? or the killing of Donovan Thomas?
I can't think of offhand except for, think over at maybe at what they call it, it was a gambling spot in Zone 3 where a windshield was damaged and words were, I guess, exchanged or had about the windshield being damaged between rival gang members.
What about a shooting at TIG Studios?
Yes.
Now, after the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., in your opinion, based upon your understanding of what occurred in 2015 from reports and your own parts of your investigation, after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, was there a main target of individuals associated with YFN or IF gang?
I don't understand the question.
Sure, sorry. Did they have someone that they were targeting, individuals who were associated with IF gang and YFN after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Vague with they and also.
Sustained.
Sure. After Donovan Thomas's murder, was there an individual who was targeted?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
God bless you.
Speculation calls for speculation of the intent of others.
Sustained, you may rephrase.
Sure. Based on, let me ask you this. After the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., did law enforcement receive information about shootings at several homes after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, we received several 911 calls and incident reports were made at these locations.
Okay. And in evaluating and looking at those locations, were those locations associated with a particular individual?
Yes.
Who?
Kenneth Copeland.
And the homes that were targeted, that were in relation with Kenneth Copeland, do you know where those homes were located?
One was on Van Ira.
Hello, YouTube.
I think I remember Deshaun Copeland's girlfriend. That was her mother's house. I remember his sister's house was targeted on Oakland over in Zone 4. And his brother's house was targeted on Hendricks Drive in Zone 3.
Okay. And did those particular shootings happen within the first few days after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Yes.
Now, in January of 2015, were there any shootings that came into the Atlanta Police Department in which the locations involved individuals who were associated with YFN?
Yes.
What were those locations?
I remember Rayshawn Bennett, AKA Lucci's mother's home being shot over on Hill Street in Zone 3.
I'm going to object to previous testimony already given. It's cumulative.
Okay, go ahead and get to whatever point there is.
How many times was her home shot?
Twice.
Okay.
I'm going to ask her about the first time. Were there individuals from YFN who were at the location when police, because that's going to form what I have to ask next.
Say objection.
Commentary.
You're right, this is part of what occurred
Commentary,
yesterday.
too.
Go ahead, I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you. The first time her home was shot, were there individuals at her home when police arrived?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
Kelvin Watts, Jermaine Hardiman, and Jamal Ward. No, Jamal, I can't remember his last name.
Does the name Jamal Bynes sound familiar?
That sounds very familiar.
And were those individuals associated with any gang?
Yes, they were Inglewood family blood members.
And the second shooting of Miss Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house, was that on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
Okay. On that same day, on 1/26/2015, did you become aware of an incident in which Kenneth Copeland was shot at on the highway?
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to hearsay. Unless
Overruled.
Based on your review of the reports, did you become aware, whether it's part of the reports or your own
Yes.
knowledge of the
'cause
investigation?
At the time, we were actually keeping up with and collecting every incident that happened between the two gangs.
And so did you become aware of an incident in which Kenneth Copeland was shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
He wasn't shot. I think he was shot at. Him and his brother they were fired upon while they was driving down the expressway.
Thank you for that clarification. Did you know that case number, was that for case number, APD case number 150260124?
That sounds correct.
All right. Now, did you also have the occasion to review APD incident case number 150262672?
Yes.
And was that the incident we just talked about when Lucci's mother's house was shot up?
Yes.
And did you also have the occasion to know of and look at APD case number 150262801, the shooting of Trevante Turner?
Yes.
And the location 198
Brett,
Stanhope
hey,
Circle, are you familiar with that location?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
During the investigation, I found that whenever I prosecuted Jermaine Hardeman on the federal side, that was his residence.
And Trevante Turner, from your investigation, was he associated with a gang?
Yes, he was a 9 Trey Blood, but he hung out with his bestie, Kenneth Copeland, who was YSL.
All right. And in looking at those three case numbers, 15-026-0124, then 15-026-2672, and 15-026-2801. Would the 0124 incident be the first incident?
I think so. They're in chronological, if they're chronological, yes.
All right. And I'm going to put those numbers up because I know it's probably hard for you to remember what I just.
The super elephant chair. Oh man. And hold on now, let's get Iron Rabbit in the banner. Iron Rabbit up here dropping 5 gifted memberships. So while Hilton is writing her notes, let's drop some rabbits in the chat.
Okay, so I think if you permission for investigator Underwood to stand.
Yes, of course.
So I believe you just testified that 0124, there's a number in which Mr. Copeland was shot at on the highway.
We got a chair squeak.
And Copeland, was he associated with YSL?
Yes.
Then on 15-026-2672, is that when Lucci's mother's home was shot?
Yes.
And Lucci, what, if any, gang was he associated with?
Why, he and Inglewood family.
And then 15-026-2801, you said the location was in near Wyatt member's home?
Yes. The main harbor.
But the individual who was shot was
YSL.
And you put him with another gang?
non-track list.
Now I want to ask you about some incidents that occurred in February of 2015. February 10th specifically. Do you recall looking at an APD case report where there was a shooting of Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Do you know where that shooting occurred?
It was over in Zone 3 on University Avenue, but it was very close to 30 Deep territory.
And Kelvin Watts, was he associated with a gang?
Yes, the Inglewood family does.
On that same day, was there a shooting at 193 Hendricks?
Yes.
And who was associated with Hendricks Avenue?
Kenneth Copeland's family, his brother.
And again, same Kenneth Copeland as above?
Yes.
YSL?
Yes.
And then on February 19, 2015, was there a shooting involving Kenneth Copeland and his child's mother?
I'm going to object to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if anything, occurred on February 19,
Object to
2015?
leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If that's the one over at Villages of Carver, whenever Chief Copeland was at his girlfriend's house, he was walking out with his baby and was fired upon by rival gang members while holding his baby.
Do you know who the rival gang members were?
Yes, I'll have to look at the report to refresh my memory, but I remember Bobby Hardy being involved because he got blood in the car. So they actually crashed the car. It was De'Ante Fleetwood, it was Josiah Johnson, and I never think of the last guy's name, but it was his girlfriend's car that they showed up in, the reason why we was able to solve the crime.
Was Octavia's,
what was his name?
that's why all these people white men.
They are actually Inglewood family brothers.
Now, as you all, you can have a seat for right now. Now, within the first 6 months of 2015, did there ever come a point in which it appeared that the shootings kind of died down within the early portions of 2015?
Yes, around after those incidents in February, I think March was pretty quiet for us.
You said March was pretty quiet,
Yes.
right? Did it pick back up again at some point?
April.
Okay. As a part of your familiarity with Operation Planners and what was happening in 2015, was there a shooting on April 12th involving an individual by the name of
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I sustain it.
I can rephrase. Are you aware of a shooting that occurred on April 12th, 2015?
Yes.
Who was the victim in that case?
Was that the one on 490 Glen? Or,
Oh, okay.
Let me ask you a better question.
right?
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And were you familiar with a shooting involving a Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
Did that occur in April of 2015?
Yes.
Also, are you familiar with the individual that goes by the name of Dwayne Carter or Little Wayne?
Yes,
Were you familiar with a shooting of his that occurred in April of 2015?
I do. I am.
Were those two shootings considered a part of the Operation Planters?
They were.
We definitely studied that PowerPoint.
Were those two shootings particularly determined to be part of the gang war between YFN and If Gang?
Yes.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Now, I
keeps
want to
trying to
take you
ask the same
specifically to
thing.
April 28th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to review a report for 151180288?
Yes.
And do you recall what location that incident was?
I don't recall by case number. If you give me the location, I can probably tell you what happened there.
Was there an incident at Club Crucial?
Yes,
What occurred at Club Crucial?
it was a shootout.
Say, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Objection cumulative.
If I just have just a little leeway to.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
all been
Get the
cumulative,
facts on
Your
the
Honor.
paper. Overruled.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 1JJ.
And the NIBIN is a little bit differently. We did get some summary between the NIBIN and the times and dates yesterday through Dennis. But Dennis had previously gone through a whole summary of the dates and the names. And were you at Lucci Mama? Was this Lucci Mama house? We heard Hilton echo that yesterday, but Love asked the same thing and was writing on this easel whiteboard notepad back with Dennis on the stand previously, before Whitaker took the stand. I mean, started presiding over this case. So Doug is right.
Looking at Stacey Exhibit 1JJ, do you see the incident number for 1JJ?
Yes,
What is that incident number?
151180288.
And where is that location?
2517 Donnelly Hollowell, which would be Club Crucial.
Can you also show me what's been admitted as 2 Tango Tango? And while we're waiting for that to come up, was there an incident at 1903 Jew Drive?
Yes,
Was there also an incident that morning at 1428 Adele?
yes,
And was there also an incident at 2900?
yes.
Of course, no phone. While we're waiting, the incident at Club Crucial, who was involved in that incident?
Objection cumulative.
I'll ask it
Yet again.
Was the individual a YSL associate?
Yes.
And again,
Yes.
okay, wait, sorry. I always forget that I pull myself off the screen when they take up the whole screen. But holy moly. Look at Doug yet again. Oh my goodness. And this is a big deal. Like, it's like a re-narration. I feel like it's not a sanction anymore if you're allowing this. You just told the jury to strike this from their memory yesterday, and now you're going over it twice. So this is a conundrum. This is a conundrum. Because if the jury didn't really strike that from their memory, now they're seeing this twice. It's from a separate detective who is being treated as an expert witness. If the jury puts extra credibility to this witness because they're an expert witness, now you have two experts. That's bolstering through cumulative presentation. Striking something doesn't mean it's actually stricken from memory. So, oh man, lots of mess here. I also do want to give a shout out to, and you know, sometimes, sorry guys, I don't know X names versus Twitter names, but vague and ambiguous on X. We've been talking about the NIBIN records, it being hard to read in the Operation Planters PowerPoint. They went and made spreadsheets that are easier to read. So linking here to this Twitter post, you can look at it in a more readable format than in that PowerPoint. And also give vague and ambiguous a follow if you're on X. So that is super, super awesome. Ryan Schroeder, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, KC Dog, another bolsterer, here we go. Like, and it's worse than I thought it would be. I thought it would just be another gang expert, being an expert on stuff, maybe trying to get into some of the lyrics that Dennis wasn't able to get into when he was about to leave the stand. I mean, when he was before he was kicked off, right? There was stuff he didn't get to yesterday. But we're actually going over the stuff that was stricken yesterday. Just a mess. Taybiz TV says, somebody come get the auntie. The cookout starts in a minute and we need them greens. Man, hold on. They got to bring the chicken pot pies too. Where's Rice Street? Where's the cookout? We're going to go to Rice Street and have a cookout and sneak in these pot pies, these greens. Oh, what a time with this whole trial. And shout out to Taybiz TV. Jason Sorensen says, the thing that makes this extremely sad, there are legit gangs committing actual crimes. But this is what the state decided to spend the resources on. And I love when Sprinkle was like, I was shocked to see the picture. Oh, look at her face. Hold on, the camera's all weird. I don't know if that's lawn crime. I don't know, and then Sprinkle was like, then I saw the pictures of Birdman and Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey Williams all together. Like, you didn't think it was actually Jeffrey Williams when you looked at the context, Michael Sprinkle. Like, this is a huge problem. Thank you so much for the 5, Jason. Do we need a counter for that? Do we need one?
And what incident is what incident number is 4 kilo?
151180462.
I think she won that.
1428 Adele Avenue, Southwest.
And then I'm going to show you 2 Lima Lima. What is that incident number?
Incident number 151180588.
Is this a mammoth emoji? Do we have mammoths?
Location?
1903 G Drive, Northwest. Apartment 1. No, I thought it was apartment. No, B110. Yeah, apartment 1122.
And then on that same day, was there a incident at 2900 Landrum Drive?
Yes.
And do you know that case number sitting here today?
I don't know it by heart.
I'm going to approach y'all.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification only at 600 YYR. we're looking at the help refresh your memory as to what the incident number was
Okay.
for 2900 Randall.
Okay.
What is that incident number?
It's 15118-0531.
Okay. Now, looking at, if you want to come here, you can, please. Looking at the first, would this have been in chronological order? Yes. And I think we talked about for 0588, was that the location where the median, something happened to the median Robinson?
Yes, he was shot at the club.
And the median Robinson, who did he associate with?
YSL.
Now, 1428 Adele Avenue, where was that location?
That was Inglewood family gang member Darren Mills' address.
Henry Johnson says, think her gang music training came from Dennis. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's where it came from.
Was it a shooting? Yes, the house was shot up, and I think a lady was shot.
Right, 2900 Landrum Drive. Who was associated with that location?
From what I remember, it seemed like Summer Good was over there visiting and was targeted because she's Quindary Zachary's girlfriend.
And Quindary Zachary, what gang was he associated with?
YSL.
And then 1903 Drew Drive.
That was Philip Collins' girlfriend's apartment.
You said Philo or Philip?
Philip Collins.
Well, that was leading.
His name is Philo.
And was he white?
He was Inglewood Bank.
So on April 28, 2015, there was an incident involving a YSL gang member at the club in New York.
Yes.
And then right after that, there was a shooting at.
That's leading, repetitive.
That's Nancy.
Sustained.
Was the third one from Shart?
Is this what occurred on that day?
Yes.
Right, that was 2 from Steele and then the third was from Shart. Call and response.
Now, looking at what happened in April 28, 2015, February 10, 2015, and January 26, 2015, was that the kind of gem of the back and forth that was happening over the course of those first 6 months of 2015?
Yes, objection to the example if they want to prove them individually, otherwise I object to the characterization of an example.
In your opinion,
Go ahead.
in your opinion, was that the back and forth that was happening based on police reports in January 2015, January through June
That
2015?
doesn't call for opinion testimony. I object.
Sustained.
Was this what was happening?
Yes.
What?
Was it a lot of back and forth?
Yes.
Alrighty then. Like, holy vague.
Now, as a part of your investigation, I want to take you to September of 2015. Were there any incidents involving an individual by the name of Shannon Stillwell as a part of your operation planners?
Yes.
And I want to specifically talk about September 26, 2015. Was there an incident involving also a woman by the name of Tierra Jones?
Yes.
And the individuals, were you aware of the individuals who were charged in that incident?
Yes, they were Inglewood.
This is cumulative, and it's also, in my opinion, my humble opinion, and it's also hearsay and the expert is using as a conduit, is being used as a conduit for hearsay at this point.
Your Honor, this case was,
Experts can testify based on hearsay. Overruled.
the individuals who were charged, are you aware of an individual by the name of Dominique Carter?
Yes,
Does he have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about an individual by the name of Bobby Hardy?
Yes,
Is his nickname Smoke?
yes,
Is that the same Bobby Hardy that we discussed for the incident that occurred February 19, 2015?
yes,
And then it was an individual who goes by the nickname of Merrill.
yes,
His name's Jamal Ward.
yes.
Were those individuals ultimately charged for what happened on 9/26/2015?
They were.
And were those individuals a part of If Gang as well?
Yes,
Now, taking you to about 4 days after that, on September 30th, 2015, were you, as a part of your investigation, did you learn of an incident that occurred at Magic City Adult Entertainment Center?
yes.
And what occurred at that location?
Hearsay, Your Honor, confrontation clause.
Was there a surveillance video? Were you able to observe a surveillance video at that location?
Yes,
And did you observe that surveillance video in preparation for court today?
yes.
And, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 543Y.
Hilton's trying to end with fireworks
Do you recognize
today.
State's Exhibit 543Y?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's a video that I initialed, it's a CD rather of a video from Magic City that I initialed today.
And does that video contain an incident involving a person by the name of Martinez Arnold?
Yes,
Object to foundation. Can't use the exhibit, of course, in evidence. I object to foundation.
Does that show an incident that occurred at Magic City nightclub in September 2015?
yes,
Same objection.
So
Now we're gonna watch it
you're
again.
saying what it is before it's been
Have you,
admitted.
were you aware of an incident at Magic City?
yes,
I asked that earlier.
Right.
Okay. And have you seen a video regarding an incident that occurred at Magic City?
yes,
Was that a fair and accurate depiction of the video of what you understand occurred at Magic City back?
Excuse me, I apologize. I will object to foundation. There's no foundation for this issue of this exhibit.
How were you aware of the incident that occurred at Magic City?
I was aware because it was YSL member that was jumped inside of the club, and so.
Hearsay and.
Okay, I think we're gonna break for the day. We'll
All right.
sort this out, and I know that somebody needed to leave early today anyway, so it
This is
seems like a
smart
good
because they're gonna
place
try
to
to show the
stop.
video. It'd take too long.
I'm gonna see y'all all on Monday, and I'm wondering, y'all come up here for a second. Y'all can go ahead and be gathering your stuff, but I may have y'all come in at 9:30 instead of 9, but I need to consult on some scheduling first, so don't leave before you get the show up time for Monday. Remember, don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Do not
The speed demon Whitaker here.
view,
Oh
read,
my gosh.
observe any kind of
YouTube.
media or social media or news or anything about the case or anybody involved in it.
Don't join
So
the
y'all can
kattnotwilliams
go out
chat,
to the
Rico.
jury room and I'll give y'all the show up time soon.
All right, so remember, Mounk Tounk I have a separate stream for, and this YouTube, when I end this stream, this will bring us to that stream at 4 p.m. There's also a link in the chat if you are worried that YouTube won't carry you over there. But it will be separate just so anyone that wants to watch the Mounk Tounk hearing doesn't need to dig through like 7 hours, 8 hours. So let's see what they plan. It sounds like she expects arguments to take a little bit of time on Monday, so we'll probably start at 8:30 on Monday. Big shout out to Peter Ortiz for dropping these 10 gifted memberships.
At 8:30 on Monday, and I know that we need to get through motions in limine 64, 65, and 66. I don't know that the motion to reconsider is really gonna, I think it might be mooted.
There you go.
Well, to the extent I'm going to need to entertain that, we'll have to deal with that as well. So
This means the
I don't know
state's
that
going
we
to
can
have to
do
be
that in 30
specific.
minutes. Do y'all think so? All of those things? I mean, maybe, but instead of having them show up at 9 and not reach them until 9:30 or 10.
Whether, Your Honor, 64, 65, and 66, subsequent court order.
What?
I just don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't know. They're the last 3 motions in limine that Mr. Steele filed that we never reached because we've been in court all day. I mean, all week. Oh, yes, thanks. But you don't know what time to be back either, but they'll let you know.
Monday.
Sorry. And I'm going to get y'all's responses sometime today. They're due today.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, they will as well.
I was going to update the court in terms of scheduling Monday. Me and Ms. D. Williams have been talking extensively about the remaining objections for Act 79 through 81.
Okay.
We're going to speak again after court today.
Okay.
There may be a very brief disagreement on the remainder.
Okay.
But we expect it would be quite brief and similar to the arguments that we've discussed previously. I just wanted to.
All right, well, great, then that could be something we can finalize.
Yes, Your Honor.
Monday morning. I'm just going to tell them 9:30 and tell y'all 8:30, and I think we can get through those things in an hour, but I don't think we could get through them in a half an hour. Okay. Laura, do you mind letting them know that? What?
Okay. Your Honor, I would just humbly ask that if the state could provide us with an updated roadmap of what witnesses.
Yeah, they're
Fine, yeah.
supposed to be doing that, and did y'all say you had already emailed it?
No, not yet, Your Honor. We will email that today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is this from,
For next week?
we'll definitely have, I think, for Monday, and we're trying to just confirm some other things, but we'll definitely have the witnesses for Monday.
Okay, so it needs to be for next week, and if some of them are, we're not sure about this person, then just put a little note, we're not sure about this person, or it may be this group, if not, it's going to be that group, okay? But that needs to be done today for the whole week. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll see everybody at 8:30 on Monday.
You said today 11:59 is okay?
I didn't actually give y'all a time, but, I mean,
It was a bad joke.
yeah. I'm sure that for the witness list, everybody would like it before then. For the responses, 11:59 is fine if y'all don't have them ready yet.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a, all right, so we're adjourned for the day.
All right, so I don't see a new feed up quite yet from Law and Crime, so either, I'm assuming they'll make a new one. 11 Alive is also going to be covering it. Infamous Sylvia is going to be covering it, so we'll have streams. Now, she said she's going to take a break, it sounded like, so we will get done with this chat and redirect everybody over to the Mounk Tounk. YouTube should carry you over automatically. So we're going to watch that Mounk Tounk hearing. Shout out to Casey Dog for clarifying that the KC is Kansas City and also maybe saying that Kansas City has the best barbecue. Thank you to Retired Phoenix out here sniping somebody with the green. Positive Q, yep, she's the new Dennis. Was she on the list? I didn't remember hearing her named as one of the upcoming witnesses in this time period. I'm sure they were probably going to try to call her just because they try to call everybody that could repeat the same thing. But yeah, we just heard Whitaker say, hey, I think that motion to reconsider is moot. And then Hilton kind of fizzled a little bit. Hilton's going to have to make a list of specific evidence or testimony that she believes only Dennis could bring in. And really lay that out for Whitaker. Because everything else, these broad things, they just demonstrated that it's not excluded just because Dennis is gone. Which, I don't know why they did this today, but whatever. Shout out to Positive Q. Y Turner says, her smacks are giving very denture, partial energy. I think it's a microphone problem. A lot of these witnesses keep getting picked up with the breathing or the mouth noises in general. It just seems like, because they're sitting real close, which kind of sucks if, I don't know, sometimes that can like heebie-jeebie people. Y Turner says she has a toot and 31 years doesn't mean ish. Now, what I think is interesting is she did say she's probably close to about 1,000 hours in training, which is a little bit different than the hours of training we've heard for others. However, they're treating her here as an expert witness. She's not the one that was investigating, interviewing people for this particular trial. So a little bit of a difference. Y Turner says, clearly the state has proven that. Child, I pray she doesn't mess up because she's too damn smart. I mean, I do think she is a bit wordy, but I think she comes off way better than Dennis did, if you ask me. So I agree. I mean, I think she's smart, but might have a sprinkle problem with the over talking. Okay, Grammar, thanks so much for gifting the 5. Out here dropping gifted subs. Daryl Johnson says, every time they say they don't know the record-keeping processes, it bothers me. He definitely knows. And back to an old lie, they were hacked. Every state has laws surrounding backup data. And, you know, there should be common sense in IT departments, best practices, standard operating procedures, separate from, hey, the integrity of our investigations. We should keep this data secure, have a backup of it, chain of custody for the information, making sure it can be authenticated, found, and used when we need it. In addition to that, there should also just be common sense and standard operating procedures for the IT side of it. So neither of those seem to be in place, and it seems more like an excuse at times. So Daryl, I am with you. Thank you so much for the 10. Stop it. Y Turner in cap says, does everyone that works for the department have breathing problems? It's the way they talk to the microphone. I think rather than like a lay witness that stays far away from the microphone, police officers, witnesses that testify often, they're used to testifying, so they want to speak into the microphone and they want to look at the jury. So when they know just habitually that they want to be close to the mic, and the mic is picking up on all those noises. So that's the problem. That's why you see it more often with people that testify more often. Also, y'all know that she practiced that voice in the mirror all night. Where's the polecat? I really think she sat there reviewing that Operation Planters PowerPoint, prepping for this with Hilton. Mama Girl says, did she attend the course on hip hop at Harvard or Stanford? If not, she isn't an expert. And that's the thing. I think there's people in this chat that are more qualified, at least than Dennis was. I don't know her background on lyrics. I didn't really hear that qualified out. But we'll see if they try to introduce songs and lyrics through her that were supposed to come in through Dennis yesterday. Cool, and let's see if we have a Mounk Tounk feed, because it seems like this one's ending. But yeah, like, call in an actual expert. Call in Dre, call in Snoop, call in somebody that's actually qualified. Seriously, probably somebody in the chat. And I am so tired of this, like, attack on lyrics and songs. Like, again, if it's specific, maybe it should be admissible. If it's vague and you're trying to say that because someone raps about money and women or whatever, not enough. Michelle says, the gang expert never defines what a gang is and exactly how YSL fits the legal definition for gang. Acquaintances committing crimes. Yeah, they just kind of summarize things like, did all that happen? Yeah. So, all right, we're just concluding. We're having this person point at a paper after Hilton wrote, is this YSL, writes YSL, and the expert witness just goes, yeah, I'm an expert. It's a gang. Believe me. Well, actually explain it. Spell it out. Give us your logical pathway. Thank you, Michelle, for the super. Peter Ortiz had me laughing. If you are hearing strange noises, love must be back. That elephant noise. Oh, man. I think on Monday you guys will do one of those, whatever. I think it's the door of the courtroom. We can do a counter, a one-day special on the elephant or mammoth door noise. Thank you, Peter. Positive Q says, Hilton really thinks she's doing something. Oh my god. The judge let her, though. Judge is letting her. And I do think the judge is giving that leeway. And Hilton's playing on that leeway, knowing she'll get it. Because she's not going to grant this motion for reconsideration. So, compromise. Y Turner says, this is a freaking Chita show? YSL is a freaking fragrance line featuring handbags, shoes, ready to wear for women and men on YSL.com. See, Whitaker, they're reaching. You know, it would be funny if Whitaker like walks in with a YSL bag one day, the actual brand. And again, like before, I think a lot of people have said I didn't even know YSL was like a label or meant anything. I thought it was just the designer label all the time. So shout out to Y Turner here with the trivia. One happy white girl says, the state's case sounds like the wheels on the bus go round and round and round and round. Oh man, the song that never ends, maybe? Shout out to one happy white girl, and thanks for the gifted subs earlier. Leah's dad says, we need Harvey here. Whitaker's refusal to familiarize herself with the case is becoming a bigger and bigger problem for her rulings. And clearly, and I really think she caught it herself earlier. So, before she was just like, no, it'll be fine, everything is fine. And now she's like, no, it's, okay, approach you guys. So I agree, Leah's dad. And again, I don't think the defendants want that because that would be without prejudice. But still, it's still a problem nevertheless. David Cox says, I feel bad for her on Cross. Yeah, I can't wait for that. Monday, I think, will be good, you guys. And Monday, I guess we get to see the Magic City videos again. So there's that. We're going to get the jury instruction again. You're about to see things that may happen at strip clubs. Just so you know. Chance Latham, thanks for being a member for a month. Kat, we had a mammoth emoji for Tanter from Tarzan. Yes, we did. But I didn't know that there's actually a built-in emoji for a mammoth until I think it was Ike that used it in the chat, which is super cool. I think mammoths are cool. And I play a game called Ark where you can tame mammoths as part of your home. And then Stephen.T.Satchell wrapping up this right as we redirect over to Mounk Tounk's hearing. We could ask the shoplifters in New York City to send a YSL bag to Paige. Oh, what are the Blue Jean Bandits? I'm going to call them the Blue Jean Bandits. A package for Paige. Thank you so much, Stephen, for your support. CLK says, have you seen Love's X comments? Okay, so that's not Adrian Love, you guys. It's just a troll account that's really dedicated. But have you seen Love's X comments on how Jeffrey Williams paid for firearms, but no financials to prove? Should she be posting? So that's not her. Pretty hilarious account, relentlessly trolling, but successfully trolling, if you ask me. I'm sure you guys in the chat know what we're talking about. So hilarious nevertheless, and Love should not be talking about something that detailed if it was really her account on social media, especially when she's making motions about extrajudicial statements. So with that, thank you so much, CLK. Great food for thought, and I'm sure a few people might think that that account's real. A lot of people think that Brian Steele, that pops up a lot on Twitter, is Brian Steele. It's not. So just, always double think things through. Jim R says, no, she's real and she's my hero. And we're not going to do the ABCs of Steel to kick out of here because I do want to redirect over to the other stream. But we'll start that stream with the ABCs of Steel. How about that, you guys? See you guys in like 30 seconds. And here is the link in case it doesn't carry you over to the Mounk Tounk stream. Thank you, mods, for dropping that all along. And see you guys in like 30 seconds.